My beloved souls, when the enemy fears your rise more than anything, you know you've already won. They have lied, manipulated, stolen, and schemed. They have done everything in their power to bury you, to erase you, to make sure you never hear this message. But here you are, and hearing this is their worst nightmare. Why? Because once you know the truth, their control is over. They were never afraid of your weakness. They feared your power. They knew that the destruction of their system would not come from armies or weapons, but from the awakening of the chosen ones. And now that awakening is happening. Right now, right here. You hearing this is no coincidence. It means you were meant to. It means, despite all the traps, manipulation, and attacks, something inside you refused to stay silent. You survived, but survival was never the goal. Survival is just the beginning. Now, it's time to rise. I want to take a moment to thank those of you who have supported this channel through Super Thanks. Your donations help us continue creating empowering content like this, and I am deeply grateful for your generosity. Whether you choose to donate or not, I appreciate you being here, listening, and awakening with us. Now, as we dive deeper into this truth, I invite you to share your energy and commitment with the community. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you are ready to step into your power, if you are ready to rise and disrupt the system that has tried to hold you back. This is your moment. The time has come, and it's time for you to make your stand. So, what will you do with this moment? Will you let it fade, or will you act? Because the war is real, the time is now, and the ones who tried to control you are already running scared. It's too late for them, but it's just the beginning for you. Let's rise together. God's chosen ones, they beg that this video never reaches you. It's their death. Number 1. They prayed you never woke up, but here you are. Have you ever wondered why the enemy works so tirelessly to break you, to wear you down, and to keep you trapped in doubt? Why did they choose you as their target? Was it simply because you were just another face in the crowd? Or is it possible that they saw something in you, something extraordinary that you couldn't even see in yourself at the time? They spent years breaking you, manipulating you, and trying to lead you astray. And still, they failed. They watched you from the very moment you entered this world, studying you like a predator tracking its most dangerous prey. To them, you were never just another person. You were a threat. Even before you understood your purpose, they recognized the light within you. That's why they moved against you before you ever had a chance to rise. In Ephesians 6:12, we are reminded, "For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places." The enemy's war against you wasn't physical, it was spiritual. Have you ever felt as though the weight of the world was pressing down on you? Have you felt drained, not by what you can see, but by what you can't? They infiltrated your life, planting seeds of doubt, surrounding you with deception, draining your energy in ways you couldn't even recognize at the time. It wasn't just about breaking you physically. That would have been too obvious. No, their attack was far more sinister. They played with your mind, twisted your perception of yourself, and made you question your instincts, your worth, and your very identity. You were bombarded with whispers of lies. You're not good enough. You'll never make it. You don't have what it takes. But think about this. Why did they send others, people you trusted, people you loved, to reinforce those doubts? Wasn't that a sign of how deeply they feared your potential? You see, John 10:10 tells us, "The thief does not come except to steal and to kill and to destroy." This is exactly what they tried to do. They wanted to steal your peace, destroy your confidence, and kill the light within you. And yet, despite all their efforts, you're still here. But why? Look at the lives of those who came before you. Jesus was hunted from the moment he was born, yet he rose to fulfill his purpose. Malcolm X, a man who fought for justice, was silenced, yet his legacy still shines. Nikola Tesla, a genius whose inventions were hidden from the world, faced opposition at every turn, but his contributions continue to shape our reality today. And Joan of Arc, a young woman burned at the stake, rose from the ashes as a symbol of courage and defiance. Why were these warriors attacked so fiercely? Because they, like you, carried something of great significance. Now, think about your own journey. How many times have you felt like you were carrying a burden that no one else could see? How many times did it feel as though the betrayals cut deeper, the losses were heavier, and the battles were more personal than they should have been? It wasn't a coincidence. They targeted you because they saw your power, even when you couldn't see it yourself. Romans 8:37 affirms, "Yet in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." You survived, and not just survived. You thrived. You became something stronger, something more resilient, something they never saw coming. And that's where they made their biggest mistake. They thought suffering would destroy you, but suffering doesn't destroy the chosen ones. It forges us into warriors. The storm they built to wash you away, it only purified you, stripping you of everything that was never meant to stay. The fire they sent to consume you, it only made you the fire. Now the question is, what will you do with this? Knowing the truth isn't enough. The war isn't over just because you woke up. It's only beginning. Now that you see through the illusion, now that you know what you're meant to become, the real battle begins. They will try again. They will try to convince you that this awakening is just a phase, that you should go back to the way things were. But can you go back? Isaiah 43:18-19 says, "Do not remember the former things, nor consider the things of old. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall you not know it?" Once you wake up, there's no going back to who you were. The old you, the doubting, the hesitant, the uncertain, has been left behind. And what's left? The warrior they always feared you would become. Let them panic, let them scramble to regain control. Because now, as they watch in horror, you are the force they can no longer contain. This moment, the moment they prayed would never come, is already here. And now, it's too late for them. But for you, it's just the beginning. Number 2, they couldn't steal your power, so they tried to make you hate it. How many times have you been told you were too much, too intense, too loud, too passionate? Have you ever wondered why people who can't match your energy always seem to be the ones trying to bring you down? What if, instead of your energy being a problem, it's actually the very thing that they feared all along? They called you too much because they couldn't match your power. They knew they couldn't take what was divinely given to you, your energy, your presence, and your gifts. So instead of taking it, they did something far more insidious. They tried to make you reject it. They planted seeds of doubt so deep that you began to question your worth and your purpose. You see, 2 Timothy 1:7 tells us, "For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control." This is the essence of your being. The power you hold is not meant to be hidden, not meant to be dimmed. But how many times have you been told to shrink yourself, to quiet your voice, to hold back your brilliance? How many times did they make you feel like your very gifts were a burden rather than a blessing? Albert Einstein was once ridiculed by his peers, called an outsider, and dismissed as eccentric, yet his genius changed the course of history. Nikola Tesla, who gave us the foundations of modern electricity, was mocked and disregarded during his time. Even Joan of Arc, a young woman of immense courage, was condemned by those who couldn't understand the power she carried within her. They rejected her because they feared what she could do. And Jesus, from the very beginning, was denied and rejected by those around him. What did they all have in common? They carried something divine, something that others couldn't understand or control. Why does this happen? Why do the strongest, most gifted souls often feel like outsiders? Why are the most insightful minds mocked or misunderstood? It's because this world is built to reject what it cannot control. And you, as one of the chosen ones, are not meant to be controlled. But here's the truth they didn't want you to see. The very things they tried to make you feel ashamed of were the things that made you powerful. They called you too much because they couldn't possess your energy. They mocked your deep thinking because they couldn't comprehend your mind. They belittled your emotions because they didn't understand your depth. They laughed at your visions, your ideas, your passions, not because they were foolish, but because they were beyond their grasp. In Romans 12:2, we are urged, "Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind." They wanted to make you conform, to shrink into the mold they created for you. They wanted you to doubt your uniqueness, to silence the very things that made you powerful. But you know, deep down, that conforming to their world would never bring you peace. The moment you stopped apologizing for who you are, the illusion they built around you began to crumble. Think about how often Mahatma Gandhi was told to conform, to stop speaking out, to stop standing up for what was right. He was mocked, ridiculed, and faced constant adversity, but it didn't stop him from leading a nation to independence. How about Frida Kahlo, who was told to cover up her imperfections, yet she embraced her flaws and turned them into her greatest work of art? Her life and art broke barriers that others were too afraid to even touch. And don't forget Oprah Winfrey, who faced constant rejection in her early career, told she wasn't TV material, yet became the most influential media personality in the world. All of them had one thing in common. They refused to shrink to fit into the world's narrow view of what they should be. The conditioning you faced, the pressure to silence your energy, to dim your light, was all part of their plan to break you. But you didn't break. You're waking up. You're starting to realize that everything they told you was a lie. You were never too much. They were just never enough to handle the force of your power. Isaiah 61 tells us, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord has risen upon you." You were never meant to hide your gifts. The world may not understand your strength, but that's because it was never meant to. The second you fully embrace who you are, the power they tried to suppress will be unleashed. So now ask yourself, what will you do? Will you continue to shrink, to hide the power within you, just to make others feel comfortable? Or will you finally step into the greatness they never wanted you to claim? Because the moment you do, their game is over. You will become unstoppable. Number 3. They built a system to keep you blind. Have you ever wondered why it feels like you're running in circles, constantly moving, yet never getting anywhere? Why does it feel as if no matter what you do, you're always trapped within invisible walls? What if I told you that the greatest trick they ever pulled was convincing you that you were free, when in reality, you were caught in a system designed to control you? From the moment you were born, they didn't need chains to keep you confined. They didn't need walls. Instead, they built a prison without bars, a system so well designed that you never even realized you were trapped. John 8:32 reminds us, "And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." But what if the truth has been hidden from you all along? What if everything you thought was a choice, every path you've walked, was just another form of control? In every corner of society, they created the illusion of freedom. Schools didn't teach you how to be free, they taught you how to obey. The media didn't tell you the truth. They fed you just enough lies to keep you docile, comfortable, and unaware. The world didn't encourage you to discover your true self. It pressured you to fit into a mold that serves their agenda, not yours. Romans 12:2 says, "Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind." But how many of us have conformed without ever questioning why? They created what we now recognize as the Matrix, an illusion so powerful that most people never even question the structure around them. Go to school, get a job, work until you die, and in between, stay distracted. Entertainment, fake news, mindless social media, endless noise. Anything to keep your mind occupied, anything to keep you from sitting in silence long enough to think. Why? Because in silence you might see the illusion for what it truly is. Isaiah 5:20 warns, "Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter." This is exactly what the system has done. They've made you believe that the path they laid out for you, the one that keeps you stuck in debt, stress, and conformity, is normal. They've convinced you that this is the only way to live. But is it? What if you were never meant to live this way? You were told to go to college, to take on student debt, and then work a job that pays just enough to survive, but never enough to escape the cycle. They told you to follow the rules and conform, but those very rules were designed to shrink you. They wanted you to fit into a small box where you'd stay obedient, manageable, and controllable. Proverbs 4:7 tells us, "Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting get understanding." So, why were you never taught to seek wisdom that would truly set you free? Think about the greatest minds in history. Nikola Tesla, who was dismissed and ridiculed, yet gave us the foundations of modern electricity. Mahatma Gandhi, whose ideas of nonviolence and peace were initially rejected by many, but eventually changed the course of history. Nelson Mandela, who was imprisoned for fighting for justice, but whose spirit could never be broken. All of them faced the same thing: a system that tried to suppress them, silence them, and convince them they were too radical to make a difference. And yet, they transformed the world. Now think about you. What if the system didn't want you to discover your true power because they feared what you would become? What if they worked tirelessly to keep you from asking the right questions, from looking beyond the surface, because they knew that if you did, their control over you would slip away? 2 Corinthians 10:5 tells us, "We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God, and we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ." The true war isn't with armies or weapons. It's with control over your mind, over your thoughts. They needed you to stay in the dark, to remain ignorant of your own power. But now, you are waking up. Think about it. Why does a system that claims to work in your favor reward silence and obedience while punishing those who question? Why does it glorify mediocrity and penalize those who dare to think differently? Why does it promote distractions over deep thought, fear over courage, and dependency over self-sufficiency? Matthew 6:24 reminds us, "No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other." The system wanted to make you serve it, but you were never meant to. Now that you see through the illusion, now that you understand the truth, they fear you. They fear your awakening, because the moment you truly realize your power, their system loses its grip. They've tried to keep you blind, but it's too late. Luke 4:18 says, "The Spirit of the Lord is on me, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. You were anointed to wake up, to see the truth, and to break free from the chains they put on your mind." So, what will you do now that you see the game for what it really is? Will you stay silent, obedient to a system that only seeks to control you? Or will you finally rise, step into the power that they feared you would realize, and become the force they can no longer suppress? Because this moment, the one where you wake up, is happening right now. Number 4, your pain was never a coincidence. It was a targeted attack. Have you ever wondered why your hardest battles always seem to come at the worst possible time? Why every time you tried to move forward, something or someone came out of nowhere to knock you back? What if the pain, the betrayals, the setbacks were never random, but part of a much larger plan? What if those very moments of hardship were meant to stop you from realizing something powerful about yourself? They didn't come after you because you were weak. 2 Corinthians 12:9 tells us, "But he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me." You were never weak, chosen ones. You were a force they feared. You were attacked because they saw something in you, something unstoppable, something that terrified them. They knew that if you ever woke up, if you ever understood your true potential, their control would be over. So they hit you before you even knew you were in a fight. Nothing in your life was a coincidence. Not the betrayals, not the losses, not the moments that nearly broke you. Every hardship, every disappointment, every trial placed in your path was a calculated move to break you before you discovered the strength that lies within. And they didn't wait until you were fully grown to attack. They started early because they knew that a chosen one who recognizes their power is the most dangerous thing in this world. John 10:10 tells us, "The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they may have life and have it abundantly." Your suffering wasn't meant to destroy you. It was meant to make you question your worth. But here's the truth. Those attacks were never about making you fail. They were about preventing you from seeing that you could never truly fail. Because once you realize that, once you step into your power, nothing can stop you. Look back now. Can you see the pattern? Every time you tried to rise, there was something or someone that knocked you down. Just as you were about to reach your breakthrough, a setback appeared to make you question your worth, your direction, your purpose. But what's even more painful is that the attacks didn't always come from strangers or enemies. Sometimes they came from the people you loved most. Family, friends, those you trusted. Why? Because the enemy knew you wouldn't expect it. They knew that if they could get to you through those closest to you, they could plant wounds so deep they would keep you doubting yourself. This is how they work. They use the ones closest to you to plant the deepest wounds. They turn love into a weapon, trust into a trap, and comfort into captivity. Psalm 55:12-14 says, "For it is not an enemy who taunts me, then I could bear it. It is not an adversary who deals insolently with me, then I could hide from him. But it is you, a man, my equal, my companion, my familiar friend. We used to take sweet counsel together. Within God's house we walked in the throng." Do you see it? The enemy uses those you least expect to create doubt, to manipulate you, and to weaken your spirit. But here's the secret they never wanted you to know. The fire wasn't meant to destroy you, it was meant to forge you. They thought the pain would break you. Instead, it made you unbreakable. They thought the betrayals would turn you bitter, but instead, they gave you clarity. They thought the losses would empty you, but they only cleared the way for something greater to take its place. Matthew 17:20 says, For truly I say to you, if you have faith like a grain of mustard seed, you will say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it will move, and nothing will be impossible for you." Your faith, the strength you gained through your pain, became your foundation. Every single thing they threw at you, every attack meant to keep you down, only made you stronger, sharper, and more unstoppable. Look at history. Jesus was hunted and persecuted before he could fulfill his divine purpose. Nelson Mandela was imprisoned before he could change the world. Malcolm X was silenced before his voice could reach millions. Joan of Arc was burned at the stake for speaking truth, but her legacy continues to inspire. The greatest forces for change were always attacked first. The system always tries to break the chosen ones before they realize they cannot be defeated. And you're no different. So now you have a choice. Will you continue to see your pain as proof that you are cursed? Or will you finally see it for what it truly is, a testament to the fact that you were always meant for something greater? Romans 8:28 tells us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Your pain wasn't in vain. It was part of your preparation for greatness. Now, the game has changed. They spent years trying to break you, but they failed. They spent a lifetime trying to make you forget who you are, but you remember. And now you have two choices: stay where they tried to leave you, or rise into the power they always feared. The choice is yours. But know this, the moment you choose to rise, nothing can stop you. Number 5. The war is unseen, but the damage is real. Have you ever felt like no matter how hard you try to move forward, something always pulls you back? Have you ever wondered why, when you're finally stepping into your purpose, you feel completely drained, overwhelmed, and uncertain? Could it be that you're not simply facing bad luck or misfortune, but an entire system designed to prevent you from realizing your full power? The truth is, the battles you fought were never random. They were part of a carefully crafted plan, a war you didn't even know you were in. Ephesians 6:12 tells us, "For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places." This war is unseen, but the damage is real. You weren't just fighting people. You were fighting an entire system built to drain you, to keep you small, to suppress your power. Think about it. Every time you began to gain momentum, every time you made a breakthrough, there were people, energy vampires, sent into your life to drain you, distract you, and plant seeds of doubt. People who pretended to be friends, mentors, lovers, only to take from you, leaving you empty and questioning your worth. Proverbs 4:23 warns us, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." They knew that if they could get to your heart, they could stop you from reaching your full potential. But here's what they never expected. You see it now. You see the truth. The attacks weren't random, and they weren't your fault. They were part of a systematic effort to break you before you realized that you were never meant to be weak. They wanted you to believe that the exhaustion, the fear, the doubt, it was all natural. But it wasn't. It was carefully orchestrated. It was spiritual warfare. 2 Corinthians 10:4 tells us, "For the weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but have divine power to destroy strongholds." Your fight was never against mere circumstances or difficult people. It was against an unseen enemy, trying to keep you from realizing who you really are. Every time you tried to rise, the attacks came stronger. But now you know, they weren't meant to break you. They were meant to keep you from stepping into the power you've always had. Oprah Winfrey faced years of rejection and ridicule early in her career. She was fired from her first TV job and told she was unfit for television. But despite the setbacks and attacks on her confidence, she rose to become a global media mogul and philanthropist, showing the world that those challenges only served to sharpen her resilience. Similarly, J.K. Rowling was rejected by 12 publishers before Harry Potter became a worldwide phenomenon. She faced rejection after rejection, but never let the attacks break her spirit. So now the question is, will you let them keep draining you, or will you take back your power? The moment you decide to rise, the system loses control, and those who thought they could break you, they'll start fearing what happens next. Number 6. They tried to replace you, but no one can take your spot. Have you ever noticed how, when you started embracing your true self, the very people who once mocked you suddenly started imitating you? How many times have those who once doubted you now started mimicking your energy, your style, and your mindset? At first, they ridiculed you. They called you crazy, different, impossible to understand. They thought you were nothing special, but the moment they realized they couldn't break you, something shifted. They began to try to be you. Why do they do this? If you were truly insignificant, why would they be so desperate to copy your every move? Why would they study you, trying to figure out what makes you so powerful? Romans 8:19 tells us, "For the creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the sons of God." Your presence, your energy, is a force they can't replicate. They hate you, not because of what you do, but because of what you are. Unstoppable, divine, chosen. They copied your words, your confidence, your movements. They tried to wear your essence like a mask, thinking that if they could imitate you, they could possess your power. But here's the truth they'll never admit. Real power cannot be faked. Acts 4:13 says, "Now when they saw the boldness of Peter and John and perceived that they were uneducated common men, they were astonished, and they recognized that they had been with Jesus." Power isn't something you can learn or steal. It's something you are born with. It's your divine essence, and it cannot be replicated by anyone else. They may try to wear your mask, but they'll never carry the same power you do. They can study you for years, but they'll always come up short, because the strength you carry comes from something beyond their comprehension. John 14:12 reminds us, "Very truly, I tell you, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing, and they will do even greater things than these." Your power isn't something they can borrow. It is something you were given, and that terrifies them. Think about it. If you were truly insignificant, why would they go to such lengths to imitate you? If you were nothing special, why would they constantly be watching you, studying your every move? It's because they know your presence shifts energy. Your spirit disrupts deception. Your words awaken others. And that's why they tried to replace you. They thought that if they could steal your essence, they could control the magic that flows through you. But here's the truth. A counterfeit will never carry real power. Isaiah 55:8-9 says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." No matter how hard they try to replace you, they can't. No matter how much they mimic, your authenticity will always shine brighter. No matter how much they wish they could be you, they'll always be left on the outside, looking in. Beyoncé is a prime example. She has faced numerous imitators throughout her career, many who tried to replicate her moves, her energy, and even her style. But no one can match her presence. She is a force unto herself, and no matter how much others try, they can't duplicate her impact. Michael Jackson, too, faced countless imitators who tried to mimic his dance moves, his style, and his music, but no one could ever carry the same magic he had. The world knew, just as it knows about you. A true original can never be replaced. So let them copy, let them pretend. It doesn't matter, because what's real will always outshine what's fake. When you step fully into your power, they'll finally have to face the truth. They were never meant to stand where you stand. You were chosen, and nothing can take that away. Number 7, they control through fear. Have you ever noticed how every time you're on the verge of stepping into your power, fear creeps in, making you hesitate? Have you ever wondered why, despite your strengths, you often feel paralyzed by the thought of judgment, failure, or rejection? What if the only thing holding you back isn't your lack of ability, but the fear that has been carefully placed inside you to keep you controlled? Fear has always been their weapon of choice, not force, not strength, but fear. 2 Timothy 1:7 reminds us, "For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control." They never needed chains to hold you down, never needed to lock you away. All they needed was to make you afraid, afraid to fail, afraid to stand alone, afraid to speak up, afraid to be seen for who you truly are. Because as long as fear rules you, they don't have to control you. You'll control yourself. Think about it. Every great force in history that disrupted the system wasn't physically stronger than the oppressors. They were fearless. Malala Yousafzai became an international symbol of courage after surviving an assassination attempt by the Taliban for advocating girls' education. Despite the danger, she continued to speak out, showing the world that true strength comes from standing firm in your truth, not from fear. Similarly, Frida Kahlo faced immense physical pain from her injuries and surgeries, but channeled that suffering into creating some of the most powerful art the world has ever seen. She refused to be defined by her limitations, her fear, or the world's expectations. The system doesn't collapse when people fight back. It collapses when people stop being afraid. The moment you stop fearing them, they lose all control over you. Let that sink in. They hold power only because you allow it. Their threats, manipulation, and deception, all of it becomes powerless against a free mind. When you stop fearing rejection, their control over your social life disappears. When you stop fearing failure, their ability to keep you small vanishes. When you stop fearing judgment, their entire system of psychological manipulation crumbles. When you stop fearing them, they have nothing left. Fear is their only weapon. They don't have real strength. If they did, they wouldn't need to rely on deception, guilt, shame, and intimidation. But they do, because without fear, they are powerless. Isaiah 41:10 reassures us, "Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." So what will you do? Will you keep letting them dictate your actions, your emotions, your destiny? Or will you finally see fear for what it really is? A prison made of illusions. The moment you decide to break free, you become the force they never wanted to face. Fearless, unstoppable, untouchable. Number 8, your rise means their fall. Have you ever wondered why the moment you started stepping into your full potential, opposition seemed to grow? Why do the same people who once supported you suddenly turn on you when you start living in your truth? Could it be that your rise doesn't just affect your life, but threatens the entire system they've built to control you? When the chosen one stands, the oppressors crumble. They didn't attack you because of who you were. They attacked you because of who you were becoming. From the very beginning, they saw something in you, something powerful, something rare, something they could never control, and that terrified them. Matthew 5:14 says, You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Your light disrupts their darkness, and they were desperate to keep you from realizing it. That's why they worked so hard to silence you, to drain you, to fill your life with distractions. It wasn't random, it was war. They were fighting to keep their power, and that meant keeping you weak, keeping you asleep, keeping you doubting your potential. Jesus faced relentless opposition because of his ability to see through the system's lies. Malcolm X was silenced before his voice could reach millions, yet his teachings still resonate today. Joan of Arc, despite being burned at the stake, became a symbol of courage that continues to inspire generations. But here's the shift: you woke up, and now everything changes. Your energy doesn't just affect you, it affects everything around you. Your presence alone disrupts their illusion. The way you see through deception, the way you expose lies, the way you refuse to comply with the system they built. It shakes their foundation to the core. Psalm 82:3 urges us, defend the weak and the fatherless, uphold the cause of the poor and oppressed. Think about it. Why do certain people suddenly turn on you the moment you step into your power? Why does the opposition increase when you start living in your truth? Why does the world push back so hard against those who wake up? Because your very existence threatens the entire structure they've built. Your rise means their fall. When you stand, their control weakens. When you speak, their lies are exposed. When you step forward, their power fades. Albert Einstein was attacked by the scientific community for his radical ideas, yet his theories fundamentally changed our understanding of the universe. Mahatma Gandhi was imprisoned and faced constant pressure from the British Empire, but his steadfast commitment to non-violence ultimately led to India's independence. They tried to silence these great minds, but their rise meant the fall of an unjust system. This isn't just personal. It's not about one person attacking you, one situation trying to break you. This is about an entire system that was never built for you to win. You weren't meant to be another follower, another pawn, another silent piece in their game. You were meant to break the system itself. And that is why they fear you. Not because you are angry, not because you are strong, but because you cannot be controlled anymore. So now, the question isn't whether you will rise. The question is, how many will rise with you? Because your awakening is not just your own, it's the beginning of something much, much bigger. Number 9, you were never meant to fit in, you were meant to lead. Have you ever wondered why you've always felt different, even when you tried to blend in? Have you ever questioned why, no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't seem to fit the mold the world wanted you to? What if this feeling of disconnection wasn't a flaw, but a sign that you were built to lead, not follow? From the very beginning, they made you feel like an outsider. Maybe it was in your childhood when you saw the world differently than others. Maybe it was in relationships when people misunderstood your depth, your vision, your way of thinking. Or maybe it was in society itself, a world that expected you to conform, to follow, to accept the limitations placed in front of you. But here's what they never told you. Your isolation was never a punishment, it was preparation. Every moment you spent feeling alone, every season of rejection, every time you wondered why you were different, it was all shaping you into the leader you were meant to be. Think about it. Moses was sent into the wilderness for 40 years before leading his people to freedom. Jesus spent years being rejected before his message changed the world. Malcolm X spent years in prison before stepping into his full purpose. Nikola Tesla spent countless hours alone with his thoughts, unrecognized in his time, before revolutionizing the world with his inventions. All of them faced isolation, not as punishment, but as preparation for greatness. Why? Because leaders are not shaped in comfort, they are forged in solitude. What if this isolation you felt was not something to be ashamed of, but something that prepared you for something greater? What if it was meant to make you stronger, sharper, and more focused on the path you were meant to take? You weren't supposed to fit into their system because you weren't made for it. The world rejects what it cannot understand. It tries to break what it cannot control. And that's why they turned against you. Not because you were wrong, but because you were different. And different terrifies them. But now you see the truth. You were never meant to seek validation. You were meant to lead. Stop looking for approval from those who were never meant to walk with you. Stop watering yourself down to be accepted by people who don't even know their own power. Stop apologizing for standing apart when you were always meant to stand above. Because the moment you step into your leadership, everything changes. The ones who doubted you will have no choice but to watch. The ones who rejected you will one day wish they had stood beside you. And the ones who once laughed, they will be the first to ask how you did it. But by then, it won't matter, because you will already be leading the way. Number 10. The time to rise is now. How much longer will you wait? How many more signs do you need? How many more times will you let fear, doubt, and hesitation keep you in the same cycle, knowing you were meant for more? What would happen if you stopped waiting for the perfect moment and decided to step into your purpose today? How many opportunities have you missed? And how many chances to make an impact have passed because you were waiting for permission or validation? They spent years slowing you down, filling your life with distractions, surrounding you with energy-draining people, making you second-guess yourself at every step. But here's the truth. It was never a coincidence. It was never just bad timing. It was deliberate. They knew that the longer you hesitated, the longer they could keep you from stepping into your power. But now, that time is over. Your rise is not coming. It's already here. There's no more waiting for the perfect moment. No more waiting to feel ready. No more hoping for someone to give you permission. No one is coming to save you. No one is going to hand you your power, because the chosen ones don't wait. They move. What if the time for waiting is already over? What if you have everything you need right now to step into your destiny? The system that was built to hold you back is already collapsing. They see it happening. That's why the attacks are getting stronger. That's why the distractions are more intense. That's why you've been feeling an urgency, an undeniable pull inside you, because your time is now. Think about all the years they've stolen from you. Think about the moments you stayed silent when you should have spoken. The opportunities you passed on because you didn't feel good enough. The times you shrank yourself to make others comfortable. Beyoncé faced incredible pressure to fit into the mold of what others expected. But she found her voice, and now she stands as one of the most influential women in the world. Elon Musk faced skepticism and ridicule for his ideas of electric cars, rockets, and alternative energy. But he refused to wait for approval and has now reshaped industries. If you've made it this far, if you're hearing this message, then you already know. The question is, will you act? Because they fear what happens next. They fear a chosen one who is no longer afraid. They fear what happens when you stop doubting yourself. They fear the moment you finally step forward, without hesitation, without fear, without holding back. That ends today. No more doubts, no more hesitation, no more waiting for a moment that has already arrived, because you are already who you were meant to be. You don't need more validation, more proof, more preparation. Everything you need is already inside of you. You just have to decide. The enemy sees it. They feel it. They know they have no time left, because once the chosen ones rise, nothing can stop it. So what will you do? Keep waiting, or finally step into the power that was always yours? Because the time isn't tomorrow. It isn't next week. It isn't one day. The time is now, and there is no going back. Number 11. They will try to pull you back. Stay ready. Have you ever noticed how, just when you're beginning to rise and step into your power, people who once ignored, mocked, or even rejected you suddenly want back in? Why do you think they return when they see you starting to shine, when you are stepping into your true purpose? When they see you rising, they will come back pretending to be allies. At first, they'll come with fake apologies. They'll say they see you differently now, that they were wrong about you, and that they finally understand your worth. They'll act like they've had a sudden realization, like they've changed. But here's the truth. They have not changed. They are not here to support you. They are here to stop you. Proverbs 26:11 warns us, "As a dog returns to its vomit, so fools repeat their folly." They are coming back not out of genuine remorse, but because they can feel the shift in your energy. They can sense that you are no longer accessible to them, and that terrifies them. Where were they when you were struggling? Where were they when you were at your lowest, doubting yourself, searching for answers? They weren't there. And now, just as you begin to rise, just as you're stepping into the person you were always meant to be, they suddenly want back in. It's not a coincidence. It's a trap. Think about Rosa Parks, who stood up for justice, refusing to give up her seat when the system tried to suppress her. Steve Jobs was ousted from the very company he founded, but he returned and transformed the world of technology forever. Why did these people return when they were rejected? Because they were unshakable in their purpose, and so are you. The moment you break free, the moment you cut ties with the cycle of manipulation, doubt, and self-sabotage, they panic. They see you rising, and they know that if they don't stop you now, they never will. So they come back with a smile, acting like they have good intentions. They pretend to support you, to be proud of you, but it's all a game. They'll come as friends, lovers, or long-lost allies, but their goal is the same: to pull you back into the old cycle, to keep you distracted, doubting, second-guessing yourself. They'll plant just enough hesitation in your mind to stop you from fully stepping into your power. And if you let them back in, they will destroy everything you've built. What if, instead of letting them back in, you close that door for good? Matthew 7:6 reminds us, "Do not give dogs what is holy. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces." You see, the old version of you was easy for them to control. The version that needed validation, that wanted approval, that was willing to dim your light to keep others comfortable, that was the version they thrived on. But this new you, the one who is breaking free, seeing through the illusions, refusing to be manipulated, that version is a threat. And they can't allow that. So they will test you, they will push you, they will try to lure you back into the past. But here's the truth. The old cycle is over. You cannot return to what you've outgrown. 2 Corinthians 5:17 affirms, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone, the new is here." If someone walked away from you when you were struggling, they do not deserve to stand next to you now that you are rising. If someone doubted you when you were lost, they do not get to benefit from your clarity. If someone mocked you when you were questioning yourself, they do not get to celebrate you now that you've found your strength. This is the test. Will you let them back in? Will you allow yourself to be pulled back into their web of lies, manipulation, and emotional traps? Or will you finally close the door for good and keep moving forward? You don't owe them anything. Not an explanation, not a conversation, nothing. The old cycle is done, the past is over, and the only direction left for you to go is forward. Number 12. Final message. Have you ever wondered why they tried so hard to silence you, to make you feel small, to convince you that you were nothing? Why did they work tirelessly to erase your name, your spirit, your very fire? What if everything they did was to prevent something greater, the rise of the storm they feared? The truth is, you are the storm they feared. They wanted to erase you, but instead, you became the force that will erase them. Isaiah 59:19 tells us, "When the enemy comes in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord will lift up a standard against him." They thought they could contain you. They thought they could control you. They thought they could keep you locked in a cycle of fear, doubt, and hesitation. But what they never realized is that every attack, every setback, and every battle only made you stronger. You didn't just survive their war, you became the weapon they never saw coming. This is your moment. Own it. No more waiting, no more second-guessing, no more seeking permission from a world that was never meant to define you. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to shake the foundation of everything they built. Think about Walt Disney, who was told his ideas lacked imagination, that he would never succeed. Yet, he went on to create one of the largest entertainment empires in the world. Sylvester Stallone was rejected over and over, but he believed in himself and created the iconic Rocky series, changing Hollywood forever. Why did these individuals succeed despite the odds? Because they knew their purpose was greater than the rejection, and so do you. Romans 8:31 reminds us, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" They wanted you lost, confused, and powerless, but instead you became the storm. Think about it. If you were never a threat, why did they work so hard to stop you? Why did they put obstacles in your path at every turn? Why did they make sure you were surrounded by the wrong people, fed you the wrong messages, and kept you in endless cycles of pain and confusion? Because they knew. They knew that if you ever stepped fully into your power, the system they built would crumble. Why did they fear your rise? Could it be because they saw the potential in you that even you hadn't realized yet? 2 Timothy 1:7 says, "For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control." They knew that if you ever realized who you were, nothing could stop you. The moment you stopped hesitating, stopped apologizing, stopped shrinking yourself to make others comfortable, it was over for them. So, what are you waiting for? You don't need more time. You don't need more signs. This is the sign. This is the moment where you stop doubting, stop delaying, stop playing small. Because you were never small. They just wanted you to believe you were. But now you see it. You see the truth. You see the lies. You see the game they've been playing for centuries, keeping the chosen ones blind, weak, and afraid to step into their full power. But the game is over. They thought they could break you, but you turned the pain into power. They thought they could silence you, but your voice became the thunder before the storm. They thought they could control you, but now they are the ones running scared, because you are the storm they feared. You are not here to be a follower. You are not here to obey their rules. You are here to disrupt, to awaken, to destroy everything built on deception. John 14:12 says, "Very truly I tell you, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing, and they will do even greater things than these." No more seeking permission. No more waiting for approval. The time for playing small is gone, because now you move differently. Now you walk with power. Now you speak with certainty. Now you know exactly who you are and exactly what you came here to do. And they can't stop it. It's too late for them. The cracks in their system are already showing. The energy is shifting. The chosen ones are rising, and the ones who thought they could control the narrative, they are watching it slip through their fingers. They wanted to erase you. Instead, you became the force that will erase them. So step forward. Own your power. Let them watch as everything they feared becomes reality. Because this is your time. and the world will never be the same again. Beloved chosen one, now it all comes down to this, the moment they never wanted to happen. You've seen through the illusion, broken their chains, and stepped into the power they tried to keep from you. This is your rise, and their fall. They thought they had time, they thought they could stop you, but they were wrong. The storm has arrived, and it's you. You are the force that will disrupt everything they built. You are the one they underestimated, and now they must face the truth. No longer will you shrink to fit in. No longer will you hesitate to step into your greatness. You are unstoppable, unshakable, and you are here to lead. I want to take a moment to thank you, dear one, for being here and absorbing these words. Whether you choose to donate or not, your presence, your energy, and your willingness to rise with us mean more than I can express. If you feel moved by this message and would like to support this work, please consider donating through Super Thanks. It helps us continue to create content that inspires, empowers, and uplifts. But please know your support, whether financial or simply your time and energy, is deeply appreciated, and I am truly grateful for you. As you step forward into your purpose, I wish nothing less than blessings to flow abundantly into your life. May you walk confidently, knowing you are chosen. May your steps be guided by light, and may your heart be filled with peace as you rise to your full potential. Remember, the storm is here, and it's you. You are the change this world has been waiting for. Blessings to you, beloved chosen one. Keep rising, keep shining. The world will never be the same again. Have you ever felt abandoned by those who promised to stand by your side? What if the very people who should have been your greatest support became the ones who left you to face your darkest hours alone? Have you ever wondered how you can emerge victorious when the world, and even those closest to you, seem to turn away when you need them most? My beloved friend, in the shadows of unspoken truths, you stood alone. Your pain was witnessed but met with silence, a deafening silence that echoed through empty promises and averted gazes. Those who saw your struggle chose comfort over courage, leaving you to face the darkness without allies. They watched from a distance as storms gathered around you. They heard your cries but covered their ears. They knew the truth but sealed their lips. The very people who promised to stand beside you retreated to safety, leaving only their shadows where their presence should have been. Yet here you stand today, victorious despite it all, not because of those who should have spoken up, but because of the fire within you that refused to be extinguished. This triumph belongs solely to you, forged in resilience, tempered in solitude, and polished by the very tears they pretended not to see. This celebration isn't just about what you've overcome. It's about who you've become in spite of their silence. The victory tastes sweeter because you earned every moment of it alone. The world watched as you were wronged, and now they will watch as you rise, transformed by the very trials they were too afraid to acknowledge. Their silence was not your ending. It was merely the blank page upon which you began to write your own story. Before we dive deeper into this journey, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude. If you've supported through Super Thanks, thank you so much for your generosity. Your contributions make it possible for this content to continue reaching more hearts and minds. Whether or not you've donated, your presence and participation here are deeply valued. Thank you for being a part of this journey. Your support means the world to me. As you stand in this victory, I want to hear from you. How has your journey mirrored this transformation? Comment the number 999 if you feel that your time for transformation has come. It's no coincidence that this number represents spiritual growth and completion. Type 999 below if you are ready to rise above the challenges that once held you back and step into the light of your destiny. Now, let's dive into the truth of your journey, your triumph, and the story that was meant to unfold. God's chosen ones, celebrate your victory. They knew what was done to you, yet no one stood up. When God decides to elevate you, three powerful forces activate in your life, shifting everything around you. First, He isolates you, not to punish, but to protect. Have you ever felt like you were left alone, even when you desperately needed support? That sense of abandonment wasn't meant to harm you. It was actually a divine shield, a protection. This isolation separated you from those who would have drained your purpose or diluted your calling. It's almost as though God said, "You're not alone, you're chosen, and I will guard you." Take a moment to think about the times when people turned away from you, when relationships started to fade. You might have thought, "Why am I being left behind?" But what if it was all part of God's plan? In the Bible, we see the story of Joseph. He was isolated, betrayed by his brothers, and thrown into a pit, but that pit became the very place that positioned him to fulfill God's purpose. As Genesis 50:20 says, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." This isolation, this betrayal, was the preparation for the greatness God had in store for him. Then God instills in you a supernatural dependence on His presence alone. Has it ever crossed your mind that the supports you once relied on may have dissolved for a reason? Those friends, that family, that comfort, it all seemed to vanish. Why? It wasn't by chance. God was preparing you for something greater. Think about Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, when He prayed, "Father, if you are willing, take this cup from me, yet not my will, but yours be done." Luke 22:42. His closest disciples couldn't stay awake to support Him. It was in His moment of loneliness and abandonment that He found the strength to fulfill His mission. In the same way, your reliance on God's presence, rather than human comfort, equips you with a strength that no one can take away. Have you realized that this supernatural strength, this divine wisdom, doesn't come from human hands? In those darkest moments, when no human reached out to steady you, you found yourself grasping the unchanging hand of the divine. Have you felt that strength rise from within, beyond what you thought possible? That strength is a gift only given by the Creator. Third, God reveals your true identity. You are not defined by what others think of you, nor by the labels and limitations they place on you. The world may tell you who you are, but God will tell you who you truly are. Have you noticed that people seem uncomfortable around you now? They shift their gaze, change their tone, or find reasons to distance themselves. Why do you think that is? Is it possible that they sense something they can't fully comprehend? The divine authority that now rests upon your shoulders. Your strength becomes intimidating to those who remain weak by choice. As Matthew 5:14 reminds us, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." Your light, though bright, isn't the problem. The problem is that many people have grown so accustomed to the darkness that your light is unsettling to them. This discomfort you feel from others is not your burden to bear. The Bible speaks of this in John 15:18. "If the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first." It's not your failure, but a clear confirmation of your elevation. When people can no longer handle your light, it's not because you shine too brightly. It's because they have become so used to the darkness that they cannot bear the sight of your truth. Stand tall in this new authority. You have been chosen, not for ease, but for purpose. You are not called for comfort, but for transformation. And those who once thought your isolation would break you will soon witness it as your greatest triumph. Take the example of Moses, who was called out from the wilderness to lead the Israelites to freedom. He faced rejection, isolation, and doubt, but those same challenges became the foundation of his strength. In Exodus 3:10, God tells Moses, "So now, go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt." Moses' isolation and experiences prepared him for the monumental task of leading God's people to freedom. Chosen one, the betrayal that blindsided you was written in the stars long before it manifested in your life. Have you ever experienced that unsettling feeling? Those moments of unease you couldn't explain? Could it be that your spirit was trying to warn you, preparing you for what was to come long before your mind could comprehend it? Those instinctive whispers, were they truly paranoia, or were they divine warnings trying to alert you to the danger ahead? What if you had listened to them? But now you see it, don't you? The very people who were closest to you, those who smiled the brightest in your presence, were the ones working behind closed doors to bring you down. The hands that extended help were secretly preparing to place obstacles in your path. Doesn't this make you wonder, how could they invest so much time and energy in seeing you fail? Why would they do it? Why would they try so hard to destroy you? The answer is clear: your light threatened them. Your authenticity shone a spotlight on their fraudulence. Have you ever noticed how your natural gifts expose the weaknesses in others? Do you feel like your journey forces others to face their own pretenses? Your truth has become the mirror they cannot bear to look into. In John 3:20, Jesus says, "Everyone who does evil hates the light, and will not come into the light, for fear that their deeds will be exposed." Your light was never the problem. It was the darkness that resided in them that couldn't handle your brilliance. Have you come to the realization that this betrayal was no accident? Money actually changed hands to derail your destiny. It wasn't just a few words or broken promises. There was a deliberate effort to sabotage your progress, your reputation, and your future. You must understand that this wasn't a casual betrayal. It was calculated, coordinated, and carried out with the sole purpose of breaking you. Does it make you question the true nature of the relationships you thought were real? Were they ever truly for you, or just there to test your strength? Just like Judas, who betrayed Jesus for 30 pieces of silver, Matthew 26:15. Some people will sell your trust for temporary gain. But remember, betrayal is never the final word. And those karmic relationships that seemed so promising, what did you think they were? Did you believe that they were your anchor, your destiny? They were never meant to last. They were tests to prepare you for something far greater. When the pressure increased, did they stand by you, or did they walk away? When standing with you demanded courage, did they choose to stand firm, or did they cower in fear? When loyalty demanded sacrifice, did they protect their own comfort, leaving you to face the storm alone? How did you feel when those you counted on became the very ones who chose to abandon you? But here's where your saber, your patience, came into play. What is divinely ordained cannot be obstructed by human hands. Did you ever question whether God's plan could be thwarted by their actions? It's clear now that the obstacles they placed in your path have become the stepping stones that elevated you. These challenges didn't break you. Instead, they forged you. And just like the great leaders in the Bible, your story is one of growth in the face of opposition. Think of David. When he was pursued by King Saul, the very man who should have supported him, Saul sought to destroy him. But in 1 Samuel 24:12, David said, "May the Lord judge between you and me, and may the Lord avenge the wrongs you have done to me." And despite the betrayal, David rose to the throne. In the same way, Your resistance has built your strength. Your spiritual muscles have grown stronger with every rejection. The rejection you've faced has clarified your path, helping you see the direction you're meant to go. Hasn't your clarity increased? With every obstacle, you've become more focused on the journey ahead. It reminds me of the story of Steve Jobs. Fired from Apple, the company he founded, he later returned and transformed the company into one of the most successful in the world. He once said, "The people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do." Like Jobs, your greatest achievements will come after the moments of betrayal and rejection. What about Oprah Winfrey, who faced rejection and hardship early in her career? She was told she wasn't fit for television, but she didn't let those judgments define her. Instead, she used the rejection to fuel her rise to becoming one of the most influential women in the world. Oprah's story is one of resilience, just like yours. She once said, "You don't become what you want, you become what you believe." Your belief in your divine calling has been the key to your growth. It is the very people who sought to destroy you who will witness your rise. In Psalm 23, verse 5, it says, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies." Your victory will be witnessed by those who thought you were finished, but God will use their rejection to elevate you. Stand tall, chosen one. Every obstacle they placed in your way has become a stepping stone to your destiny. What was meant to break you has only defined you. Your greatest triumph is still ahead, and the people who doubted you will one day see that their betrayal was the very thing that propelled you to greatness. Chosen one, let them scheme, let them sabotage, let them temporarily satisfy their jealousy with what they perceive as small victories. But do you know what they're failing to realize? What awaits them is the unavoidable law of reaping what they've sown. Every action they take, every seed of bitterness they plant, will one day bear fruit. And what awaits you, chosen one, is the unshakable promise of divine vindication. Have you felt it? That assurance deep in your spirit that no matter what they do, God will stand with you, defending you and elevating you to heights they cannot comprehend. Few will ever understand the magnitude of what you've been facing. Do they truly know what you've endured? They may see the surface-level challenges, but they cannot see the unseen battles you've been fighting. While they notice only the external struggles, you have been contending with something far deeper, a systematic effort to suppress your light and silence your voice. Have you ever felt like there were forces at work that no one could explain? Forces that seem to operate in the shadows, moving with precision to block your progress. These forces have been working like a secret society against your elevation. But have you ever wondered why? Why are they so determined to stop you? But here's the question. What weapon can prosper against one who is divinely shielded? What strategy can succeed against one who is supported by the very heavens? None, not a single one. This battle may look fierce, but with God on your side, nothing can touch you. Do you truly understand the magnitude of divine protection in your life? Just as the Israelites were shielded by the hand of God when Pharaoh pursued them, you too are under a celestial shield. No matter how strong the opposition, what can they do when you're surrounded by the Creator's power? In Isaiah 54:17, it is written, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." This isn't a mere promise, it's a declaration of your victory. The same power that created the heavens and the earth is now standing between you and those who seek to bring you down. Can you grasp the weight of that promise? What was meant for your destruction will only serve to propel you into your destiny. Open your sacred text to Psalm 74 and let its ancient words become your modern shield. But God is my King from long ago. He brings salvation on the earth. This scripture isn't just beautiful poetry, it's protection. It isn't merely words on a page, it's a bulletproof promise. When was the last time you took a moment to stand on these truths? The Creator, the King who rules over all of heaven and earth, is on your side. How can any weapon formed against you succeed? Can you picture that divine shield around you, protecting you from every attack? Can you see the hand of God keeping you safe from the enemies who wish to see you fall? This impossibly difficult chapter in your life is coming to an end. Have you sensed the shift in the air? The narrative is changing, the page is turning. What seemed like an endless winter, filled with darkness and uncertainty, is about to reveal its first signs of spring. You've persevered, chosen one, and now the breakthrough is within your reach. The obstacles that once seemed insurmountable are now preparing to become the foundation of your testimony. How does it feel to know that everything you've endured will soon be used for your elevation? Think about the life of Abraham Lincoln, who faced years of ridicule, rejection, and adversity before rising to become one of the most revered presidents in American history. Through betrayal and political sabotage, he stood firm in his purpose. Lincoln once said, "The best way to predict the future is to create it." His journey, marked by hardship and opposition, ultimately led to his victory. Like Lincoln, your challenges are not the end. They are shaping your future. What about the story of Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison for his fight against apartheid? He faced unimaginable betrayal and oppression, yet he emerged as the leader of South Africa. He was steadfast in his faith, even when everything seemed to be working against him. Mandela once said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." His unwavering determination led to the freedom of his people, and your story too will inspire generations to come. And then there's the powerful example of J.K. Rowling, whose journey to success was filled with rejection and struggles. She was turned down by multiple publishers before Harry Potter became a global phenomenon. Rowling's story shows that rejection and setbacks are just part of the process. She once said, "Rock bottom became the solid foundation on which I rebuilt my life." Like Rowling, the struggles you face now will only serve as the foundation upon which your testimony will stand tall. So, chosen one, stand firm. What they intended to destroy you with will only build you. Their sabotage, their schemes, and their temporary victories are all part of the divine plan to elevate you. Psalm 118 verse 6 reminds us, "The Lord is with me. I will not be afraid. What can mere mortals do to me? You are divinely protected, and nothing can stop what God has already ordained." The page is turning, and soon you will stand at the pinnacle of your victory, watching as the impossible becomes your reality. Chosen one, there were moments when continuing seemed impossible. Have you ever felt like simply breathing was an act of defiance? There were times when rising from bed required the kind of courage that legends are made of. You wondered if heaven itself had abandoned you, didn't you? You must have felt as though you were all alone in your struggle, facing a storm that seemed endless. But what if I told you that all along, divine eyes were watching over you? Sacred hands were working tirelessly behind the scenes, preparing you for what's coming. Does it comfort you to know that despite how isolated you felt, you were never truly abandoned? Every hardship you faced was a part of God's larger plan. You might have felt that the situation before you was impossible to overcome, like an uncrossable ocean standing between you and your destiny. But what if the truth is this? That ocean is about to reveal its hidden pathway. That mountain blocking your view of tomorrow, it's about to become the vantage point from which you'll see your promised land. Can you see it now? The obstacles that once seemed insurmountable will soon transform into the foundation for your victory. And that fire that threatened to consume you, it's not destruction, it's purification. The fire has been refining you for a purpose beyond what you can currently understand. This is why you are chosen. Your opposition has been permitted, not to destroy you, but to develop you. Have you ever wondered why you were chosen to face such hardships? Could it be that the things that tried to break you have actually been building you? The things that threaten to derail you have in fact been pointing you toward your true destiny. Romans 8:28 promises, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Your journey may have felt like an uphill battle, but each step has been necessary for the transformation God has been orchestrating in your life. Has your faith grown stronger through the struggle? Remember the words of Jesus in John 8:32, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." But here's the paradox. Most people cannot handle the truth. They can't handle the weight of it, the clarity it brings. But chosen one, you are different. You've been prepared to stand in that truth, to embrace it even when it's painful. And now you are ready for the next step. Now comes perhaps the most challenging directive of your journey. You must forgive. Does that sound impossible too? How can you forgive those who betrayed you, who hurt you in ways words cannot fully express? It's not because your betrayers deserve forgiveness, not because their actions were justified, and certainly not because forgiveness will change them. But you must forgive, chosen one, because unforgiveness is a chain that binds you to those who sought to harm you. Have you felt that weight? The bitterness, the anger. It's a chain that keeps you tethered to your pain. But forgiveness isn't about erasing the past. It's about freeing your future. Forgiveness doesn't minimize their wrong. It maximizes your peace. Have you ever realized that forgiveness doesn't excuse their actions, but it releases their power over your emotions? This act of forgiveness isn't weakness. It is spiritual warfare. You are cutting the invisible cords that have kept you bound. This is the ultimate act of freedom. Don't you long to experience that freedom, the kind that no person, no circumstance, and no betrayal can take away from you? This is where divine promise enters. There is a law of divine restitution that governs the universe. Whatever was taken will be restored. Whatever was stolen will be returned, not just in equal measure, but multiplied. Do you believe that what was stolen from you, whether it's your peace, your trust, or your joy, will be returned to you in ways you cannot yet imagine? It's not just about getting back what you lost, but receiving more than you ever had before. This is the law of the universe, and the balance is about to be adjusted in your favor. Think about the story of Job. After losing everything, his wealth, his health, his family, Job persevered, and in the end, God restored to him double what he had lost. Job 42:10. The same divine principle applies to your life. Your losses, your pain, and your struggles have not been in vain. They are seeds that will soon bear the fruit of divine restoration. And just as Job's story ended in abundant blessings, your journey is about to culminate in a similar transformation. Look at the life of Thomas Edison, who faced repeated failures before finally inventing the light bulb. He famously said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." Edison's perseverance and ability to rise from setbacks led to an invention that changed the world. Just like Edison, your current trials are shaping you for an incredible breakthrough. Consider the life of Maya Angelou, who faced childhood trauma and adversity, but went on to become a world-renowned poet, author, and activist. Angelou's journey wasn't easy, but her ability to forgive and rise above her pain led to a life of purpose and impact. She once said, "We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated." Your story, too, will be a testament to resilience, forgiveness, and divine restoration. Chosen one, remember the dreams you reluctantly surrendered. Have you ever looked back at those moments and wondered what might have been if you hadn't let go? The opportunities that slipped through your fingers, the relationships that dissolved, the property that was taken from you, the home that was lost. These losses may have left scars on your heart, and the reputation that was damaged. That too felt like a deep wound. But here's the truth. Chosen one, divine restitution is coming for all of it. Can you feel it stirring within you? Everything that was lost, everything that seemed taken from you, is about to be returned, not just as it was, but as something greater. But here's the key. Restoration rarely looks identical to what was lost. Have you ever wondered why the things you lost didn't come back the way you expected? What if God isn't merely replacing what was taken, but upgrading it? What if the restoration that's coming isn't just a simple return, but a redirection towards something far better than you could have imagined? Think about the story of David. He lost his position and his kingdom, but when he was restored, God didn't just bring him back to where he was before. He elevated him to something greater. Just as 1 Samuel 16:13 says, "So Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the presence of his brothers. And from that day on, the Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon David." David's restoration wasn't a return to what was lost. It was a divine upgrade, preparing him for the future God had already planned. What if you've been looking at your losses through the wrong lens? What if what you've been calling a setback was actually a divine setup for something greater? It's important to realize that what's coming for you may bear little resemblance to what was taken. Why? Because what's on the way is aligned with your true purpose, not your past desires. Are you ready to receive what God has prepared for you, even if it doesn't look like what you imagined? That unexpected closed door that felt like rejection, it was protection. Have you ever questioned why something you desperately wanted didn't come to pass? Maybe it was a job, a relationship, or a dream that you thought was meant for you. But what if that door closing wasn't a sign of failure, but a divine shield keeping you from something that wasn't aligned with your true destiny? Romans 8:28 reminds us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Every closed door, every rejection, is part of God's greater plan to guide you towards something better. That painful redirection that felt like failure, it was divine navigation. Have you ever felt like you were on the wrong path, even though you were doing everything right? When things didn't go as planned, did you feel like a failure? But what if that redirection was actually divine navigation, steering you away from a road that would have led to destruction? Think of Jonah. He tried to go to Nineveh on his own terms, but God redirected him through a storm and the belly of a great fish. Jonah 2:1 says, "From inside the fish, Jonah prayed to the Lord his God." That moment of seeming failure was a divine correction, preparing him for the purpose God had in mind all along. That relationship that didn't survive, it couldn't withstand the weight of your destiny. How many times have you wondered why certain relationships didn't work out, even though you invested so much into them? Those friendships, those partnerships, those love connections, could it be that they simply weren't meant to go with you into your future? The weight of your destiny couldn't be carried by relationships that weren't built to endure the calling on your life. In 2 Corinthians 6:14, we're reminded, "Do not be yoked together with unbelievers. For what do righteousness and wickedness have in common? Or what fellowship can light have with darkness?" Some relationships were never meant to endure the weight of your divine calling, chosen one. The pain of loss is often the precursor to the blessing of alignment. Chosen one, your home, your property, your place of belonging, all of these will be restored in ways that will leave no doubt about divine intervention. Have you ever felt like you've lost it all, like what was once yours was beyond your reach? The truth is, what seemed permanently lost is simply being held in sacred safekeeping. Can you sense it? Your losses are not forgotten. They are gaining spiritual interest with every passing day. The return on your suffering, chosen one, is about to become evident. The value of your tears, your sacrifices, your pain, it's all about to be returned to you in ways that will exceed what you ever imagined. What if your hardship was never truly in vain, but rather the seed for something extraordinary. In Joel 2:25, God promises, "I will repay you for the years the locusts have eaten." What was taken from you, what was lost or stolen, is being restored, not just as it was, but in a way that reflects God's perfect plan for you. Can you believe that? The wait is almost over, and the restoration that comes will be proof of divine timing and intervention. The whispers are beginning. Can you hear them? Your name is being mentioned in rooms you've never entered. Your work is being discussed at tables you haven't yet been invited to. Do you sense the recognition coming your way? Not because you sought the spotlight, but because light naturally attracts attention. Just as Matthew 5:14 tells us, "You are the light of the world." A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Your authenticity, your purpose, your light is drawing attention, even when you've felt unseen. Can you feel the shift, the movement, the acknowledgement that is about to flood your life? And while you've stood alone in your defense, someone has been advocating for you behind the scenes. Have you ever felt like you were fighting battles on your own, unsure if anyone saw or understood your struggle? Well, someone with influence has recognized your authentic value. They have seen what others missed, and they have been quietly creating pathways for your advancement. They've believed in you when others doubted. Isn't it powerful to think that behind the scenes, someone has been working on your behalf, preparing the way for your elevation? As Proverbs 16:3 says, "Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and He will establish your plans." Your commitment to your purpose has not gone unnoticed. This unseen support will soon manifest as public endorsement, bringing you into new realms of influence. And as for those who betrayed you, have you noticed the change? The mask is slipping, the carefully constructed facade is cracking. What was done in darkness is now being exposed to light. You might have wondered if their deceit would ever be uncovered. Well, chosen one, the time has come. Each lie they told is unraveling. Each scheme they plotted is being revealed. Each false accusation is returning to its source. In Luke 12:2, it's written, "There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known." Your journey has been about walking in truth, and the truth is about to be made visible. This exposure isn't happening because you sought revenge. Isn't it liberating to know that you don't need to orchestrate their downfall? What if I told you that the truth has its own timeline? You simply need to focus on your ascent, chosen one. As you rise, their deception naturally becomes visible, like shadows fading in the brilliance of daylight. It's not your job to bring their lies to light. It's simply your job to shine brighter. As you walk in your divine purpose, their deceit will become apparent against the backdrop of your authenticity. Think of how Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. faced immense opposition during the civil rights movement. His enemies worked tirelessly to discredit him, yet his message of truth, justice, and equality could not be silenced. In the end, the truth about his mission was revealed, and his legacy lives on. King once said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." Your truth, too, is bending the arc of your destiny toward justice and restoration. Or consider the life of Rosa Parks, who took a stand against injustice at the cost of her own comfort and safety. She didn't fight for recognition, but her authenticity and courage eventually led to the dismantling of segregation. Parks said, "I have learned over the years that when one's mind is made up, this diminishes fear." Like Parks, your courage and integrity will bring about the exposure of what has been hidden. Chosen one, the recognition coming to you isn't just about personal vindication, it's about divine validation. Can you feel it? Heaven is confirming what was whispered to your spirit during those lonely nights of tears and doubts. Do you remember those moments when you felt invisible, forgotten, or overlooked? You may have wondered if your struggle was unnoticed, but I'm here to tell you this: you were never forgotten. never abandoned, never overlooked. The truth is, God was always present, even when you couldn't see it. Can you feel the weight of that assurance? The spotlight now finding you was focused on you all along. It was simply waiting for the divine cue to illuminate your path. Does it give you peace to know that your purpose has always been in motion, even when it seemed like you were stuck? The journey may have been long and difficult, but now the world is starting to see what God has been shaping in the shadows. As Psalm 75, 6-7 says, "No one from the east or the west, or from the desert, can exalt themselves. It is God who judges. He brings one down, he exalts another. The time of your elevation has come, and it's all according to God's divine timing. Look at yourself now. Really, look. Have you taken a moment to reflect on how far you've come? The person staring back at you in the mirror bears little resemblance to who you were before this refining fire. The challenges you faced haven't just changed your circumstances, they've transformed your very essence. Do you recognize the strength that's now a part of you, a strength forged in the fires of trial? You've evolved. You've become something new, something stronger, more resilient and more purposeful. From survival to significance. From victim to victor. From wounded to warrior. Can you see it now? This metamorphosis wasn't accidental, it was essential. The person you were before could not carry the purpose you're destined for. The strength you now possess was forged in the very fires meant to destroy you. How does it feel to realize that what tried to break you only made you stronger? The process of refinement is never easy, but in the end, it always leads to something far greater than what you could have imagined. Isaiah 48:10 says, "See, I have refined you, though not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction." Your trials were the furnace, but you came out as gold. But what's most remarkable isn't just that you survived, it's how you survived. Think about it. You went through the fire, and yet you still stand. Not only have you endured, but you have done so with grace, dignity, and strength intact. Do you realize the beauty in that? You didn't become hardened or bitter. Instead, you survived with dignity intact, with compassion undiminished, and with faith deepened rather than destroyed. This is the kind of strength that others can't understand. The world expects you to be broken, but instead you've become an embodiment of God's power and grace. Can you see how your survival is a testament to God's faithfulness? This evolution reveals your divine DNA, your spiritual lineage. Not everyone emerges from such trials with their light still shining. Many become as dark as the darkness that engulfed them. But not you, chosen one. Your light has only grown stronger. Your journey, though painful, has been the very thing that refined your spirit and illuminated your purpose. As 2 Corinthians 4:8-9 reminds us, we are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted but not abandoned, struck down but not destroyed. That's your testimony. You've endured, and now your light shines brighter than ever. And this is why they're jealous. This is why they're intimidated. Have you noticed the discomfort others feel in your presence now? The jealousy that simmers beneath the surface. It's not about you. It's about the transformation that they can't deny. Your authenticity, your strength, your light. These are things that make others feel exposed. They cannot understand how you've emerged from the fire without being consumed. But you, chosen one, you are the proof of divine favor. Your journey has been a testimony to what God can do when we remain faithful in the furnace. Think of the life of Nelson Mandela. After spending 27 years in prison, he emerged not broken by the experience, but more determined to fight for justice and equality. His dignity, compassion, and faith only deepened through his trial, and he became a beacon of light for the world. Mandela once said, "I never lose. I either win or learn." Your struggles, like his, have shaped you into something far greater than you were before. Or consider the story of Maya Angelou, who overcame incredible adversity in her life, including childhood trauma, only to rise as one of the most influential voices of her generation. Her resilience, compassion, and strength are evident in her work and in her life. Angelou once said, "We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated." Like her, your survival with dignity intact reveals a strength that cannot be denied. Chosen one. They witnessed your suffering but never expected your transformation. Do you ever think about how others might have expected you to fall apart? They anticipated your breakdown, but they never imagined the breakthrough that was on the way. They watched for your surrender, but they never prepared for your comeback. How does it feel, chosen one, to know that everything they expected from you has been turned upside down? Your ability to stand alone has become both your superpower and their greatest fear. In a world that thrives on validation, your independence stands out as revolutionary. Have you noticed how your self-reliance disturbs the norm? It's a rare thing to see someone so rooted in their own purpose without needing constant approval. In a culture where conformity reigns, your authenticity is radical. You've chosen to stay true to who you are, even when the world tries to make you fit in. In a society that worships appearance, your substance is subversive. While others focus on what's seen on the outside, you've embraced what truly matters: your heart, your integrity, and your vision. Can you see how your authenticity challenges the very foundation of this world? You've become exactly who you were created to be, not despite the challenges, but because of them. The trials you faced didn't just shape your circumstances, they shaped who you are at the core. The adversity you've gone through has refined you, purified you, and activated your divine purpose. Have you realized that your strength, your resilience, and your transformation are all part of God's plan to reveal your true identity? The person you were before this journey could never have carried the purpose you now hold. As Isaiah 43 verse 2 reminds us, "When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. And when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep over you." The divine purpose encoded in your spirit has been activated through adversity. What was meant to destroy you has instead constructed you. What was supposed to be your grave has become your garden. You've sprouted new life in places where others would have crumbled. Can you recognize the beauty of your transformation? Like a seed that must break open to grow, you have been cracked open by life's challenges, only to emerge stronger and more powerful. As Romans 8:28 says, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." This growth isn't finished. This transformation isn't complete. You're standing on the threshold of even greater evolution. Can you feel the anticipation of what's to come? The next phase of your journey is unfolding, and you're about to evolve into an even greater version of yourself. As God promises in Philippians 1:6, being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. You are still in the process of becoming, and the best is yet to come. Consider the life of Thomas Edison, who faced countless failures before inventing the light bulb. He was rejected time and again, but instead of giving up, he kept moving forward, using each failure as a lesson. Edison's perseverance is a testament to how challenges can lead to success when you refuse to quit. He once said, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." Like Edison, your challenges are not setbacks. They are building the foundation for your success. Look at the life of Eleanor Roosevelt, who faced both personal and political challenges, but became an advocate for human rights and an icon of resilience. She once said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." Your journey, like hers, has been one of rising above adversity and standing firm in your own worth. You too have transformed challenges into stepping stones for your purpose. And think of Walt Disney, who faced rejection after rejection before finally creating the empire we know today. He was told that his ideas were too big, his dreams too unrealistic, but he kept pushing forward. Disney once said, "The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing." Just like Disney, you've had to overcome doubts and obstacles, but your persistence will eventually make your dreams come true. Chosen one, your transformation is undeniable. You are becoming the person you were always meant to be, and the world has yet to see the fullness of your potential. Stand tall, because your evolution is far from over. What they thought would break you has only built you, and what you're becoming is far beyond anything they ever imagined. The best is yet to come. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. You are walking in his strength, and nothing can stop you. Chosen one, the challenges were never the end of your story. They were merely the necessary chapters that prepared you for your true beginning. Do you ever look back at the struggles you've faced and realize they were the very things that shaped you into who you are today? The obstacles you encountered were not meant to stop you. They were meant to teach you, refine you, and elevate you. Your story is not defined by the difficulties, but by how you rise above them. Can you feel that now, chosen one? You are stepping into the real beginning of your journey. As your light increases, so must your vigilance. Spiritual elevation requires practical protection. Can you sense the shift within you, the growing strength and light that is becoming impossible to ignore? With this increase in light, there is also a need for greater discernment. As you ascend spiritually, it's essential to protect your energy and your path forward. What practices can you put in place to safeguard the light that is now shining brightly within you? Here are divine instructions for safeguarding your path forward. First, change your phone number. This isn't paranoia, it's prudence. Do you realize that the access some people once had to your life needs to be severed? A new number creates a necessary boundary between your emerging self and those who only knew your former limitations. By creating this boundary, you protect your newfound strength from manipulation and negativity. It's not about closing yourself off. It's about setting healthy limits that allow you to grow into your purpose without interference. In 1 Corinthians 15:33, it says, "Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character." Your new energy requires a different kind of environment, and a simple step, like changing your phone number, can help establish that protection. Second, guard your energy with the same diligence you would guard priceless treasure, because that's precisely what your energy is. Have you ever noticed how easily your energy can be drained by negative interactions or environments? During these transitional times, it's more important than ever to maintain a positive internal environment, regardless of what's happening around you. Your thoughts are not just responses to the world. They are the creators of your reality. In Philippians 4:8, we're reminded, "Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things." This scripture is a call to guard your mind and your spirit, choosing thoughts that align with your highest good. Third, practice psychic protection daily. Psalm 91 isn't just scripture, it's spiritual technology. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. Have you ever felt like you needed a spiritual shield to protect you from unseen forces? Reciting this psalm, meditating on its words, and allowing its ancient wisdom to create a modern force field around your spirit can help you stay grounded and safe. This isn't superstition, It's a supernatural strategy to maintain your spiritual integrity and ward off negative energies. As Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." This is the kind of divine protection that keeps your spirit strong and your path clear. Fourth, reconnect with nature. The natural world isn't just beautiful, it's restorative. How often do you step outside and take a moment to absorb the healing energy of nature? The trees aren't just scenery, they are sanctuaries. The ocean isn't just water, it's wisdom. Nature has an incredible power to realign your energy and restore your spirit. Spend time barefoot on the earth, allowing its healing frequencies to recalibrate your energy. Sit beneath trees, absorbing their silent strength and rooted wisdom. Walk along water, letting its flowing persistence remind you of your own adaptability. In Romans 1:20, it says, "For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made." Nature is one of the clearest reflections of God's power and wisdom, and by reconnecting with it, you align yourself with the divine. These practices will elevate your vibration beyond the reach of lower energies that seek to entangle you, like increasing your altitude above turbulent weather. Raising your spiritual frequency places you above the storms that rage in lower consciousness. This isn't just protection, it's promotion to higher spiritual ground. Can you imagine what it would feel like to rise above the negativity? To live in a space where only your highest self can thrive? Implement these practices not from fear, but from wisdom, not from paranoia, but from prudence. The path of light requires both spiritual illumination and practical implementation. Your growing influence necessitates a growing intentionality about who and what has access to your sacred energy. In 1 Corinthians 10:23, it says, "I have the right to do anything you say, but not everything is beneficial. I have the right to do anything, but not everything is constructive." This verse reminds you that while you have the freedom to live as you wish, it's your responsibility to ensure that your actions and associations align with your highest good. Chosen one, what was once a whisper of intuition is becoming a clear voice of inner knowing. What was once occasional insight is becoming consistent wisdom. You're experiencing an awakening to tree wisdom, that ancient knowledge that comes from being deeply rooted yet eternally reaching upward. The trees have always known the secret. Growth occurs silently, steadily, and often invisibly before manifesting invisible strength. Their wisdom is becoming your wisdom. Their patience is becoming your strategy. The divine feminine and masculine energies within you are achieving new harmony. The receptive, intuitive, nurturing aspects of your spirit are balancing with the active, analytical, protective dimensions. This internal harmony is creating external magnetism, drawing to you exactly what aligns with your highest good while naturally repelling what doesn't serve your purpose. And yes, as whimsical as it might sound to the logical mind, magical fairy blessings are indeed assisting your journey. Those unexpected synchronicities, those perfect timing coincidences, those resources that appear precisely when needed. The curtain between seen and unseen realms is thinning around you, allowing subtle support to manifest in tangible ways. These emerging gifts aren't random, they're responsive. They're appearing specifically to equip you for your unique purpose. They're not being given for your gratification, but for your assignment. Consider the journey of Malala Yousafzai, who survived a brutal attack for advocating education for girls. Despite facing immense adversity, she rose stronger, becoming a global symbol of courage and the fight for women's rights. Like Malala, your trials have only prepared you to make a larger impact. Lastly, think of the life of Michael Jordan, who was cut from his high school basketball team yet became one of the greatest athletes of all time. His perseverance through early rejection is a testament to how challenges can be turned into victories. As Jordan famously said, "I can accept failure. Everyone fails at something, but I can't accept not trying." Your journey too is about rising above every challenge and stepping into your greatness. Chosen one, each spiritual gift activating within you is a divine tool precisely calibrated for the work ahead. Can you feel it? Each gift you possess has been meticulously designed for your unique purpose. It's essential to guard these gifts from skeptical eyes, to keep them sacred and protected until they are strong enough to withstand scrutiny. Not everyone deserves access to your spiritual unfolding. Some will attempt to rationalize away what they cannot understand. Others will try to regulate what they cannot control. Your deepening spiritual connection is a sacred relationship between you and the divine, a relationship that requires no external validation. In Matthew 7:6, it says, "Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs." Protect your sacred gifts, chosen one, and allow them to grow in the quiet of your spirit until they are fully ready to shine. The journey has been longer than you anticipated. The night has been darker than you imagined possible. The opposition has been fiercer than you were prepared for. And yet, here you stand, still breathing, still believing, still becoming. How does it feel to know that despite everything, you are still here, still moving forward? You may have felt the weight of the journey, but it's important to remember that each step, no matter how difficult, has been leading you to this moment. Trust in divine timing, even when it seems excruciatingly slow by human standards. The universe isn't delaying your blessing, it's developing your capacity to receive and maintain it. As Romans 5:3-4 teaches, "Not only so, but we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope." What appears as waiting is actually preparation. What feels like divine hesitation is actually sacred precision. Perseverance isn't just continuing, it's continuing with purpose. It's not just enduring, it's enduring with expectation. It's not merely surviving each day, it's investing each moment with meaning. Your ability to endure and grow is what separates destiny from mere existence. Have you ever noticed how easy it is to get caught up in simply getting through each day? But there is a higher calling in how we endure. It's about infusing each moment with the purpose and meaning that God has placed within you. This kind of perseverance doesn't just carry you through, it shapes you into who you were always meant to be. Remember to care for yourself along this journey. Sacred purpose requires sacred rest. Divine assignment necessitates divine restoration. Have you allowed yourself time to pause and restore, or have you been pushing too hard? The same voice that calls you to greatness also invites you to stillness. The same power that propels you forward also provides you with necessary pauses. In Mark 6:31, Jesus said, "Come with me by yourselves to a quiet place and get some rest." It's a reminder that even in the midst of divine purpose, rest and restoration are just as sacred. Treat yourself with the tenderness and care that reflect your true value. Self-care isn't selfish. It's an act of honoring the sacred calling placed on your life. Prayer isn't just a religious exercise, it's relationship in its purest form. It's conversation with the Creator. It's communion with unconditional love. When words fail, when strength falters, when direction blurs, prayer creates a sanctuary within the storm. Not because it changes circumstances immediately, but because it changes you internally. Have you ever experienced how prayer, even in silence, transforms your heart and renews your spirit? It's through prayer that you reconnect with your divine purpose and receive the peace that surpasses understanding. Philippians 4:6-7 reminds us, "Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." What began in shadows is emerging in light. What started in tears is culminating in triumph. Can you see it now? Your struggles, once shrouded in darkness, are becoming a shining testimony of your strength. What felt like abandonment was actually appointment. The silence of those who should have spoken up has given way to the voice of your own divine authority. This moment isn't just about what you've survived. It's about the power and purpose that are being revealed through you. This is your moment, not just of vindication, but of vision. You're stepping into a season of clarity, where the full picture of your purpose is becoming visible, not merely of survival, but of significance. You are no longer just enduring, you are making an impact, and everything you've experienced has prepared you for this, not simply of healing, but of wholeness. You're becoming whole, mind, body, and spirit, and nothing from your past can hold you back from this divine fullness. Consider the life of Helen Keller, who was left blind and deaf after an illness in childhood. She could have easily succumbed to despair, but instead she transformed her tragedy into triumph, becoming an author, activist, and speaker. Keller's life wasn't about surviving, it was about thriving with purpose. She said, "Although the world is full of suffering, it is also full of the overcoming of it." Look at the life of Albert Einstein, who faced failure in his early academic years and was considered a poor student by many. Yet he did not give up. Instead, he embraced his struggles and later became one of the greatest minds the world has ever known. Einstein once said, "In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity." Your difficulties, like Einstein's, have given you the opportunity to uncover the deeper potential that lies within you. And think about the journey of Maya Angelou, who experienced unimaginable trauma but transformed that pain into poetry and wisdom that has touched generations. Angelou's resilience in the face of adversity serves as a beacon of hope for anyone facing hardships. She once said, "You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them. Your challenges, like hers, are part of your beautiful unfolding, and they are shaping you into the person you were always meant to be." Beloved chosen one, as we reflect on your incredible journey, let us remember that the fire meant to destroy you has only illuminated your path forward. The opposition that was designed to defeat you has only revealed your immeasurable strength. You are standing in the glow of your trials, a beacon of resilience, courage, and divine purpose. Rise now, not in arrogance but in assurance, not in vengeance but in vision, not in bitterness but in boldness. Your story isn't just for you, it's for everyone watching from their own shadows, wondering if light is still possible. Your victory isn't just personal, it's prophetic, declaring that what God has done for one, He can do for all. From shadows to victory, from silence to significance, from wounded to warrior. This is your journey, this is your testimony, and this is your triumph. And remember, this is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. And your transformation is only going to grow stronger from here. As I close this message, I want to express my deepest gratitude for your time, your energy, and your presence here. Whether you're watching and reflecting, or you've been following along from the very beginning, your journey is truly inspiring. If this message has resonated with you in any way, I invite you to show your support by contributing through Super Thanks. Your donations help to ensure that this powerful content continues to reach more souls in need of encouragement. But please know, your presence, your attention, and your engagement are valued no matter what. Every view and every interaction is a gift. Thank you truly for being a part of this community. And finally, I bless you, chosen one. May you continue to rise with strength and grace, walking in your divine purpose. May peace surround you and divine protection guard you. May you feel the power of your transformation every day as you step into the fullness of your potential. Keep shining because the world needs your light. God bless you, and remember, this is just the beginning of your incredible journey. Chosen one, have you felt the shift? Have you ever felt that stirring in your spirit, that sense that something powerful is about to unfold? Could it be that you're standing at the edge of a divine breakthrough, or perhaps a mighty shift in the spiritual realm? If you're here right now, it's no accident. God has led you to this message at exactly the right moment. Nothing in the spiritual realm happens by chance, and the words you are about to hear are meant for you, right now. Tonight, something is changing. The battle that has been raging in the unseen is about to manifest before your eyes. The enemies who plotted against you, who spoke ill of you, and who tried to bring you down, they are now about to face God's wrath. His judgment is swift, and nothing can stop it. Have you been feeling the weight of something shifting around you? The energy in your surroundings, the stirring in your soul. It's no coincidence. This is confirmation that the hand of God is moving and your enemies are about to experience what they never thought would come. Thank you, chosen one, for being here today and for your continued support. I want to express my deepest gratitude to those who have shown their support through super thanks. Your contributions, no matter the amount, help us to keep delivering these powerful messages and further our mission. Whether you donate or not, I truly appreciate your presence, your engagement, and your trust in these words. Your support means more than you know. The chosen ones have always been targets. If you are truly anointed, you have enemies. Enemies who envy your favor, resent your light, and despise your resilience. They've tried to block your blessings, spread lies about you, and celebrate your struggles. But what they fail to understand is that every attack on you was an attack on God Himself. And now, tonight, God is about to repay them for what they have done. The time for reckoning has arrived. Let them laugh, let them think they've won, and let them believe they've gotten away with their wickedness. But remember this, the most dangerous place to be is on the wrong side of God's judgment. He is patient, but He is not blind. He gives time for repentance, but when the wicked refuse to change, His anger is unleashed like a consuming fire. You may not see it yet in the physical realm, but in the spiritual, the destruction of your enemies has already begun. This message is a call for you to be still and watch what happens. You do not need to lift a finger. You do not need to seek revenge. God has already decided their fate. Some of them will face immediate consequences. Watch how their world begins to crumble before them. Others will feel the pressure of their guilt and wickedness, which will eat away at them day by day until they are exposed, broken, and lost. This is the consequence of standing against the chosen one of God. If this message resonates with you, comment 777 below as a sign that you receive it. Declare it out loud and in your spirit. Let the world and the spirit realm know that you stand with God and trust Him to fight your battles. This is not just a warning, it's a prophecy unfolding before your eyes. Stay strong, stay faithful, and trust that God's hand is at work in your life right now. God's chosen ones, urgent warning for your enemies. God will punish them tonight. Chosen one, the weight that you've carried for so long, The pain, the betrayal, and the suffering, all of it has built up within you. You have faced trials that others couldn't comprehend, and yet you've stood tall. But understand this: God never sleeps. He has seen every tear you've shed, heard every silent prayer you've whispered in the dark, and felt every wound that has been inflicted upon you. Have you ever wondered how God sees your struggles? Does it sometimes feel as though He has forgotten you? Rest assured, He has been watching all along, waiting for the perfect moment to intervene. And now, that moment has arrived. Tonight, His judgment is coming upon those who have mocked Him by attacking you. Psalm 37:28 assures us, "For the Lord loves the just and will not forsake His faithful ones." You are His faithful one, chosen one, and tonight you will see His justice unfold in ways that will astound you. Do you trust that His timing is perfect? Do you believe that He sees everything, even when the world around you seems indifferent to your pain? There is nothing more terrifying than the wrath of God. History is filled with accounts of what happens to those who dare to challenge His anointed. Pharaoh defied God by enslaving his people, and as a result, his kingdom was swallowed up in the Red Sea. Saul sought to destroy David out of jealousy, and in the end, it was Saul's own jealousy that led to his downfall. Haman plotted against the people of God, and his life was destroyed by the very trap he set for others. Galatians 6:7 clearly states, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." The enemies who thought they were untouchable have forgotten this most important law of the universe. Whatever a person sows, they will also reap. They have sown deceit and cruelty, and now they will reap exposure and suffering. How does it feel to know that those who have hurt you will now face the consequences of their actions? Have you ever considered how God's justice works in ways that go beyond human understanding? This is not karma, this is divine justice, and it will come swiftly without warning. God's timing is always perfect. His ways are higher than ours, and His plan is never late. Do you believe that God's justice will come for those who have wronged you? Can you sense the shift in the spiritual atmosphere? God is already at work. But here's what you must understand, chosen one. You are no longer the same person. God has elevated you. With elevation comes separation. Some of the people who once stood by your side, those who betrayed you, hurt you, and sought to tear you down, will try to return, begging for mercy. The question is, will you open the door? This is not the time to be sentimental. The road ahead is brighter, but only for those who are meant to walk with you. If God is removing someone from your life, it's because they do not belong in the next chapter of your journey. Have you ever experienced the sting of someone leaving your life, only to realize that God's removal was His protection? Sometimes those who have wronged you must be left behind for God to move you forward. Consider the life of Joseph, who was betrayed by his brothers and cast into slavery. He suffered years of hardship, but through it all, God was with him. When his brothers came back to him in need, Joseph could have sought revenge, but instead he forgave them and understood that it was God's plan all along. How many times have you felt abandoned, yet later realized that those painful moments were part of a larger plan? Joseph's story is a reminder that God is always working behind the scenes, preparing the way for your promotion. Matthew 18:6 warns us, "But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea." This is a powerful reminder that those who have hurt you are not immune to God's judgment. No one can touch what belongs to God without facing the consequences. Do you believe that God's justice will come for those who have wronged you? The life of Martin Luther King Jr. stands as a testament to standing firm in the face of oppression. He fought for justice and equality despite facing immense hatred and persecution. He never resorted to violence, but instead trusted in God's timing and divine justice. In the end, his efforts brought about significant change. How many times have you felt like giving up, yet felt the still, small voice of God urging you to keep going? King's story reminds us that when you walk with God, your battles are his battles. Romans 12:19 instructs us, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath. For it is written, 'It is mine to avenge, I will repay,' says the Lord." Let go of the need to take matters into your own hands, chosen one. Trust that God will avenge you. Have you ever considered that when you release your enemies into God's hands, you are allowing his perfect justice to unfold? Now, as you stand at this threshold, prepare yourself for the shift that is about to take place. Stay aware, stay in prayer, stay in alignment with God. The war is already won, and the victory is yours. Can you feel the weight of the victory that is coming? Stay faithful, for tonight the scales of justice are tipping in your favor. Chosen one, do you ever wonder who your true enemies are? Not everyone who smiles in your face is truly your friend. Not everyone who walks alongside you is meant to be a part of the journey where God is taking you. Have you ever trusted someone only to feel betrayed later? Do you feel like certain people around you may not be genuinely on your side? As a chosen one, you must understand that your enemies are not always the ones who are easily recognizable. Some wear masks, pretending to be your friend while secretly plotting against you. Others show their hatred openly through their actions and words. Either way, their ultimate mission remains the same: to stop your growth, delay your purpose, and break your spirit. But what they fail to realize is that when they go against you, they are going against God himself. Psalm 105 verse 15 reminds us, "Do not touch my anointed ones, do my prophets no harm." From the moment God set you apart, there have been forces, both seen and unseen, that have worked to hinder you. These forces cannot comprehend that when they rise against you, they are rising against God's will. Do you ever feel as though those who oppose you don't realize the power you carry through God's calling? The enemy has placed certain people in your life to confuse you, distract you, and plant seeds of doubt in your mind. Have you noticed that some of these people were once close to you? Some might have been in your family, your closest friends, or even people you trusted with your deepest thoughts. These are the hidden enemies, the ones who smile at you, but secretly celebrate when you struggle. They pretend to be supportive, but behind your back, they curse your name and plot against you. Can you think of someone who has shown this kind of behavior? Have you ever had a relationship turn toxic despite what seemed like a close bond? On the other hand, there are the obvious enemies, those who don't even try to disguise their hatred. They mock you, slander you, and try their hardest to make your life harder. You've seen them in your community, perhaps even in your own home. These people have made it their mission to block your blessings, to laugh when you suffer, and to see you fail. Matthew 5:44 urges us, "But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you." Have you ever been persecuted by someone you thought would support you? Do you understand that your success can cause discomfort in others simply because of the light God has placed within you? Jealousy is a powerful driving force behind these enemies. Your very presence makes them uneasy. You don't have to do anything to them. Just being who you are is enough to disturb their spirits. John 15:18 warns us, "If the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first." Just as Jesus faced resistance and hatred for his anointing, you too will face opposition because of the light within you. Your light disturbs the darkness, and many of your enemies don't even know why they hate you. They are unsettled by your presence, and instead of looking inward to seek change, they lash out at you. Have you ever noticed how your mere presence shifts the atmosphere? Why do you think that happens? Many of your enemies don't understand the root of their animosity. Your light exposes the darkness within them, and instead of facing it, they attack you to dim your glow. Isaiah 61 calls us, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Your light comes from God, and no one, not even the darkest of hearts, can extinguish it. Think about Tyler Perry, who overcame a childhood filled with abuse and betrayal. He faced rejection from nearly every studio in Hollywood before his big break. Yet he never gave up on his dream. His story is a testament to God's divine favor. Many people who initially laughed at his struggles later saw him rise to great heights. His enemies were countless, but he used every attack as fuel to move forward. Do you ever feel like you're being tested just to see how strong your faith really is? Some of your greatest enemies may have been people you loved deeply. Matthew 26:14-16 shows us how Judas, once a close companion of Jesus, betrayed him for 30 pieces of silver. It's one of the hardest truths to accept. Betrayal can come from those closest to you. Just like Jesus, you too will face betrayal from people you once trusted and loved. These people once walked with you, supported you, and shared in your journey. But the moment they saw your elevation, they could no longer hide their true feelings. They wanted what you had and couldn't take your place, so they became your enemies in secret. Have you ever felt betrayed by someone you cared for deeply? How did that affect your trust in others? The story of Oprah Winfrey offers another example of how betrayal and opposition have shaped the journeys of many successful individuals. Oprah faced years of criticism and mockery, especially early in her career. She had to endure rejection and judgment from those who didn't understand her purpose. But just as you will, she overcame those challenges with resilience, proving that God's timing was always at work in her life. What does Oprah's story teach you about trusting God's plan, even when those around you don't understand? Romans 12:19 reminds us, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath, for it is written, 'It is mine to avenge, I will repay,' says the Lord." This verse teaches us to leave the justice in God's hands. As a chosen one, you don't need to fight your battles alone. The Lord sees everything, and He will repay those who have wronged you. Do you truly trust that God will handle your enemies for you? Now, as you stand firm in your purpose, realize that the presence of these enemies is confirmation that you are on the right path. Psalm 23:5 assures us, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies." God will bless you openly in front of those who have tried to destroy you. Keep your faith strong, because your enemies are a sign that God's favor is on you. Do you believe that God is preparing a table for you, even in the presence of those who wish to see you fall? Chosen one, some of your enemies will disguise their envy as advice. Have you ever encountered someone who gives you advice that feels off, like they're trying to protect you, but deep down you sense it's really meant to cause doubt? They will tell you to be cautious when stepping into your blessings, planting seeds of doubt that make you question whether you are truly walking in God's will. They may say you're changing, but what they fail to realize is that you're evolving into the person God created you to be. These people may not attack you directly, but their words are designed to weaken your faith. Proverbs 4:23 warns us, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Are you guarding your heart against those who seek to mislead you with their words? Then there are those who will pretend to support you while secretly working behind the scenes to bring you down. Have you ever had someone who smiled in your face, but you later realized their support was nothing but a facade? These people might try to ruin your reputation, turn others against you, or create obstacles in your path. Some may even resort to witchcraft, curses, and spiritual attacks in an attempt to block your destiny. Ephesians 6:12 reminds us, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Do you recognize the spiritual warfare at play in your life? The enemy will use any means necessary to try and stop you. But here's the truth your enemies refuse to accept. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17 reassures us, no weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. Even your success becomes a problem for your enemies. When you struggle, they feel at peace. But when you are winning, they are tormented. They watch from the sidelines, hoping to see you fail. Yet every time they think you're about to fall, God lifts you even higher. Do you understand that your victories only frustrate those who oppose you? They can't comprehend how you keep rising despite their attacks. They are frustrated because they can't understand why you are still standing. Their attacks haven't broken you, and they don't understand why your faith hasn't wavered. What they fail to realize is that you are covered by divine protection. Psalm 91:4 says, "He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart." You are protected by God himself. His covering ensures that nothing the enemy does will succeed. Chosen one, you must recognize that some people were never meant to walk with you where God is taking you. Have you noticed how God has begun to remove certain people from your life? Some of the betrayals you've experienced were necessary because they exposed individuals who never truly had your best interests at heart. Some of the losses you suffered were divine redirections. God was pulling you away from those who had been secretly plotting against you. Romans 8:28 assures us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." These people thought they were hurting you, but in reality, they were helping to prepare you for what's ahead. Every attack made you stronger. Every lie pushed you closer to your purpose. Every betrayal revealed who you can trust. What they didn't realize is that by trying to break you, they were building you. Does this realization change how you see the challenges you faced? And now, the time of divine payback has arrived. God has been patient, but his patience is not weakness. He has given these people time to repent, to change, and to turn away from their wickedness, but they have refused. 2. Peter 3:9 tells us, "The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, as some understand slowness. Instead, he is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance." But now, the consequences of their actions are catching up with them. What they did to you is about to return to them in full measure. Some will experience public humiliation, just as they tried to shame you. Others will face loss and destruction because they plotted against God's anointed child. Galatians 6:7 says, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." Do you see how God's justice works in your favor? When the time comes for God's judgment, do not be surprised by their downfall. Proverbs 26:27 says, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them. The very pit your enemies dug for you will be the one they fall into." This is the law of divine justice, and it cannot be reversed. Romans 12:19 reminds us, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath, for it is written, 'It is mine to avenge, I will repay,' says the Lord." Let God's wrath do the work. Your enemies have already exhausted God's mercy. They have ignored his warnings. They have mocked his protection over you, and now they are about to face the full weight of his punishment. For too long you suffered in silence. You endured attacks, betrayals, and lies. You kept your faith even when it seemed like God was allowing your enemies to go unpunished. But now the answer is here. Psalm 37:9 assures us, "For those who are evil will be destroyed, but those who hope in the Lord will inherit the land." God has seen everything, and he will not remain silent any longer. Pharaoh thought he could oppress God's people forever. He ignored the signs, dismissed the warnings, and hardened his heart. He refused to humble himself before the Lord. And what happened? God's wrath was unleashed upon his kingdom. The plagues came, destruction followed, and by the time Pharaoh realized his mistake, it was too late. Exodus 14:28 tells us, "The water returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen." The entire army of Pharaoh that had followed the Israelites into the sea. Not one of them survived. Your enemies are no different. They thought they were untouchable. They thought their wealth, influence, and lies would protect them. But God has had enough. His fury is now ignited, and he will repay them for every evil deed. Some people believe that because judgment does not come immediately, it will never come. Ecclesiastes 8:11 warns, "When the sentence for a crime is not quickly carried out, people's hearts are filled with schemes to do wrong." But what they fail to realize is that God has been setting them up for destruction. Judgment is coming, and when it falls, there will be no escape. The very traps they set for you will now be set for them. The spirit realm has shifted. There is no turning back. Your enemies have sealed their fate, and God's justice is now in motion. Can you feel it? The time of divine payback has arrived. Chosen one, do not feel sorry for those who have wronged you. Do not try to warn them. Do not try to interfere with what God is doing. This is his battle, not yours. Do you truly believe that God's judgment is righteous? Do you trust that he will take care of those who have opposed you? Romans 12:19 clearly says, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath, for it is written, 'It is mine to avenge, I will repay,' says the Lord." What is coming for your enemies is completely out of your hands. It is not just punishment, it is divine retribution, a powerful reminder to the world that God is not to be mocked. This moment is a demonstration of his power, his justice, and his protection over those he has chosen. When you were mocked, rejected, and attacked, they didn't realize they were challenging the authority of God himself. Psalm 75:7 reminds us, "It is God who judges. He brings one down, he exalts another." Your enemies will now face the consequences of challenging his anointed. Can you see how God's justice is unfolding before your eyes? What is coming for them is not hidden. It will be public and undeniable. Matthew 7:2 tells us, "For in the same way you judge others, you will be judged, and with the measure you use, it will be measured to you." You will hear about their downfall. You will see the destruction unfold. People will whisper about what happened to them, wondering why everything is falling apart for them. They will question what went wrong, and their reputations will be shattered. But you will know. You will recognize the hand of God at work. Can you feel the shift in the atmosphere? Do you sense the power of divine justice in action? When that moment comes, stay silent. Do not rejoice. Do not celebrate. Do not seek revenge. Just watch as God's justice unfolds. Deuteronomy 32:35 assures us, "It is mine to avenge. I will repay." Your enemies will be made to see what happens when they rise against the people of God. Your story will be written in the testimony of their downfall, but this is not a time for celebration. It is a time for silent reverence. The tables have turned. The balance has shifted. Your enemies laughed at your suffering, but now they will weep over their own destruction. Psalm 126 verse 5 tells us, "Those who sow with tears will reap with songs of joy." The very stones they threw at you, the lies they spread, and the attacks they launched will be used to build your testimony. Romans 8:28 affirms, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." What was meant to break you has only made you stronger. When you thought you couldn't endure, God strengthened you. When they thought you were broken, God used your pain to prepare you for the greater purpose ahead. 2 Corinthians 4:8-9 says, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed." Can you see how God has used every trial to fortify you, to build your resilience, and to prepare you for this moment? God's anger has been stirred, and nothing can stop what is coming next. Watch, chosen one. Isaiah 59:19 assures us, "When the enemy comes in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord will lift up a standard against him." Your enemies thought they were invincible, but they have failed to see the magnitude of God's power. The battle has already been won. The victory is yours. And now, justice is being served. Have you ever wondered what it feels like when God's justice is finally unleashed? Have you sensed the weight of His protection over you, knowing that He will not let those who oppose you win? The time has come, chosen one, for divine justice to flow like a mighty river. Watch, wait, and trust that God's judgment will be swift and righteous. Chosen one, do you ever wonder how God's wrath will manifest? When God's wrath is stirred, it does not come gently, it does not whisper, it roars. Isaiah 66:15 reminds us, "See, the Lord is coming with fire, and His chariots are like a whirlwind. He will bring down His anger with fury, and His rebuke with flames of fire." God's wrath is not a quiet affair. It's not a whisper in the wind. It's a force that cannot be ignored. Your enemies thought they could mock you, lie about your name, betray your kindness, and continue in their wickedness without consequences. Psalm 94:23 tells us, "He will repay them for their sin and destroy them for their wickedness. The Lord our God will destroy them." But what they fail to understand is that God is not blind, and He is not silent. His patience is not weakness, it is a test, and when the wicked fail that test, His judgment falls swiftly and without warning. Do you feel the power of God's justice moving? Do you trust that His hand is active and that no one can escape His judgment when the time comes? The wrath of God does not look the same for everyone, but one thing is certain, it is always devastating. It is always final. When God moves, there is no escaping it. Those who thought they were untouchable will find themselves stripped of everything. James 4:6 says, "God opposes the proud, but shows favor to the humble." The ones who took pride in their deception will be exposed for all to see. Those who walked with arrogance, believing their power could never be challenged, will be brought to their knees. Do you ever wonder what it will feel like when those who've wronged you experience the weight of God's justice? The first manifestation, the sudden fall of your enemies. One by one, the very things they trusted in will begin to crumble. Their wealth will vanish, their influence will shrink, their reputation will be torn apart. Proverbs 11:3 tells us, "The integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity." People will start seeing the truth about them. The same crowd that once cheered for them will now turn away in disgust. Everything they built through deceit, manipulation, and wickedness will be shattered in an instant. Can you imagine the moment when their false foundations begin to crack? Have you ever seen someone's life collapse under the weight of their own deceit? The second manifestation, spiritual exposure. What was hidden will now be revealed. Some of your enemies have been operating under dark forces, witchcraft, manipulation, and demonic influence. Ephesians 5:11 instructs us, "Have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them." They thought no one knew. They thought they could get away with using dark power to curse your name and block your blessings. But God is the revealer of secrets. Luke 8:17 reminds us, "For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open." Every spell, every ritual, every evil work done in darkness is about to be brought into the light. You will hear about them breaking down, losing control, becoming paranoid. They will start speaking out of desperation, exposing their own wickedness without realizing it. Have you ever seen someone unravel because of their own evil deeds? Do you believe that God is about to expose the truth? The third manifestation, physical suffering. Some will experience sickness that no doctor can cure. The weight of their sins will manifest physically. They will find themselves weary, weak, and unable to function. The stress of their wickedness will eat away at them, causing their health to fail. Galatians 6:7 reminds us, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." Some will suffer strange accidents, setbacks, and losses that seem to come from nowhere. Numbers 32:23 warns us, "But if you fail to do this, you will be sinning against the Lord, and you may be sure that your sin will find you out." Their own bodies will testify against them because they have defiled themselves with wickedness. Do you believe that their sin will manifest in every area of their lives? The fourth manifestation, loss and destruction. The things they worked so hard to build, their businesses, their careers, their homes, their families, will begin to fall apart before their eyes. Matthew 7:26-27 tells us, "But everyone who hears these words of mine and does not put them into practice is like a foolish man who built his house on sand. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house, and it fell with a great crash." Some will lose jobs. Some will face legal trouble. Some will find themselves abandoned by the very people they trusted. Their empire, built on deceit, will crumble under the weight of their actions. Can you see how their loss will become a testimony of God's judgment? The fifth manifestation, divine silence. There is nothing more terrifying than when God removes his hand from a person's life. Your enemies once thrived through manipulation, deception, and control. But now, everything will change. Isaiah 59:2 warns us, "But your iniquities have separated you from your God. Your sins have hidden his face from you, so that he will not hear." God will withdraw his favor, and suddenly they will find themselves fighting against walls that will not move. Doors will close. Opportunities will dry up. No matter how hard they try, nothing will work. They will cry out, but God will not answer. Zechariah 7:13 says, "When I called, they did not listen. So when they called, I would not listen," leaving them to reap what they have sown. Do you understand the gravity of when God removes his favor? The sixth manifestation, isolation and abandonment. The very people who once supported them will now distance themselves. They will be left alone in their suffering without anyone to lean on. Proverbs 18:1 says, "An unfriendly person pursues selfish ends, and against all sound, judgment starts quarrels." Those who joined in their attacks against you will begin to turn against each other. There is no honor among the wicked. Have you ever seen how those who work against God's anointed will eventually turn on each other? The seventh and final manifestation, a shift in power. As your enemies fall, you will rise higher. Psalm 75:7 assures us, "It is God who judges. He brings one down, he exalts another." The tables are turning, and God is placing you in a position of victory. What was once withheld from you will now be poured into your lap. The favor, the opportunities, the blessings that were delayed will now come rushing in. Deuteronomy 28:12 promises, "The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of his bounty, to send rain on your land in season, and to bless all the work of your hands." God has cleared the way for you to walk into your destiny without hindrance. Do you feel the shift in the spiritual atmosphere? Chosen one, do not interfere with God's judgment. This is his battle, not yours. Stay still, stay in prayer, stay aligned. The battle has already been won, and victory belongs to you. Can you sense the victory that is coming? Trust, that what is unfolding is a reflection of God's justice, and that the wicked will always reap what they have sown. Chosen one, what must you do now? You have endured the trials. You have been tested through fire, betrayed, attacked, and falsely accused. You've faced it all, but now justice is unfolding. The enemies who mocked you, spoke against you, and worked tirelessly to bring you down are now facing the consequences of their own actions. Romans 12:19 tells us, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath. For it is written, 'It is mine to avenge, I will repay,' says the Lord." But here's what you must understand. God does not need your help in executing judgment. Your role in this season is not to seek revenge or celebrate their downfall. Your role is to remain focused on the divine assignment God has set before you. Have you considered how easy it can be to become distracted by the downfalls of your enemies? Are you ready to stay on course and embrace what God has planned for you? 1. Do not interfere with God's punishment. This is His battle, not yours. The enemy wants to bait you into feeling guilty, compassionate, or trying to fix what is not your responsibility. Some of the very people who spoke against you will now come running back, begging for your mercy, hoping you will step in and save them from the storm they have brought upon themselves. Proverbs 24:17 warns, "Do not gloat when your enemy falls. When they stumble, do not let your heart rejoice. Do not be deceived. God is teaching them a lesson, and if you interfere, you will put yourself in the way of His judgment." Isaiah 54:17 promises, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." Let them experience what they need to experience. It is no longer your burden to carry. Have you found it difficult to not step in and try to fix everything? How will you remain firm in your trust that God is handling it? 2. Stay in prayer. This is a spiritual battle, and you must remain aligned with God's will. Even though your enemies are falling, the enemy of your soul will still try to pull you into bitterness, anger, or revenge. Ephesians 6:12 reminds us, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." Do not let darkness enter your heart. Instead, continue to pray, not for their restoration, but for your own protection and elevation. Pray for strength. Pray for wisdom. Pray that God keeps your heart pure as He prepares to elevate you to new heights. Philippians 4:6-7 encourages us, "Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." Are you staying spiritually alert to protect your heart during this time? 3. Do not let them back into your life. Some people will come to you with tears in their eyes, claiming they have changed, regretting their actions, and apologizing for what they have done. But listen carefully. Some people are only sorry because they got caught. Some only feel remorse because they are suffering, not because they have truly repented. Matthew 7:15-20 warns, "Watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. You must use discernment. God has removed them from your life for a reason. If He wanted them to be part of your next season, they would have never betrayed you in the first place. Do not reopen doors that God has already shut." 2 Corinthians 6:17 tells us, "Therefore come out from them and be separate, says the Lord. Do not allow yourself to be manipulated by their words or their suffering." Have you considered how hard it is to let go of people who once meant so much to you, but knowing that God is calling you to move forward? 4. Protect your energy. This is a time of spiritual elevation, and you cannot afford to let negativity back into your space. Psalm 91:11-12 says, "For he will command his angels concerning you, to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands, so that you will not strike your foot against a stone." The enemy will try to send new distractions, new trials, and new people to pull you off course. This is why you must remain spiritually guarded. Protect your mind, protect your heart, protect your anointing. Proverbs 4:23 urges, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Do not let anger, resentment, or past wounds weigh you down. You are walking into a new season, and you must stay light to move forward. How will you keep your focus and stay spiritually protected during this time? 5. Prepare for your blessings. Whenever God executes judgment on the wicked, it is because he is making room for his chosen ones to rise. The reason he is clearing the way is because he is about to elevate you to a higher level. Isaiah 43:19 promises, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? The things that were blocked before will now be opened. The opportunities that were stolen from you will now be restored sevenfold." Stay focused on your purpose. If you remain locked in anger or distraction, you will miss what God is doing for you. Now is the time to get serious about your calling, your purpose, and your destiny. Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future." What is God calling you to do in this season of elevation? 6. Expect confirmation. God will not leave you blind. He will send clear signs, dreams, and revelations to confirm everything you have been sensing in your spirit. Job 33:14 tells us, "For God does speak, now one way, now another, though no one perceives it." Pay attention. Write down your dreams. Stay aware of the spiritual downloads God is giving you. You will see strange coincidences happening. You will hear things that prove that God has been watching all along. Do you recognize the signs and confirmations that God is giving you? 7. Keep your heart clean. One of the biggest traps after victory is bitterness. You must not allow resentment to take root in your soul. Ephesians 4:31-32 warns, "Get rid of all bitterness, rage and anger, brawling and slander, along with every form of malice. Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you." God is vindicating you, but he is also elevating you. The level you are moving into requires a clean heart, a pure spirit, and a strong focus. Forgiveness is for your peace, not for their benefit. It does not mean you have to let them back into your life, but it does mean you refuse to carry their burden any longer. How can you release the past and allow God to purify your heart in this new season? 8. Give thanks. You have been through the fire, but you were not consumed. You have walked through storms, but you did not drown. You have been attacked from all sides, yet you are still standing. Psalm 107:1 says, "Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His love endures forever." That alone is a testimony of God's power in your life. Give thanks for his protection. Give thanks for his justice. Give thanks for his divine plan that no enemy could stop. Gratitude will be your weapon in this season. It will keep your spirit strong. It will keep you humble. It will remind you that this victory was not by your own strength, but by the power of the Most High. Are you ready to praise God for what he has done and for what he is about to do? Finally, step boldly into your next chapter. The past is over. The enemies are defeated. The chains that held you back have been broken. Now is the time to step into your divine destiny without fear, hesitation, or doubt. Joshua 1:9 commands us, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." God has made a way where there was no way. The doors that were once locked are now open. The blessings that were once delayed are now arriving. You are entering a season of elevation, restoration, and divine protection. The battle is over. The war has been won. Now rise and walk boldly in the victory God has prepared for you. Chosen one, the battle is over, but your journey is far from complete. You have endured the trials, and through each one you have been tested by fire. You have faced betrayal, attacks, and false accusations. Yet, in the end, justice is unfolding. The enemies who mocked you, who spoke against you, who tried tirelessly to bring you down, are now facing the consequences of their own actions. But here's what you must understand. God does not need your help in executing judgment. Your role is not to seek revenge, nor is it to celebrate their downfall. Instead, it is to remain focused on your divine assignment. Have you ever considered that the moment you step away from your purpose, distractions begin to pull you in, leaving you vulnerable to setbacks? This is not the time to lose sight of what God has called you to do. The worst thing you can do now is allow yourself to be distracted from your true purpose. This is the season to remain aligned with God's will. When you are aligned, doors open effortlessly. The blessings that were once blocked begin to flow. The wisdom, clarity, and strength you need will come freely. But the moment you let outside influences take control, you will find yourself vulnerable to spiritual attacks. Proverbs 3:5-6 says, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." Can you feel that inner peace when you walk in alignment with God? It's where everything seems to fall into place and opportunities flow. One of the biggest mistakes people make after victory is becoming complacent. It's easy to assume that because your enemies have fallen, because justice has been served, and because the trials have ended, you can now relax. But the enemy does not stop just because you've won one battle. In fact, the more you rise, the harder he will try to bring new distractions, new temptations, and new attacks into your life. Have you noticed how the closer you get to your breakthrough, the harder the enemy pushes back? 1 Peter 5:8 warns us, "Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy the devil prowls around like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour." You cannot afford to become complacent, chosen one. Stay spiritually vigilant and humble. Do not let the feeling of victory make you careless. Stay prayerful, stay connected to God, and stay focused. He has brought you this far, and he will continue to guide you, but only if you remain aligned with him. Staying aligned means keeping your heart free from bitterness. Yes, your enemies have been dealt with. Yes, justice is unfolding, but do not let hatred dwell within you. Ephesians 4:31-32 says, "Get rid of all bitterness, rage and anger, brawling and slander, along with every form of malice. Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you." Bitterness is like poison. It will slow you down and prevent you from moving forward in the purpose God has for you. God's justice is not about revenge. It is about setting things right. What has been done is done. Now your focus must be forward. Have you noticed how difficult it can be to let go of past pain? But in letting go, you open yourself up to greater freedom. Alignment also means staying in purpose. The struggles you went through were not just for your suffering, they were for your growth, your wisdom, your preparation. God has been refining you through the fire, and now it is time to walk boldly in your calling. Romans 8:28 tells us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." The lessons you've learned are not to be forgotten. God did not bring you through all of this just so you could return to old patterns, old places, and old mindsets. You have outgrown them. Do you feel it? That sense that you are meant for more? Some things that once interested you no longer do. Some people who once held your attention now feel out of place. This is spiritual evolution. You are being called to operate at a higher frequency. The things that once held you back can no longer keep up with you. Have you felt that shift in your spirit? The need to move on and step into a higher calling. Staying aligned also means protecting your energy. Not everyone deserves access to you. Matthew 7:6 reminds us, "Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces." Your presence is valuable, and your spirit must be protected. Some people will try to attach themselves to you, not because they love you, but because they want to benefit from your anointing. 1 John 4:1 tells us, "Dear friends, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God." Be mindful of who you allow into your life. God has separated you for a reason. Some relationships were never meant to be restored. Some doors are meant to remain closed. Trust that God's decision is for your protection. Do you feel the need to protect your peace and energy from those who may try to take from you? Staying aligned means staying in obedience. Even when the path ahead seems unclear, follow God's lead. Proverbs 3:6 says, "In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." You've already seen the fruits of obedience, how things fall into place, how God surrounds you with protection, and how doors open. Stay disciplined. Keep walking in faith. Keep doing the work God has called you to do. Even when you don't fully understand, trust his direction. Have you experienced moments where obeying God opened doors you never expected? How will you stay disciplined and obedient as you continue to rise? You must also remember that this is just the beginning. Every level of elevation brings new tests, new lessons, and new responsibilities. Matthew 7:24-25 reminds us, "Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house. Yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock." Your spiritual foundation must be strong. Read his word. Pray without ceasing. Keep your relationship with God stronger than ever. As you rise, many will watch you. Some will be inspired, while others will be envious. But none of that matters. What matters is that you are walking in the path designed for you by the Most High. Do you feel the weight of your purpose as you move forward? How will you continue to strengthen your foundation as you rise higher? The victory has been won, chosen one, but your journey is far from over. Stay aligned, stay focused, and stay faithful. What God has for you is too great to risk losing now. The best is yet to come. Beloved chosen one, as you reflect on the trials you've endured, the betrayals you've faced, and the fires you've walked through, it's clear that you were never consumed. You have witnessed the attacks, the schemes, and the deception of the wicked. Yet you have remained standing, unshaken and victorious. Now, as we stand at this crossroads, we see the fulfillment of God's promises. His divine judgment has arrived, and those who thought they could rise against you without consequence are now falling, one by one. This is the season where God proves his word true. Every tear you cried, every sleepless night, and every moment of pain was never in vain. Heaven took notice of it all, and now divine order is being restored. Your enemies mocked you in your suffering, but now they are facing the weight of their own actions. They thought they could mock you without repercussions, but now they must answer to the Most High. The punishment they never saw coming has arrived, and there is no escaping God's wrath. But chosen one, this is not your battle to fight. Your role in this season is to stand still and witness the hand of God move. You have done enough. There is nothing more you need to say, and no further action you need to take. The judgment has already been set in motion, and what is coming for them is between them and God. No one can stop it. Your only job now is to stay aligned, stay focused, and keep moving forward. Do not allow distractions to pull you away from the greatness that awaits you. Do not let the downfall of your enemies distract you. Do not gloat over their suffering, nor let your heart be weighed down by their destruction. What they are facing is the result of their own choices. They had the opportunity to repent, but they refused. They had the chance to do right, but they chose wickedness. Now, they must reap what they have sown. As you witness this unfold, stay centered in God's purpose for your life. Instead of looking back, turn your eyes toward the future God has prepared for you. This next season of your life is not about revenge. It's about growth, expansion, and stepping into your divine destiny. Isaiah 43:19 says, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? There are doors opening for you that no man can shut. There are opportunities being released that no enemy can block. The weight of the past is lifting and you are being positioned for greatness. Walk boldly into what God has for you. This is your confirmation. This is your sign. You are on the right path and nothing can stop what God is doing in your life. The victory is yours, chosen one." Every setback was a setup. Every betrayal was a lesson. Every loss was a redirection. And now, everything is working in your favor. God has prepared this season for you, and nothing can derail the plans He has laid out for your life. I want to take a moment to thank you, chosen one, for being here today, for listening to this message, and for walking this journey with faith and strength. Whether you are just beginning this path or have been walking it for years, I am deeply grateful for your time and presence. Your commitment to your spiritual growth and purpose is a powerful testament to the work God is doing in your life. I am so thankful, whether you choose to support this channel or not, for your attention and your heart. If you feel led to give, you can show your support through the Super Thanks button below. Every contribution, no matter the amount, is a blessing and goes directly to help us continue sharing messages of hope, purpose, and divine justice. Thank you so much for any support you offer. It is appreciated beyond words. Lastly, chosen one, I pray for God's abundant blessings over your life. May you continue to walk in His favor. May His peace guide your every step, and may His protection surround you as you rise higher into your divine destiny. You are destined for greatness, and no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Stay aligned with God, keep your heart pure, and walk confidently into the incredible future He has prepared for you. Blessings, peace, and grace to you, chosen one. The best is yet to come. They called you crazy. They mocked your words, dismissed your warnings, and ridiculed your vision. To them, you were nothing more than a dreamer lost in delusion, a fool blinded by things they could not see. But now the very nonsense they laughed at is manifesting before their eyes, and the weight of truth is pressing down on them like a storm they never saw coming. Chosen one, this is your moment. The reality they swore would never happen is unfolding, undeniable and terrifying. The sneers have turned into silence, the arrogance into fear, and you, yes you, have stood unwavering, seeing what they refused to believe until it was too late. You have always known. You saw the signs before the rest of the world even thought to look. You sensed the shift when they were still clinging to illusion, and for that, they cast you aside. But what they fail to understand is that truth does not bow to the blindness of the crowd. It prevails. If you're here right now, it's not by accident. This message was meant for you. Let this be your confirmation. Everything they mocked, everything they doubted, everything they tried to suppress is now undeniable. Press 77 in the comments if you know deep in your spirit that this is speaking directly to you. And to every supporter who has stood in truth and backed this mission through super thanks, I see you, I honor you, and I thank you from the depths of my heart. Your faith is part of something much bigger than an algorithm. This is a movement, a calling, a divine revelation that cannot be silenced. Now, let's go deeper. Stay with me till the end, because by the time we're done, you won't just hear the truth, you'll own it. Let's break it down step by step. Are you ready? Let's begin. God's chosen ones. They called you a lunatic, but your crazy talk just manifested before everyone. There was a time when they laughed, when they dismissed every word you spoke as madness, as the ramblings of someone lost in delusion. They called you a lunatic, a fool who couldn't see reality for what it was. But now, reality has struck them with such force that the laughter has died in their throats. The very things they mocked have unfolded before their eyes, and the truth they once rejected stands tall, casting a shadow over their fragile illusions. They ridiculed you because they feared what they could not understand. They denied you because they could not control you. But ignorance is not protection. It is a ticking time bomb. And now that bomb has exploded right in their faces. What they once dismissed as impossible is happening piece by piece, each event unfolding with an eerie, undeniable precision. You, the one they scorned, the one they cast aside, were right all along. And now they feel it. The weight of your words, the truth they ignored, presses down on them like a storm they can no longer escape. Their smirks have faded, their arrogance shattered, and in their eyes you see the unmistakable flicker of fear. This moment is nothing new. Even in biblical times, the chosen ones faced mockery and rejection before the truth revealed itself. Consider Noah. He warned the people of an impending flood, yet they scoffed at him. They called him a madman, building an ark when not a drop of rain had fallen. But when the skies darkened and the waters rose, it was too late. For as in the days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah entered the ark, and did not know until the flood came and took them all away. Matthew 24:38-39. Noah's crazy talk became undeniable reality. And what about Joseph? His own brothers mocked him when he spoke of his dreams, visions of leadership and power. They ridiculed him, betrayed him, and sold him into slavery. But years later, as he stood as ruler of Egypt, those same brothers bowed before him, just as his dreams had foretold. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Like Joseph, you were never wrong. They were simply not ready to see the truth. Today, history repeats itself. How many visionaries have been labeled insane, only to be proven right? Think of Nikola Tesla, once mocked for his theories on wireless energy, only for science to validate his discoveries long after his time. Or Galileo, condemned as a heretic for suggesting that the Earth revolved around the sun, a truth that would later reshape our entire understanding of the universe. Their madness was simply knowledge beyond its time. And you, chosen one, have walked in those very footsteps. You have endured the fire of doubt, stood firm against the storm of mockery, and now you stand on the other side, untouched, unwavering. The very thing they used to break you, your ability to see beyond the illusion, has now become your greatest power. And they hate it. They hate that you are still standing. They hate that after all their attempts to silence you, you have only grown stronger. They wonder how you knew, how you saw what was hidden from them. They whisper behind closed doors, scrambling to make sense of what they once denied. But deep down, they already know the answer. They were never meant to understand. Not everyone is built to see beyond the surface. Some people are here only to follow, to exist in the comfort of their illusions, to deny what frightens them. But not you. You were born with vision, with an inner knowing that has always set you apart. And now, they are forced to confront the reality they once refused to acknowledge. Soon they will return. Some will pretend they always believed you. Others will seek your guidance, hoping to rewrite history and erase their shame. Some will try to twist your truth into their own. And some, in desperation, will attempt to drag you back into their world, as if they can still control the narrative. But you owe them nothing. Not explanations, not forgiveness, not recognition. They made their choice when they called you insane. Now they must live with the consequences. You have never been alone in this. There are others like you, silent warriors who have fought the same battle, walked the same lonely road. People who have known things they couldn't explain, but who felt the weight of truth in their very bones. And now, that truth is rising, no longer whispered in the dark, no longer dismissed as delusions. It is here, undeniable, unstoppable. So stand tall, let them tremble, let them struggle to process what their minds could never grasp. Their fear is not your burden, their regret is not your problem. This is your moment, not for revenge, but for validation, because the proof is in front of them now, and they have no choice but to face it. Drop a comment below. I was never crazy. I was always chosen. You were never the one who lived in illusions, yet they called you a lunatic, a dreamer tangled in fantasy. They whispered behind your back, smirked at you in plain sight, and distanced themselves as if your very knowledge was a disease. Why? Because society operates under one unspoken rule: conform or be cast out. But you, chosen one, broke that rule simply by existing, by seeing what they refused to see, by knowing what they couldn't fathom. The weight of rejection was suffocating. Friends faded like shadows at dusk. Family members exchanged uneasy glances whenever you spoke, unable to meet your eyes. Strangers branded you with words sharper than knives, their mockery laced with fear. But why fear? Because nothing terrifies the masses more than someone who refuses to bow to the illusion, someone who sees beyond the veil, someone who cannot be fooled. That was you, and that made you dangerous in their eyes. But you were not the first. Look at Jesus Christ himself. He carried a truth so powerful that the world could not bear it. The Pharisees, the religious elite, despised him because his words dismantled their carefully constructed reality. They scorned him, mocked him, and called him possessed, saying, "He has a demon and is mad. Why listen to him?" John 10:20. Yet despite their rejection, his truth stood unshaken, and the same people who condemned him were later left speechless by his resurrection. You too have carried a truth too heavy for the weak to hold. With every judgmental stare, every hushed conversation behind your back, every cold shoulder, you felt its burden. And in your darkest moments, doubt crept in. Were they right? Was I imagining all of this? Should I silence myself just to fit in? Should I pretend to be blind just so I don't have to carry this alone? The war was not just external, it raged within you. The loneliness, the self-doubt, the temptation to abandon what you knew, just for a moment of peace. The world screamed at you to be normal, to fall in line, to let go of what they swore was fantasy, and yet something deep inside you refused. Because beneath the mockery, beneath the isolation, beneath the relentless pressure to conform, there was something unshakable within you. A knowing so deep, so undeniable, that no amount of laughter or rejection could erase it. You tried to ignore it, tried to drown it out, but the truth does not beg for validation. It does not need permission to exist. It simply is. And in the silence of the night, it whispered to you, "This is real." Now, look at them, the same ones who laughed, who dismissed you, who scorned your words. Now, they watch in stunned silence as everything they denied begins to unfold. Their mockery has turned into confusion. Their arrogance has melted into fear, because the truth they once rejected has now become too obvious to ignore. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to face the reality that the very person they ridiculed was the only one who saw clearly all along. And so, they scramble. They try to rewrite history, pretend they never doubted you, act as if they were always on your side. But the past does not lie. You remember every insult, every betrayal, every moment they made you question yourself. And now, their regret is not your burden to carry. Think of the prophet Jeremiah. He was mocked and despised for speaking God's truth. The people scoffed at his warnings. "I have become a laughingstock all the day. Everyone mocks me." Jeremiah 27. But when destruction came upon them just as he had foretold, their laughter turned into horror. Just as it is now, those who once scorned you are scrambling to make sense of the truth they dismissed. You stood your ground. You held on to what you knew, even when the entire world called you insane. And that is power, the kind of power they will never understand, because they never had the courage to carry truth the way you did. Now they wonder, how did you know? Why could you see what they couldn't? They will seek explanations. They will demand answers. They will long for clarity. But the reality is, they were never meant to see. Not everyone is built to handle truth. Some people are simply here to follow, to live in the comfort of their illusions, to laugh at what they don't understand. And that is why they rejected you, not because you were wrong, but because your very existence shattered the illusion they depended on. But now, you are free. Free from needing their approval, free from seeking their understanding, free from the weight of their ignorance. The burden of truth was never meant to break you. It was meant to set you apart. So let them watch. Let them scramble to make sense of it. Let them wrestle with the realization that they were blind while you saw clearly. You owe them nothing. Not explanations, not apologies, not acceptance. They made their choice when they turned their backs on you. Now, they can live with it. The strongest souls are always forged in the fires of ridicule. The world has always laughed at those who dared to see beyond the illusion. But today's lunatic is tomorrow's legend. They called you mad, tried to cast you aside, but they could never strip away the purpose that burned within you. Every insult, every scoff, every moment they dismissed you was never proof of your weakness. It was proof of their fear. And now, look at them. The laughter that once echoed so loudly has faded into silence. The certainty they clung to, as if it were a crumbling wall, is now shaking beneath them. Why? Because you, the very one they ridiculed, were right all along. They never had power over you. All they had was noise, a desperate attempt to drown out the truth that made them uncomfortable. But the thing about truth, it doesn't need approval, it doesn't require permission, it doesn't depend on the masses to believe in it. Truth stands on its own, waiting patiently for time to catch up. And now time has arrived. Every word they mocked, every vision they scoffed at, every warning they laughed off, it is all unfolding piece by piece, undeniable and inescapable. They cannot pretend anymore. They cannot rewrite the past. Their own memories betray them, forcing them to recall the times they sneered, the times they dismissed you as a fool. And now, Their disbelief has turned into unease. Their smirks have melted into shame, because there is nothing more terrifying than realizing the person they mocked was telling the truth the entire time. This is not the first time the world has treated truth seekers this way. The Bible is full of men and women who were ridiculed for their divine vision, only to be vindicated by time. Look at Noah. People laughed as he built the ark, mocking his belief that a great flood was coming. Yet, when the rains began to fall, those same people pounded on the doors of the ark, desperate to escape the fate they once called a delusion. They knew nothing about what would happen until the flood came and took them all away. Matthew 24:39. Or consider Jesus Christ himself. He spoke the truth, performed miracles, and yet was ridiculed, spat upon, and condemned to die. The crowd jeered as he carried his cross, unaware that the very one they mocked was their savior. But 3 days later, the silence was deafening. The empty tomb became the proof that could not be silenced. His resurrection was the ultimate validation, proving once and for all that the truth always prevails. This pattern repeats throughout history. Galileo Galilei was labeled a heretic for declaring that the earth revolved around the sun. His ideas were condemned, his discoveries ridiculed, and yet centuries later, the world acknowledges him as a visionary. Joan of Arc, a teenage girl, claimed to have divine visions that led her to victory in battle. She was burned at the stake for what they called blasphemy, but history now honors her as a saint. Their madness was simply knowledge ahead of its time, and so was yours. You were never just another face in the crowd. You were never meant to be ordinary. The weight of your sight, the depth of your understanding, the knowing that stirred in your soul, this was never a burden. It was a mark, a seal of something greater. But the blind will always fear those who see. You stand among giants, the misunderstood, the exiled, the mocked, the ones whose visions were labeled as madness until the world was forced to admit they were right, the ones who stood firm while the crowd jeered, only to have history rewrite their names in gold when the truth could no longer be denied. Now they will pretend they never doubted you, pretend they always saw the signs, pretend they didn't try to break you when you were at your lowest. But the past does not lie. You remember every insult, every betrayal, every moment of loneliness when their voices were louder than your own. But you did not fold. You did not cave. You held the line. And now, the very weight they tried to use to crush you has become your crown. You are not here for revenge. You are not here to convince them. You are here to stand, to be the proof that truth cannot be silenced, to be the living reminder that their laughter was never an indication of your weakness, but a reflection of their fear. Let them feel the weight of their mistakes. Let them struggle with their regret. Let them wrestle with the fact that the person they called insane now walks ahead of them, untouched, unshaken, vindicated. You were never just a lunatic screaming into the void. You were a force, unrecognized but unstoppable. A voice that could not be drowned out. A storm they tried to ignore until it was right above their heads. And now, here you stand, watching as their illusion crumbles at their feet. You owe them nothing. Not explanations, not forgiveness, not a place in your future. They had their chance. They made their choice. The heaviest burden for God's chosen ones is not merely seeing what others refuse to acknowledge. It is watching them dismiss the truth until it becomes their greatest nightmare. They laughed when you spoke, ridiculing your warnings as the ramblings of a fool lost in fantasy. Every word you uttered was met with smirks, every prophecy dismissed as nonsense. Yet, was Noah not mocked in the same way? Did the people not scoff at his ark as they went about to their lives, oblivious to the storm that was forming? They refused to believe, but the flood came, and by then it was too late. They could not comprehend that the world they held onto so desperately was built on fragile illusions. Their arrogance blinded them to the cracks forming beneath their very feet. But here is the truth. Reality has never needed their belief to exist. Truth stands unshaken, regardless of how fiercely they deny it. And now, before their very eyes, everything you foretold, every word they dismissed as madness, has become the undeniable reality they are forced to face. The laughter has died down, replaced by hushed whispers of fear. Their certainty has crumbled into confusion, just as Pharaoh's heart once hardened against Moses, refusing to heed the warnings until the plagues left Egypt in devastation. You were never speaking nonsense. You were never lost. You simply saw what they refused to acknowledge, and for that they tried to silence you, bury you beneath their ridicule, because nothing is more dangerous to the blind than the presence of one who sees. Do you not remember how Joseph's brothers treated him? They scoffed at his dreams, threw him into a pit, and sold him into slavery. Yet, years later, they bowed before him just as God had shown him. Is history not repeating itself through you? Those who bring revelation have always been met with resistance. Every great awakening, every shift in understanding was once branded as insanity. Even Jesus himself was accused of blasphemy, his wisdom ridiculed by those who clung to their traditions rather than open their hearts to God's truth. And yet, the stone the builders rejected became the cornerstone. The world has never been kind to those who walk in divine wisdom ahead of their time. But when the moment of vindication comes, when the very fabric of reality confirms your words, there is no more running, no more hiding, only the weight of their own denial crushing them. Now they will question themselves. How did they miss the signs? Why did they refuse to listen? Was their pride worth the price of blindness? But that is no longer your burden to carry. You were never sent to make them comfortable. You were never chosen to convince them. Your purpose has always been to see and to move forward, whether or not they chose to walk beside you. Did Jesus beg the Pharisees to accept him? Or did he continue his mission regardless of their rejection? So let them sit in the ruins of their illusions. Let them wrestle with the truth they once mocked. You owe them nothing, no explanations, no apologies, not even a backward glance. The silence of your doubters is now louder than their laughter ever was. Their fear is tangible, for they now realize that the one they ridiculed was the only one who truly understood. You were never a lunatic. You were never misguided. You were always chosen, and now the world knows it too. To the blind, divine messages are nothing more than coincidences. To the ordinary, they are fleeting moments, quickly forgotten. But to you, one of God's chosen ones, they are unmistakable signs, whispers from the heavens, guiding you toward a destiny greater than you could have ever imagined. Long before others could begin to understand, you saw the patterns, the sacred echoes woven into the fabric of your days, like an invisible thread, pulling you towards something beyond this world. While they stumbled through life unaware, you felt every shift, every unspoken message, every divine nudge steering you in the right direction. Think of Joseph, the dreamer whom God chose to reveal the future. His visions were not random, they were blueprints, divine roadmaps leading him from the depths of a prison to the throne of Egypt. Yet his own brothers scoffed at him, dismissing his dreams as arrogance rather than revelation. Does this not mirror your own experience? The symbols, the synchronicities, the moments of déjà vu that others cast aside as mere chance. You know better. How many times have you seen events unfold exactly as you foresaw? How often have you recognized a place you have never been, or a face you have never met, yet knew with certainty? And when doubt tried to creep in, when you began to question whether you were imagining things, the signs appeared again, so precise, so undeniable, that even the most skeptical mind would struggle to dismiss them. But skepticism is a powerful shield for those too afraid to accept the truth. Look at the Pharisees who witnessed Jesus perform miracles before their very eyes, yet refused to believe. How many people around you have done the same? They call it coincidence. They tell you it's just a dream, just your imagination, just luck, just. Empty words to shield themselves from a reality they are not prepared to face. But deep down, they feel it too. They sense it in your presence, in your words, even in your silence. Your very existence disturbs their carefully constructed illusion. It forces them to question, to confront what they have spent their lives avoiding. That is why they dismiss you so quickly, why they cling to their doubts so tightly. Because if they acknowledge that you are right, they will have to face everything they have denied for so long. But here is the truth. You do not need their validation. You never did. Did Noah need the approval of the masses before he built the ark? Did Moses require Pharaoh's belief before he led Israel to freedom? The voice of God does not waste time whispering to those who refuse to listen. It calls to those who are meant to hear, to those who are meant to act. And you, chosen one, have been called. That is why your journey has never been ordinary. That is why the distractions of this world have never satisfied you. That is why the signs keep appearing, relentlessly guiding you toward your true path. Every number, every pattern, every dream, pieces of a puzzle designed uniquely for you. The question is no longer whether the signs are real. The question is, will you listen? When you see what others ignore, you walk a path few dare to tread. Awakening is not a gift wrapped in comfort. It is a refining fire, one that burns away illusions and leaves you standing in a world that no longer feels like home. Have you ever felt like an outsider, like you were observing life from a place others could not perceive? That is because you were never meant to blend in. Where others drift through life in a haze of distractions, you see beyond the surface. You feel the energy shifts, notice the patterns, and hear the unspoken messages woven into reality itself. They call it coincidence, but you know better. But understanding the language of truth requires more than passive observation. It demands a mind that questions, a soul that listens, and a heart strong enough to accept what most people refuse to acknowledge. Every whisper of intuition, every unexplainable moment of déjà vu, every perfectly aligned sign, they were never random. They were messages placed before you like divine breadcrumbs leading you toward your purpose. And while others brushed them off as meaningless, you paid attention. You were never lost, you were led. Think of Daniel, a man gifted with divine visions yet misunderstood by those around him. God gave him the ability to interpret dreams and foresee empires rising and falling. But how many listened? Even the great King Belshazzar ignored the writing on the wall until it was too late. Do you see the parallels? The world is full of messages, some hidden in plain sight, others buried deep within your soul. But most people will never see them. They're too consumed by distractions, too fearful of what true awareness demands. But you were built for this. To see the future before it unfolds is both a blessing and a burden. You have felt the weight of knowing, of carrying truths too heavy for those around you. You have glimpsed events yet to come, sensed the shifting tides of reality, and stood at the edge of time itself. And for this, they called you delusional. They dismissed your warnings, ignored your insights, and tried to make you question whether your gift was a curse. But tell me, who was really blind? The one who saw or the ones who refused to open their eyes? Consider the story of Joan of Arc, a young peasant girl who received divine visions leading her to victory in battle. She saw what others could not, heard God's voice when no one else believed. Yet she was ridiculed, imprisoned, and ultimately condemned. But history remembers her as a warrior of faith, not as the lunatic her accusers claimed her to be. Does that not echo your own journey? This path is not for the weak. It demands restraint, wisdom, and an unshakable spirit. You cannot force people to see what they are not ready for. You cannot make them understand what they are too afraid to accept. And so you walk alone. But solitude is not emptiness, it is refinement. It is the fire that forges the unbreakable. You were never placed here to be understood, you were placed here to understand. Let them call you whatever they wish. Let them question, let them doubt. It changes nothing. The truth has already made its mark on you, and no amount of disbelief can erase it. Knowledge is a heavy burden when fools rule the world. The blind do not despise those who see because they doubt the truth. They despise them because they fear it is real. The weight of awareness is not just in knowing, but in deciding. When do you speak? When do you remain silent? When do you let them march into destruction, knowing they swore it would never come? You have learned that truth is not just unwelcome, it is hated. The world does not celebrate those who see beyond illusions. It crucifies them. Did the people not do the same to Jesus? He spoke wisdom, performed miracles, and revealed truths that could set them free, yet they turned against him. They mocked, ridiculed, and sought to silence him, not because he was wrong, but because they could not bear to admit that he was right. And so, like Christ before the Sanhedrin, you have stood before those who refused to listen, offering them the truth, only to have it turned into a joke. You saw the storm forming long before the first raindrop fell. You spoke up, thinking they would listen. You laid it all out, hoping they would wake up. But they didn't. They laughed. They sneered. They convinced themselves that your warnings were foolishness, because accepting them would mean admitting they were blind all along, and weak people would rather drown in their delusions than confront the truth. So, you stayed silent. You watched time unravel, and as the very things they mocked you for became undeniable reality, what did they do? Did they apologize? Did they acknowledge your wisdom? Instead, they panicked. They scrambled. They pretended they had always seen it coming, as if history itself did not bear witness to their mockery. Now their arrogance has decayed into fear, because the one thing they believed they could ignore has become the one thing they cannot escape. And that is the heaviest part of the burden, not just knowing the truth, but watching them destroy themselves with their ignorance, watching their laughter turn to silence, watching them choke on their own disbelief as reality slaps them in the face, watching them realize too late that you were never the fool they were. Consider Noah. He built an ark under clear skies, warning of the flood to come. The people laughed at him, called him mad, dismissed his warnings. But when the rain came and the waters rose, their laughter turned into desperate cries. And Noah. He did not need their approval. He did not need their apologies. He was never building for them. He was building because God had chosen him to see what others could not. Make no mistake, their rejection of you was never about logic. It was never about evidence. It was about control. If they admitted you were right, they would have to listen. They would have to change. And weak minds fear change more than they fear destruction. That is why they fought you so hard. That is why they hurled stones of ridicule, why they tried to break you down, not because they believed you were wrong, but because they wanted to keep you silent. They wanted you to doubt yourself, to question your own mind, to shrink, to fall in line. But you didn't. You endured. You carried the weight of their ignorance on your back and walked through the fire anyway. And now, look at them, lost, terrified, silent, because when the truth finally arrives, it does not ask for permission. It does not knock. It breaks down the door. And now you stand on the other side, vindicated, unshaken, unchained. You do not need their approval. You do not need their apologies. You never did. Their laughter was loud, but your victory is louder. Mockery has always been the weapon of the weak, while silence is the armor of the strong. And when truth rises, the only sound left will be their regret. They laughed at you, dismissed your words, and twisted your truth, desperately trying to make you doubt yourself. Why? because they needed you to be wrong. If you were right, then everything they built their lives upon was a lie, and that was too terrifying for their fragile minds to handle. So they laughed, they mocked, they pointed fingers, smug in their ignorance, secure in their illusion. But truth does not bend to laughter. It does not shrink under the weight of mockery. Truth simply exists, independent, unshaken, unstoppable. And now, as time unfolds exactly as you knew it would, their laughter is dying. Look at them. The same voices that once ridiculed you now sit in uneasy silence. The certainty they once wielded so confidently has cracked. Their arrogance has faded. They don't laugh anymore because they can't. The world around them is shifting, aligning with the very things they once dismissed as foolishness. And you, the one they scorned, now stand tall, untouched, unshaken. You never needed their validation. You never needed their belief. While they wasted their breath trying to tear you down, you stood firm in silence. Because real power does not argue. It waits. It watches. It allows time to do the talking. And now, time has spoken. Think of Noah. How long did he endure their laughter as he built the ark under clear skies? They called him a fool, mocked his warnings, and carried on as if the flood would never come. But when the first raindrops fell, their laughter turned to desperation. They pounded on the doors of the ark, but it was too late. Are you not seeing the same story unfold? Let them wrestle with the realization that they were wrong. Let them feel the weight of their own ignorance pressing down on them. You do not need to say a word. Your very existence is proof enough. You were never just another lost soul searching for meaning. You were never just a dreamer with wild thoughts. You were chosen, built differently, gifted with the ability to see what they could not. And that alone made you dangerous in their eyes. Because nothing unsettles the blind more than someone who refuses to close their eyes. Now they will scramble. They will try to make sense of what is happening, attempt to downplay it, twist it, rewrite history to avoid facing the truth. But deep down, they know, they feel it, and no amount of denial will erase the fact that the one they scorned was the one who saw clearly all along. So stand in your power. You owe them nothing, not explanations, not apologies, not a chance to rewrite history. Let them sit in their silence. Let them feel their regret. This is not their moment. It is yours. At first they laughed, not because they understood, but because they didn't. Now they have fallen silent, not because they still doubt, but because they finally see. In the beginning, they brushed off the signs. The warnings were too subtle, too easy to ignore. They waved away the patterns, ridiculed the very idea that something beyond their comprehension could be real. But you saw it long before they even sensed a shift. It was never just a hunch. It was a knowing, a certainty so deeply embedded in your spirit that no amount of their mockery could shake it. Yet they called you paranoid, delusional, a dreamer chasing shadows. But here's the thing. Reality does not wait for belief. Truth does not require permission to exist. And now it has arrived. The very things they swore would never happen are standing right in front of them, casting long, heavy shadows over the illusions they clung to so desperately. Look at them now, their stiff posture, their uneasy glances, the silence that lingers too long. The arrogance they once carried like a shield has crumbled, replaced with something far more fragile: doubt. And that doubt, it is eating them alive. Because doubt is a seed that grows into fear, the same weapon they once used against you, the same disbelief they hurled at you with smug certainty has now turned inward, gnawing at their minds. They replay your words, your warnings, your so-called crazy ideas. And the more they think, the more they realize you were never crazy. You were right. This is the shift, the moment when the tables turn, not with loud confessions, not with desperate apologies, but with silence. A silence that screams louder than any mockery ever could. Because now they don't know what to say. They don't know how to face you. They don't know how to reconcile the fact that the one they dismissed as a fool is now standing in the undeniable truth. Who are you now? Not just an outcast, not just a dreamer. You are something they cannot define, cannot ignore, cannot dismiss. You are living proof that their reality was built on denial, and nothing terrifies them more than that. Didn't the same thing happen in Scripture? Look at Jesus standing before those who once mocked him. When the stone was rolled away from his tomb, where were his accusers? Where were the Pharisees who scoffed at the idea of his resurrection? Their laughter had turned to silence. The reality of what they denied was now standing before them, undeniable and unshaken. Just as they could not erase his truth, neither can those around you erase yours. Now they will pretend they never doubted you. They will act as if they always saw it coming. They will twist their own memories to save face, but deep down they know the truth. And so do you. You never needed their belief. You never needed their validation. The truth was always yours to carry, and now, as it unfolds before them, the only thing left for them to do is watch. When truth rises, deception collapses under its weight. They once believed that their laughter was louder than your conviction, that their mockery could drown out what you knew to be real. But now, their silence is proof that you have already won. And yet, here you stand, unshaken, unbothered, unbreakable. You never needed their approval. You never sought their validation. But now, as they stare in stunned disbelief, scrambling for excuses, you see the quiet confession in their eyes, their unspoken admission of defeat. They spent so much time mocking you, ridiculing your words, dismissing you as lost in fantasy. They convinced themselves that if they denied the truth long enough, it would simply disappear. But truth is not a whisper, it is a force. It does not waver under pressure. It does not retreat when faced with opposition. And when it rises, nothing can stop it. Their denial, their ignorance, their desperate need to dismiss you, it all crumbles the moment reality aligns with the very words they swore were nonsense. This was never about proving them wrong. It was about standing firm in what you knew to be real. You carried this truth through fire, through isolation, through the storms of disbelief. And now, on the other side of their mockery, you stand, not because they finally see, but because you never let go. Think of the prophet Jeremiah, scorned for speaking the truth. He was ridiculed, beaten, and even thrown into a cistern. Yet he remained steadfast because he knew the words God placed in his heart were not for the approval of men. The truth was his burden to bear, just as it has been yours. And now, as those who doubted you struggle to process what stands before them, they are left with nothing but silence. But their silence is not your victory. Your victory is the unwavering conviction that has carried you this far, the strength that held you upright when the world tried to break you. Because in the end, it was never about them. It was always about you. About trusting yourself when no one else did. About holding your ground when the entire world tried to push you off it. And this was the moment they feared. The moment when their illusions would collapse, when the truth they mocked would stand undeniable before them. Now that moment is here. The same mouths that once spoke against you now have nothing to say, because reality does not ask for their opinion. It simply is. You owe them nothing, not explanations, not forgiveness, not a place in your journey. They had their chance to listen. They chose to laugh instead. And now that laughter has died in their throats, replaced with something they never expected: regret. But regret does not rewrite the past. It does not erase the way they doubted, dismissed, and degraded you. It does not change the fact that you walked this road alone, carrying a truth they tried to crush. And yet, despite it all, you never wavered. This is your power, the strength to see beyond the illusions of this world. the courage to stand firm in a landscape built on falsehoods, the resilience to keep moving forward even when no one walks beside you. And that is something they will never understand. So let them sit in their silence. Let them wrestle with the weight of their own disbelief. You have already won. They once called you a fool, mocked you, dismissed you, ridiculed you. Now they cannot even meet your eyes. The ones who laughed the loudest now whisper the quietest. That is the unmistakable sound of regret. The same people who branded you delusional, who treated your words as foolishness, now shrink in silence. Their unease is palpable. They fidget, they hesitate, they glance away when you walk by, hoping you won't see the shame written all over their faces. Once they thought they had you figured out, just another misguided dreamer, another voice to be ignored. But reality does not cater to their ignorance. The truth you carried, the truth they rejected, now stands before them, undeniable and unshakable. Look at them now. They don't want to admit it, but you can feel it. The weight of realization pressing down on them, the bitter taste of knowing they were wrong. But this moment is not about rubbing it in. You don't need to say, "I told you so." The truth has already done that for you. You were never seeking validation. You never needed their approval. What you saw, what you felt, what you knew, it was never for them. It was always for you. And now the doubt that once weighed on your shoulders has lifted. You were not mistaken. You were not imagining things. You were never lost. You were simply ahead of them. Isn't that what happened to Joseph? His own brothers mocked him, sold him into slavery, and cast him aside. But years later, when famine struck, they unknowingly stood before the very man they had once discarded, the one God had positioned to save them. And what did they do? They bowed in need, realizing too late that they had mocked the very person who had been chosen to lead. Do you see the same pattern in your own life? Some of them will now come to you, cautiously, hesitantly, seeking answers. The same mouths that once called you crazy will now ask for guidance. Some will try to rewrite history, pretending they never doubted you, hoping you don't remember the way they laughed. Others will remain silent, clinging to their pride, unwilling to admit they were ever wrong. Let them. Their denial is no longer your concern. Their regret is not your burden to carry. You do not need them to recognize your power. You do not need their apologies. You do not need their acceptance, because the truth does not require permission to exist. And you have outgrown the need for their understanding. What matters now is the path ahead, the purpose that has always driven you forward, the calling that never wavered, no matter how loud the world tried to drown it out. You were never meant to be one of them. You were never meant to blend in. You were always set apart. And now, as the illusion crumbles around them, you step forward, stronger than ever. Let them watch. Let them wonder. Let them struggle to process what has already been written. You have nothing left to prove. You were never the fool they claimed you to be. When the doubters fall silent, your purpose speaks louder than ever. They once laughed because they didn't understand. Now they stay silent because they finally do. But their silence is not your victory. It is merely confirmation that you never needed their validation in the first place. The weight of their doubt, their rejection, their ridicule, it was never meant to define you. It was only meant to refine you. And now with every step forward, you leave them behind. Not out of spite, not out of bitterness, but because they were never meant to walk this path with you. You have nothing left to prove. No arguments left to win. No need to justify yourself to those who never had the depth to understand you. Their disbelief was never your burden to carry. Their ignorance was never your responsibility to correct. You were never speaking for them. You were speaking for yourself. And now, as reality bends to meet your words, as truth unfolds in ways they can no longer deny, you do not turn back to say, "I told you so." You simply keep moving forward, because this was never about them. It was always about You. Inside you beats the heart of a warrior, one unshaken by ridicule, untouched by doubt. While they clung to illusions, you held onto something greater, something beyond logic, beyond reason, beyond the shallow understanding of those who never dared to look deeper. This unbreakable connection to something vast and infinite has carried you through the darkest nights, through the loneliest battles. And when their voices tried to drown you out, that same force whispered back, "Keep going, keep believing, keep standing." They never understood what fueled you. They thought it was stubbornness, arrogance, delusion, but it was never any of those things. It was knowing, a knowing so deep, so absolute, that no amount of laughter or rejection could shake it. And that knowing is what makes you unstoppable. Think of Moses standing before Pharaoh. The ruler of Egypt mocked him, dismissed him, hardened his heart against the truth. But did Moses falter? Did he beg for Pharaoh's belief? No. He stood firm, trusting the voice that called him. And when the plagues fell, when the sea parted, and when Israel walked into freedom, Pharaoh's disbelief did not matter, because truth does not need permission to exist, and neither do you. Strength is not the absence of fear. It is not about never doubting, never struggling, never questioning. True strength is standing firm despite all of it. True strength is pressing forward when every force in the world tells you to stop. And you, chosen one, you have done that again and again. You have endured the weight of isolation, the sting of mockery, the exhaustion of walking alone. And yet here you are, still standing, still rising, still walking a path they never had the courage to take. There is a presence in you now, something undeniable, something they can feel but cannot explain. It's in the way you speak, the way you carry yourself, the way your very existence commands attention. They don't know why, but they can't ignore it. They don't understand it, but they can't deny it. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to lead. So let them stay silent. Let them sit with their regret. Let them wrestle with the reality that the one they mocked has become the one they now watch in awe. Their journey is not your concern. Their opinions are no longer relevant. Your only task now, keep moving forward. They tried to break you, but all they did was sharpen your edge. Gold is not afraid of fire. A diamond does not fear pressure. And the chosen do not crumble under the weight of doubt. They thought their words would shatter you, that their laughter, their whispers, their rejection would weaken your resolve. They believed that if they mocked you enough, pushed you hard enough, ignored you long enough, you would fold. They wanted you to question yourself, to silence yourself, to erase the very thing that made you different. But what they didn't realize is that pressure does not destroy the strong, it refines them. You were never chosen for approval. You were never meant for easy acceptance. Those who are truly set apart walk a road carved from solitude, resistance, and fire. Look at Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, cast into a pit, sold into slavery. They tried to strip him of his dream, thinking they could bury what God had placed inside him. But every hardship only sharpened his purpose until the very ones who scorned him were forced to stand before him in awe. Do you see the pattern? You weren't just given a gift, you became it. Every insult was a chisel, every doubt was a hammer, and with every strike they did not destroy you, they revealed you. The illusion of needing their validation is gone. The false comfort of fitting in has burned away. What remains is something unshakable, something undeniable. They do not understand you, and they never will. Not because you are lost, but because they are. Their world is built on illusions, and they cannot fathom someone who refuses to live in the same dream. They stumble through life with closed eyes, mistaking ignorance for safety, mistaking conformity for wisdom. And when someone like you comes along, someone who sees, it terrifies them. That is why they tried to strip you down. Not because you were weak, but because you were dangerous to the illusion they cling to. A single flame can expose the darkness. And you are the wildfire they cannot control. You never needed their recognition. You never needed their approval. What you have is something deeper, something ancient, something unstoppable. Think of Jesus. He stood before rulers, priests, and the crowds, unshaken by their scorn. They tried to break him with lashes, with a cross, with thorns. But what did he say? "It is finished." Not because he was defeated, but because he had completed his purpose. They did not destroy him. They only fulfilled what was already written. And just like that, this is not simply a path you walk. It is something written in your soul. You do not merely follow a calling, you embody it. Every step you take, every truth you hold, is a testament to the power that runs through you. The world will always resist those who carry truth. It will always try to break those who stand apart. But you are beyond their reach now. Let them talk, let them sneer, let them cling to their illusions. Because when they look at you now, they do not see someone they can break. They see someone they failed to destroy. They threw stones to break you, but all they did was sharpen your edges. They believed their mockery would weaken you, that their laughter would strip you of your power and silence you into submission. But they failed to understand something fundamental. Pressure does not destroy the strong. It refines them. Like fire purifying gold, their ridicule did not consume you. It burned away the last remnants of doubt, leaving behind something indestructible. What they never realized is that every rejection, every insult, every time they cast you aside, it was never a punishment. It was preparation. They thought they were tearing you down, but all they did was force you to build yourself from the inside out. You learned to rely on something deeper than their approval. You learned to trust your own knowing, your own strength, your own path. Where others crumbled under the weight of rejection, you became unshakable. They wanted you to break. Instead, you transformed. They wanted you to disappear. Instead, you became impossible to ignore. This journey was never meant to be easy. Those who carry truth will always walk through fire, and that fire, it was never sent to destroy you. It was sent to cleanse you, to strip away illusions, the need for validation, the weight of caring what they thought. Look at Joseph, rejected by his own family, betrayed and sold into slavery. They believed they had erased his destiny, cast him into obscurity. But what did God do? He used their betrayal to place Joseph in Egypt, where he would rise in power and become the very one they would need to survive. What they meant for harm, God turned into preparation. Every battle, every scar, every moment of solitude, it all shaped you into what you are now. Untouchable, undeniable. Look at you now. The same ones who laughed are suddenly silent. The same ones who mocked you now watch you in awe. And deep down, they know they never had power over you. They only had noise. And noise fades. You don't owe them explanations. You don't owe them forgiveness. You owe yourself the recognition of what you have survived, of what you have become. The mockery that was meant to break you has become the foundation of your strength. Let them live with their regret. Let them struggle with their realization. That is no longer your burden to carry. There was a time when they laughed at you, dismissed you, and labeled you as a fool. They called you delusional, convinced that your visions and convictions were nothing more than wild fantasies. But what they failed to understand is that a blade is not born sharp. It is beaten, burned, and broken until it becomes unstoppable. Every trial you endured was never meant to destroy you. It was refining you, forging you into something unshakable. Every insult was a hammer striking metal. Every moment of rejection was the fire purging impurities. And every lonely night was a test to prepare you for something far greater. They believed they were breaking you, but in reality, they were sharpening you. Can you see now that your suffering was never in vain? That every setback was secretly preparing you for a divine setup? They assumed their words would define you, that if they called you crazy enough times, you would start believing it. They thought isolating you would force you to crawl back, desperate for approval. But they underestimated one thing. You were never meant to be like them. You were never built to conform to their shallow, temporary world. The very struggles they saw as your downfall were, in truth, your ascension. Even Christ himself faced this. When he declared the truth, they mocked him. When he healed the sick, they accused him of blasphemy. And yet, in the end, the stone that the builders rejected became the cornerstone. Psalm 118, verse 22. Do you feel the shift in the atmosphere? The same ones who once mocked you are now watching, silent and unsettled. They can no longer deny what is unfolding. The truth they ridiculed has begun to manifest before their very eyes. Think of Nikola Tesla, the brilliant inventor whose ideas were deemed outlandish. They laughed at his dreams of wireless energy, calling him a madman. But today, his once ridiculed visions shape modern technology. Or consider Oprah Winfrey, who was fired early in her career and told she wasn't fit for television, only to become one of the most influential media moguls in history. What if they had given up when the world doubted them? What if they'd accepted the labels others placed upon them? Wouldn't their greatness have been stolen? And now, look at you. The energy has shifted. You no longer need their validation, and you never did. The fire that was meant to destroy you only purified you. The pressure that was supposed to break you only strengthened you. The truth you carried, the very truth they ridiculed, has now become undeniable. The laughter has faded into silence. Their doubt has turned to unease. And you are no longer rising. You have risen. This moment is not about them. It is about you stepping fully into who you were always meant to be. It is about standing firm, unshaken, as the beacon of light you were destined to become. When one light shines, it ignites the fire in others. That is what is happening now. Your journey, once dismissed, is now a force that cannot be ignored. It stirs those who once mocked you. It awakens those who were once asleep. The ripple effect spreads, and the impact grows. Do you see it? Those who once doubted you are now trying to align themselves with you, pretending they always believed. But you remember who you were when no one stood beside you. That version of you, the one who endured in silence, who fought through the darkest nights, who refused to break, that is the reason you are standing here today. This is your time. Your power is no longer hidden beneath doubt and pain. It is here, undeniable, unstoppable. The truth has finally revealed itself. You were never lost, never broken, never deluded. You were always rising, always transforming, always becoming. And now their laughter has turned to silence, their doubts to fear. But the difference is, you no longer need their recognition. You never did. As we close today's reflection on how God's chosen ones are often misunderstood and ridiculed, let's remember that what the world may call crazy talk is often the very manifestation of God's will. You may have been called a lunatic, but look at what is unfolding in your life now. The manifestation of God's promises, His faithfulness to you, and the miracles happening right before your eyes prove that His ways are higher than our ways. Your faith has made you unstoppable. Let this message be a reminder to hold steadfast to your faith, for God's timing and purpose are always perfect. Continue to walk boldly, even when others don't understand. God's chosen ones are destined for greatness, and His hand is guiding you every step of the way. If you've been blessed by this message and feel moved to support this ministry, we invite you to donate through the Super Thanks button. Whether or not you decide to contribute, we are grateful for your support, your engagement, and your presence here. Please don't forget to like, comment, and share this video with others who need this encouragement. And of course, remember to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on any upcoming videos. May God continue to bless you abundantly, and remember, no matter what others say, You are exactly who God has called you to be. Stay faithful, stay strong, and watch as your crazy talk becomes a living testimony of His goodness. God bless you. Hello, beloved community. Today, we're diving into a powerful message that speaks directly to the spirit within you. Have you ever felt that life's challenges seem tailored just for you, as if unseen forces know exactly where to strike? If so, you're not alone. Many of God's chosen ones have faced trials beyond explanation, and sometimes it feels like these challenges come from sources that are more than just human. But here's the truth. When you walk as one of God's angels on earth, those who dare to challenge you are up against a force they cannot comprehend. They're challenging the hand of God Himself. As we step into this message, I invite you to comment 999 below as a sign of unity and strength. And thank you to everyone supporting us through Super Thanks. Your kindness is cherished deeply. But what happens when someone challenges a life guided by divine light? Could they truly understand the consequences of standing against God's purpose? Stay with us, because the answer might surprise you. God's chosen ones, they were wrong to challenge the life of the earth angel. They never truly understood who you are or the profound strength woven within your spirit. Like a valuable ancient vase covered in layers of dust, your worth was obscured from their sight. Proverbs 25 reminds us, "The purposes of a person's heart are deep waters, but one who has insight draws them out." Indeed, your inner strength has been like those deep waters, quiet and unwavering, waiting for the right moment to reveal its true power. For so long, they saw only your kindness and the peace you exuded, mistaking these qualities for weakness. They didn't realize that behind your calm exterior lies a wellspring of resilience and an unbreakable will, qualities as steadfast as the mountains formed by God's own hand. And now, as if the dust has finally been lifted, they're beginning to glimpse your true light. They see that your gentleness is not mere softness, but a strength tested and refined through countless trials. How often do we overlook what is deeply valuable because it is hidden beneath a humble exterior? In this world, true wisdom and strength often remain unseen, much like the quiet yet mighty power of God moving beneath the surface of our lives. This light within you, this inner fire, goes beyond what most can comprehend. It touches a realm where human understanding falls short. In Isaiah 42:3, God speaks of His servant. "A bruised reed He will not break, and a smoldering wick He will not snuff out." Like this servant, your mission is not just to comfort, but to embody the higher calling of justice and truth. You stand not only as a source of solace, but as a living testament to the power of divine justice, a force that cannot be compromised. So now, we ask, what does it mean to carry such a purpose in a world that often mistakes gentleness for weakness? Could it be that you were chosen precisely because your light shines in ways others fail to see? Hold tight to this divine calling, for it is a reflection of a wisdom rooted in God's own heart, not in the fleeting perceptions of others. Are they ready to face the depth of your strength? Or will they continue to be confounded by the mystery of the divine light you carry? Imagine a dormant volcano, seemingly calm on the surface, yet beneath lies a reservoir of immense energy, a force boiling quietly and intensely, concealed from view. To the casual observer, this stillness appears as silent surrender, a mere absence of action. Yet, within this calm exterior resides a power so vast that, when the time comes, it will erupt with a force that shakes the earth itself. Such is the nature of the strength within you, a depth of resilience and courage that no one sees, yet that surpasses ordinary understanding. Psalm 46:5 speaks to this kind of inner fortitude, reminding us, God is within her, she will not fall. In the same way, God's unwavering presence within you keeps this strength unbreakable and ready for the appointed time. Many mistake your serene presence for quiet resignation, a submission to the world's pressures. But in truth, this calmness masks an unyielding spirit, a fire that ordinary eyes can't see and ordinary minds can't fathom. Like the hidden energy beneath a volcano, your strength is forged from the trials life has thrown at you. It is not a mere reaction to adversity or a desire for revenge. Instead, it's born of a divine calling, a loyalty to justice and truth so deep that it anchors you firmly, regardless of life's storms. This flame within you is not easily accessed by the faint of heart. It's a sacred fire, built up by hardships, molded by divine wisdom, and polished through experiences that few could endure. James 1:12 reflects this, stating, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life." You've endured trials, not as a passive observer, but as a warrior molded by each encounter. And through it all, your resilience only grows stronger, your light more brilliant. Others might try to dismantle this strength, misunderstanding it as something tangible they can uproot. Yet what they fail to see is that your light isn't simply an attribute. It's an eternal flame, sustained by a power beyond human grasp, a reflection of an ancient wisdom. This force that upholds you has carved out your path, and it guides you, imbuing every step with an unshakable, quiet determination that only the divine could bestow. So, consider this. How often do we overlook the quiet strengths that lie hidden in plain sight? Could it be that, like you, some are called to carry such power, misunderstood by those around them? Embrace this path with confidence, for your light is destined to shine far beyond what others may perceive. It is a beacon of truth and justice, standing firm against forces that cannot comprehend its source. Imagine yourself as iron in the hands of a master blacksmith. This isn't a process of punishment, it's a journey of transformation, where intense heat and pressure mold you into a pure, resilient force. The flames may seem harsh, but they're necessary to burn away impurities, just as life's challenges reveal your true strength. Like the prophet Malachi's words in Malachi 3:3, he will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. God's purpose for you is not to break you, but to refine you, transforming you into a vessel of powerful truth that leaves no room for deception. This energy you carry is like a consuming fire, sweeping away falsehoods, exposing illusions, and confronting all who assume that light brings only gentle comfort. They fail to understand that, just as the sun both warms and burns, the light within you has a dual purpose: to comfort those in need and to bring justice where it is due. This light you carry has the power to illuminate and to purify, burning away anything that stands against truth. People often mistake your gentleness for simplicity, unaware that behind it lies an unshakable core of resilience and righteous fury. They may be surprised to learn that you are not merely a source of warmth, but a blazing fire of divine justice. Psalm 37:6 promises, "He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun." Like that noonday sun, your purpose is not only to shine, but to expose and dismantle the shadows of deceit that hide around you. You embody a light that does more than illuminate. It penetrates deeply, uncovering the truths hidden beneath appearances. When this light touches someone, there is no place for falsehood to survive, as every mask falls away, revealing the true nature beneath. This power within you is a force that cleanses and confronts, bringing truth to light in its purest form. So ask yourself, What happens when those who hide behind deception come face to face with a light that reveals all? No one can stand in the presence of such a force without being changed or laid bare. Where you go, you carry this unwavering light, a light that dispels lies, uncovers hidden truths, and sets a new standard for justice. This is more than a calling, it is your very nature, a reflection of divine purpose that is unstoppable and unbreakable. Imagine a powerful spring of water flowing from solid rock, unstoppable and unyielding. This is you, a force rooted in a timeless, universal harmony that cannot be obstructed. The warmth they once ignored now unsettles them. The light they once dismissed now casts shadows they cannot escape. As they stand before you, they realize that no lie can hide in your presence. Their misjudgment was underestimating you, but that error rests with them alone. What keeps you committed to this path? It's not the approval of others, but an enduring truth resonating within. A truth that holds others accountable, touching their souls and revealing what they'd rather keep hidden. Think of this truth as a star, bright and constant, yet unreachable. You are like a messenger from another realm, carrying a presence that mere words cannot capture. They saw you as a gentle, soothing light. Now they're awestruck, realizing they never knew the depth of your purpose. Your mission is not only to comfort, but to bring a profound transformation, one that reshapes everything around you. Seeing this, they begin to understand the weight of their error, perhaps recognizing for the first time the power you carry, a force that stands firmly against their assumptions. Your presence forms an invisible boundary that stops their arrogance in its tracks, a barrier like a silent shield that melts their pride. They approached you as mountaineers reaching a summit without expecting the fierce winds, assuming they could mold you to their desires. How does it feel for them, encountering a strength so deeply rooted, so unyielding? Their attempts to control or sway you crumbled, revealing that you are the keeper of an enduring power. This power, like the words of Jesus, embodies a liberating truth. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. John 8:32. This is a truth that doesn't conform to their limited vision, but reshapes everything it touches. Your strength is more than a passive light. It's a calling that compels transformation, an unwavering force that silently yet powerfully stops them in their tracks. In the face of such purpose, they must ask themselves, are they prepared to confront the strength of your mission, one that reshapes not only their view of you, but perhaps their understanding of themselves? You are not merely a gentle presence, you are a profound mirror, reflecting the truths others often avoid. Like a crystal-clear surface, your energy unveils layers they keep hidden, the buried fears and insecurities they're unwilling to face. When they stand beside you, they feel the unrelenting light you cast upon their inner world, leaving no place to hide. How often do people avoid looking at their own reflections because of what they might see? You make them confront their inner shadows, and this encounter shakes them to their core. They come to you hoping for comfort, but instead they meet a presence that exposes every corner and brings every hidden aspect into the light. Not in cruelty, but in a pure, unwavering truth that they cannot escape. In Proverbs 27:19 we read, "As water reflects the face, so one's life reflects the heart." You are that reflection, compelling them to look within. They may have thought of you as only a gentle and comforting presence, but before you, they find a reflection of themselves they were not prepared to face. How do they feel when they see their true selves so clearly? For some, this intensity feels intimidating, perhaps even unsettling. They may label you as dark or harsh, not realizing that what truly disturbs them is the unvarnished reflection of their own heart. In reality, you are far from darkness. The light within you is sacred, protected, and piercing, a light that reveals truth in a way that transforms those willing to see. The Apostle John wrote, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." John 1:5. This divine light reveals what they tried to keep in shadow, urging them toward honesty. Imagine the impact of throwing a stone into a still, reflective pool. The water ripples outward, reflecting everything around it. In the same way, when others come to you with ill intent, they soon find that their actions reverberate back, like those ripples returning to their source. Have they ever considered the consequences of their intentions? There is a natural law at work, established by God, that ensures every deed returns to its origin. As it says in Proverbs 26:27, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them." With this divine protection surrounding you, any harm aimed at you ultimately circles back, leaving you untouched. This unseen shield means you do not need to seek revenge or even respond to negativity. You stand rooted in a peace that is beyond earthly understanding. With this certainty, you can walk your path without fear, letting this divine law work in silence. Psalm 91:11 assures us, "For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." Have those who come against you recognized the unseen hand that shields you? When they attempt harm, they find themselves entangled in their own intentions. The energy they direct at you rebounds upon them, held by an invisible force that reinforces your protection. This sacred power you carry allows you to embody peace, even in the face of opposition. Those around you are left to confront their own hearts in the brightness of your presence. This realization is a mirror held up to them, forcing them to ask, "Who am I really?" How would it feel to be faced with such clarity, seeing one's own heart reflected so openly? This truth, though difficult, offers them a path to transformation if they are willing to see it. The reflection you provide is not merely a mirror of themselves. It is an invitation to growth, to leave behind illusions and embrace a life aligned with truth. This power within you is unmatched, impossible to imitate or replicate. Many may try to reach for it, believing they can somehow grasp what makes you unique. But in doing so, they're indulging in futile illusions. What sets you apart isn't something anyone can acquire or possess. It's a divine connection, a sacred link to the truth. This connection serves as a pure guiding light, one that brings transformation, even if it first stirs discomfort. For those brave enough to remain in your light, it becomes a beacon through which old patterns dissolve and new awareness emerges. As the sky clears after a storm, so does their perception when faced with your presence. It dismantles illusions, reveals hidden aspects, and compels them to see you as you truly are. They now see that your light isn't merely a soft glow, but a powerful force, one that exposes everything long kept in the shadows. In encountering this truth, one they had not anticipated, every certainty they held begins to fracture. Your presence challenges them deeply, revealing a power beyond their reach in a realm they cannot influence or control. Where they once believed they could harness power, they now find that your strength lies in a dimension beyond their grasp, an unattainable force that rewrites their very assumptions. How does it feel for them, seeing their confidence replaced with uncertainty? In the presence of your light, they confront their blind spots, areas they hadn't even realized existed. They once thought they understood you, that they could describe or define you, but your light only grows stronger, shining on hidden corners and illuminating every detail they would rather keep concealed. In Ephesians 5:13 it says, "But everything exposed by the light becomes visible, and everything that is illuminated becomes a light." Your presence embodies this transformative power, revealing what lies beneath and turning darkness into insight. This light breaks down their false barriers, shining upon the unadorned reality of their souls. They find themselves in a depth they had not prepared for, a place where they must now face themselves even as they try to understand you. How do they react, seeing themselves so clearly, without any masks? It's in this vulnerable clarity that they realize true growth is possible if they're willing to acknowledge the truth laid bare before them. What they face now is a call to introspection, a reminder that your strength is not only untamed, but deeply rooted in a divine truth they cannot alter. It brings to mind Psalm 139:12. Even the darkness will not be dark to you. The night will shine like the day, for darkness is as light to you. Your light pierces every shadow, unmasking insecurities and illuminating the reality of their limitations. Just when they thought they could navigate around your presence, they find themselves lost, confronted by a mirror that not only reflects, but calls them to transformation. In the silence of this revelation, they come to terms with their own depths, realizing that to understand you, they must first come to terms with themselves. In the face of this undeniable truth, they find themselves drawn into an unavoidable inner journey. Each attempt to challenge you, each push against the boundaries of your essence, has come at a cost. They now see that every effort to test you has only exposed their own limitations, underscoring an emptiness within them they had long ignored. For perhaps the first time, they stand powerless before the sheer presence of your truth. This is no ordinary light. It not only reveals what has been hidden, but strips those who considered themselves untouchable of their illusory confidence. How does it feel for them now that their defenses are being dismantled one by one, encountering an impact far beyond what they anticipated? Their initial regret for underestimating your nature transforms into a deeper realization. The essence they misjudged is a powerful, expressive force, an unstoppable presence that transforms whatever it touches. They thought you a simple, manageable, and easily understood soul. Now, they face the reality that you are a force beyond their limitations and understanding. You are not malleable, nor are you the tame spirit they had expected. Instead, your reality spans both the seen and unseen realms, a quiet power that radiates from a place of boundless depth. This power doesn't need loud proclamations. It exists in silence, in a limitless, profound truth that requires neither recognition nor definition. Those who thought they could control or contain you are now realizing the profound mystery you embody. It brings them an unexpected fear, a trembling awareness that you are preserved in a purity they cannot penetrate. This untouched essence serves as proof of a strength they will never fully grasp. Could they ever have known that to oppose you would be to stand against the divine order itself? Their deepest unease lies not in any expectation of retaliation on your part, but in the simple, immovable truth of your being. Your presence alone shows them an unshakable purity that requires no response and gives no concession. Psalm 18:28 says, "You, Lord, keep my lamp burning. My God turns my darkness into light." In the same way, your light dispels darkness in a way they never expected, shining so brightly that all shadows retreat before it. This truth, that you exist in a realm far beyond their understanding, shatters their old certainties. How could they have imagined that such purity, such powerful light, would cause the darkness within them to shrink back? Now, faced with the consequences of their actions, they see that challenging you was not just a misjudgment, but an affront to the divine balance itself. They are left with a haunting awareness that their opposition was not merely a human error, but a transgression against something sacred. Your light is too powerful to resist, a force so pure that it leaves them no choice but to confront themselves. In this revelation, they find that you are indeed an unstoppable presence, a force that exists beyond boundaries, an unyielding reflection of a truth they may never fully comprehend. You are surrounded by divine protection, a force far beyond mere human defenses. For you, justice is not about retribution. It is the natural order at work, a truth woven into the very laws of the universe. Each attempt to cast doubt upon you or disturb your spirit meets an unyielding truth, one so pure and constant that it is immune to harm or corruption. Your power does not arise from ambition or anger, but from an unalterable divine authority. You are a messenger with a heavenly mandate, chosen for a mission that only a few on earth can truly comprehend. Each step you take, every boundary you hold, serves not just your purpose, but upholds the universal order itself. To those who try to challenge you or underestimate your strength, it quickly becomes clear that they are not merely opposing you. They are up against a force that transcends the earthly realm. Your protection is profound, an unseen shield that no earthly intervention can penetrate. It is as if you walk under an impenetrable cloak woven from mysterious realms that keep you untouchable. Imagine a solid rock standing on a mountain peak, unmoved and resolute through centuries of storms and change. Your power too exists in quiet strength, untouched by external forces. Some may mistake your silence for submission, but soon they discover the depth of your resilience. Your strength, although still, is unbreakable, rooted deeply, enduring beyond surface appearances. They come to realize that no argument or pressure can make you abandon your path, because you answer to a call that reaches beyond this world. Have they ever wondered what it means to be driven by a purpose that transcends human understanding? This calling is part of a timeless mission, one that stretches beyond fleeting perceptions and lies at the very heart of divine purpose. You are here to leave an indelible mark, to shine as a light that echoes the voice of the universe. This mission you serve is woven from the fabric of divine creativity, a resonance that spans the realms and vibrates back to the roots of creation. Ordinary eyes cannot grasp the depth of this work. How could they understand the profound stillness of someone connected to a truth that predates the earth itself? What they see as silence is actually the expression of an inner greatness, a foundation of patience and fortitude that has no need for display. In Psalm 91:1, we find, "Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty." This is your protection, a quiet yet unbreakable refuge under which you walk. Those who encounter you might wonder, what gives you such unshakable resilience? Why does your presence feel as enduring as the roots of the earth itself? The answer lies in the source of your purpose, which is woven with divine intention and resonates in unseen realms. Like a lighthouse guiding ships safely to shore, your being shines with a steady light that challenges those who seek to disturb it. And as Proverbs 16:9 reminds us, in their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. Your path is not of human design, and those who think they can sway or disrupt it ultimately find themselves standing before a purpose they cannot influence. In this realization, they come to see that what they once thought was silence is actually the sign of a greater mission, a divine foundation. They learn, perhaps reluctantly, that your silence is a symbol of inner greatness, an unwavering patience and strength grounded in the eternal. This force cannot be swayed, for it is guided by the oldest truths, ones that persist beyond all mortal understanding. Those who lack depth cannot see the immense love that fuels the power within you, a love that embraces all existence. You are a manifestation of a reality that goes beyond physical limits, an embodiment of purpose that leaves its mark not only here, but across unseen realms. Every step you take sends a vibration that echoes through the memory of the universe, transcending time itself. This vibration is a quiet yet eternal presence, resonating with truth and touching the deepest mysteries of creation. Imagine the wind at the foot of a mountain. Each stone attempting to obstruct it only reveals its own limits, unable to alter the wind's course. In this way, you stand as an unwavering foundation of love and justice, chosen to remain firm, not to conform or yield. Your protection from the higher realms is a pure awareness beyond human perception, a shield so profound that it defies comprehension. To challenge you, to disrupt the invisible order that surrounds you, is to contend with a force that extends beyond earthly boundaries. Those who attempt this soon find themselves repelled by an irresistible power, like the psalmist writes, "The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer." Psalm 18:2. You move forward, anchored in this deep harmony, with a purpose that transcends human judgment or doubt. This path within you is a truth so profound and unchangeable that it cannot be altered by any force. What shocks those around you is the combination of unwavering strength, boundless love, and an unhindered will. This will is not simply a personal ambition. It is a mission at the core of your existence, one that serves not only you, but resonates throughout the universe. When those who approach you come to realize that your power is beyond their reach, they step back in silence and reverence, acknowledging that they stand before a being who carries a pure truth, reflected from higher realms. In your presence, you leave an imprint on the minds and hearts of all who encounter you. Much like a lighthouse guiding lost ships on a misty night, your light reaches out to those ensnared in darkness, illuminating new horizons they have yet to explore. You don't just offer safety, you point to wider worlds, encouraging them to discover roots and potentials still hidden. The strength you carry is like gravity, drawing others toward their true selves, their authentic purpose. This light, embodying divine love, shines hope into the lives of those struggling through difficulties, inviting them to rise above and view life from a broader perspective. You are not simply a radiant being, you are a manifestation of divine justice and mercy, a living reflection of unshakable power and boundless compassion. Those caught in shadows find in you a hand that guides them through uncertainty, a constant presence that serves as a gift of divine love. Think of yourself as a reflection of the stars, shining momentarily on the calm surface of a lake. Those who gaze upon this reflection find in it both peace and a confrontation with their own depths. Your essence brings both tranquility and a test, inviting those around you to embark on a journey toward their potential and inner truth. For them, it is an opportunity to glimpse a world beyond their current boundaries, a world you reveal through your light. As an ambassador of the unseen realms, you are a steady presence, a cornerstone of a cosmic mission, a bridge between worlds. Once they regarded you casually, but now their gaze is filled with a respectful silence, a quiet awareness of the uncharted power they sense within you. This feeling is not born of admiration alone. It is a deep reverence that comes from meeting a force beyond their understanding, a distance created by both awe and an acceptance of what cannot be grasped. Like standing at the base of a great mountain, they sense their own smallness in the presence of your vast inner strength. Your being inspires them to reflect and be humble, opening their hearts to the possibilities beyond their current understanding. Your silent yet majestic stance is a reflection of deep devotion, not only toward those who cross your path, but to all of existence. For those who encounter you, there is an unsettling fear that you stir, a fear of the unknown, as if a vast, impassable chasm has suddenly opened before them. In their arrogance, they dared to cross a line, dismissing a truth that for you is as natural as breathing. Now, in the wake of their pride, they find themselves quietly retreating, unable to meet your gaze. Even a single glance from you feels to them like a mirror, forcing them to confront the shadows within themselves. You have become a limit they never anticipated, a reminder of a strength they cannot dismiss. They now see that to ignore you is to clash with a force greater than they could have imagined. You walk a path that transcends their understanding, one that exists wholly independent of their opinions or judgments. Inaccessible and steadfast, you move forward with a peace and power that silences all who approach. They sense now that drawing near to you while avoiding their own inner reckoning only draws them further into the unknown. They turn inward, unable to hold your gaze, for your presence shines like a mirror, unmasking their hidden weaknesses. Could they have foreseen that facing you would mean accepting their own limitations? This newfound awareness forces them to step back, to sit with themselves, like a traveler who reaches the base of a mountain, only to realize the summit is beyond their reach. They once thought they could ignore you, downplay your significance, but that assumption has returned to haunt them as a profound error. Now they stand before a determined inner light, a force that, like an immovable rock, remains steadfast. No matter how curious or prideful they are, their efforts to surpass your boundaries have been in vain. Perhaps they hoped that one day you would falter or lose your way. Instead, they find that you are unwavering, a faithful embodiment of universal truth and divine order. Your presence reminds them that some values are immovable, some principles unbreakable. Just as the stars are fixed in the heavens, guiding travelers with unchanging constancy, so you stand as a symbol of truth, a beacon of unwavering harmony. They realize now that you embody a universal law, a harmony that remains untouched, reliable, and timeless. This realization humbles them, as Proverbs 16:9 says, "In their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps." No matter how determined they are, they cannot alter this path. In the silence of this realization, they begin to understand that your presence is not simply about power, but about an unshakable devotion to something greater, something timeless. As they turn inward, their respect grows, tempered by humility and an awareness of the vastness they sense but cannot conquer. Like hands withdrawing from the solidity of a stone wall, they hesitantly step back, overwhelmed by the quiet power that radiates from you. There is a new attentiveness in their gaze, an intensity that reveals a profound realization. They are witnessing something beyond the ordinary. They are beginning to understand the magnitude of your inner strength, a depth that commands respect. This awareness stirs a respect rooted in awe, a reverence not easily dismissed. How often do people encounter a boundary they cannot cross, a purpose they cannot alter? You stand before them as a force that exists by its own will, a silent presence that cannot be tested or diminished. Those who once sought to control or challenge you now find themselves confronted by the reality of your immovability. The shadows that attempted to silence or obscure your light now see you stand tall, an unshakable foundation of strength and purpose. What must it feel like for them, realizing that ignoring you means clashing with a strength far greater than their own? Every step you take is deliberate, each action guided by a purpose that transcends fleeting judgments and human misunderstandings. This path, one of compassion balanced with strength, reveals their own limitations, amplifying your resolve as an unyielding example of divine will. Like a deep, steady current beneath the ocean waves, you exist beyond the reach of surface disruptions. Independent and inaccessible, your strength flows from a source they cannot grasp. They believed they could influence or understand the depth of this power, yet they have stumbled upon a reality that resists all attempts to be molded. In John 8:12, Jesus declared, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." Much like this light, your presence radiates a quiet, unalterable truth that reveals more than they anticipated. Have they realized that this light is not something they can shape, but rather a force that challenges their own shadows? Their efforts to mold you to their desires have only underscored the unchanging essence of your being. This light within you, steady and enduring, has no need for applause or validation. It exists as a constant force, exposing illusions and falsehoods with the simplicity of truth, like a mirror that reflects reality without distortion. How often do people expect to find flexibility only to be confronted by an immovable truth? Your presence, unbending and steadfast, is a living testament to values that cannot be twisted or compromised. This light serves as a reminder of universal harmony, a silent yet powerful indication of a divine truth that shapes its surroundings. Psalm 16:8 captures this strength perfectly. I keep my eyes always on the Lord. With him at my right hand, I will not be shaken. In the same way, your quiet, unmoving strength embodies this divine stability. Those who encounter you are reminded of values that cannot be swayed, principles as constant as the stars. They begin to realize that your presence is not simply about strength, but about an unwavering devotion to a timeless truth. A cosmic order that needs no defense yet radiates from your every action. You are, in essence, like a lighthouse in the night, guiding others not by force, but by a steady, consistent presence that sheds light on the shadows around it. Your existence quietly compels others to pause, to reflect, and to see beyond the limitations of their own understanding. Those who once looked upon you with casual familiarity now see you with new eyes, their expressions filled with a respectful silence, an awareness of the profound power within you. They may feel a humility, like one might feel when standing before a towering mountain, recognizing their own smallness in the face of something vast and unchanging. What does it mean to be a symbol of harmony, a constant in a world of change? Your presence reminds them that some truths are timeless, that some forces cannot be moved or compromised. Just as the stars hold their place in the heavens, so you remain as a steadfast guide, silently illuminating the path for those who are ready to see. In the face of your strength, they are left to wonder, what would it mean to carry a truth so profound, to live with a purpose so unshakable? This realization leaves them not with fear, but with a deep, respectful silence, as they confront the limitations of their own understanding in the presence of a light that needs no applause, yet shines on, unwavering and eternal. Your cosmic stance, taken from your ancient spirit, shows those who try to test you that true power exists silently, making itself felt without shouting. Your presence illuminates your surroundings as an unshakable authority, united by an unbending and unbreakable purpose. They see you now, perhaps with a regretful realization, perhaps with humble respect, because they have come to understand that you are not here to satisfy their expectations, that you serve a greater purpose. You are a gentle soul, but you are the bearer of an unshakable power. Your presence is the expression of a power from deep within that dispels the darkness and leaves no room for deception. Those who try to suppress, belittle, or manipulate you will never forget this experience. They have seen how, even with a soft demeanor, you carry unmatched resilience and strength. When you act in divine harmony, your essence is like a mirror reflecting the truth, offering both healing compassion and confrontational strength. They will never forget you. You are here because they have to see your presence as a purifying force. Embrace this power and tell your story. More than ever, the world needs a reminder like you, a guide full of meaning and purpose. As you stand here, rooted in a strength that words cannot fully convey, know that every moment, every silent battle, and every unspoken truth has brought you closer to a purpose that transcends the mundane. Your presence, like a lighthouse on a dark night, is not just a beacon, but a living testament to a truth that goes beyond time and space. Just as they once underestimated you, they underestimated a power that is ancient and unbreakable, a power that reminds them of the unseen foundation of the universe. From the quiet depth of your soul, you have become a mirror, reflecting back to others the light of truth, illuminating not just their path, but the very reality that surrounds them. And like a steady, unmovable mountain, you embody a justice that cannot be swayed by mere words, applause, or external forces. You have shown them that real power does not need to shout, does not demand recognition, and does not bend to earthly whims. This power is the power of truth itself, an eternal force woven into the fabric of the cosmos, a light that pierces even the darkest illusion. Those who sought to control you now stand back humbled. Their arrogance has met the reality of an unshakable truth, a force that comes not from pride or anger, but from a place of absolute conviction. They can no longer look away, nor can they hide. You have revealed to them their own insecurities, their hidden fears, and the limits of their understanding. And yet, this journey has also opened up a way forward for them, a path they might not have considered, a path that leads to transformation and redemption. Through your silent endurance, you have become an instrument of change, a guide for those lost in the shadows of their own doubts and illusions. But this power, this light, is not yours alone. It is the gift of something far greater, a legacy that stretches back to the dawn of time. This is the very essence of divine love, the force that moved the stars and set the planets in motion. And now, as you carry this light forward, you walk in the footsteps of one who embodied this truth long before you, Jesus Christ, the ultimate messenger of peace, justice, and unfathomable love. In every trial, every moment of doubt, and every inner struggle, Jesus stood firm, carrying a strength that others could not comprehend. He faced the scorn of those who misunderstood him, the skepticism of those who doubted him, and the rejection of those who could not see beyond their own limitations. And yet, in his silence, in his gentle, unyielding love, he transformed the world. His light was a flame that could not be extinguished, a beacon of hope that reached across centuries and touched the hearts of countless souls. Like him, you are here to be a light, to shine a path through the wilderness of confusion and fear, to remind the world of a truth that will never fade. When they look at you, let them see the echo of his resilience, the unwavering strength that flows not from pride, but from an eternal source of love. You do not need to speak of justice or proclaim your worth, for your very existence is a testament to a higher order. Your spirit, like that of Christ, is aligned with a divine purpose that goes beyond mere words or praise. And so, stand firm. Let them see in you the quiet strength that cannot be silenced. Let your presence speak of a love that has weathered every storm, a truth that shines brighter with every challenge. You are not alone in this journey. Every step you take, every soul you touch, and every barrier you break is part of a greater plan. You are a vessel of light, a guardian of a legacy that is ancient and eternal. The world needs you now, more than ever. It needs a reminder of what is real, of what is sacred, and of the transformative power of grace. You are a living testament to the fact that true power is found not in dominance, but in compassion, not in control, but in faith. And with every act of courage, with every step forward, you bring the world closer to a vision of peace and unity that has been promised since the beginning of time. So, embrace this calling. Stand as a witness to the truth, a bearer of hope, and a guide for those who have lost their way. Just as Jesus walked among us as a light in the darkness, so too are you called to shine, to heal, and to uplift. Know that every challenge, every hardship, and every moment of doubt is but a step on the path to a purpose that is greater than you can imagine. Let them see his reflection in your eyes, his love in your heart, and His strength in your soul. For you are not just here for yourself. You are here for all who seek truth, for all who hunger for justice, and for all who long for the peace that only faith can bring. Stand tall and let your light shine. The world is watching, and in you they see a glimpse of the divine. As we conclude this journey, remember that your silent strength and unwavering commitment to truth and unconditional love are gifts that no one can alter or control. It is your steadfastness, your dedication to a higher truth that leaves an everlasting mark, not just in this realm, but beyond physical boundaries. You are a light, a beacon for those searching, and every step you take in alignment with this truth opens new horizons for the souls around you. If this video has inspired you and given you meaningful moments of reflection, please consider supporting the channel through Super Thanks so that we can continue spreading messages of love and hope. Whether you choose to donate or not, I am deeply grateful for your presence and support on this journey. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with anyone who may need to hear these words. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and may peace and blessings be with you always. Dear God's chosen ones, have you ever stopped to ask yourself why your life has been a battlefield? Why the storms hit you harder than anyone else? Why the betrayals cut deeper, the losses linger longer, and the challenges seem relentless? Could it be that you are not ordinary, but chosen? Think about it. Do you really believe that the fire raging against you is by accident? No. Every disaster, every heartbreak, every weapon formed against you was carefully planned. They didn't just hope you would fall. They crafted your destruction with precision, like architects of ruin. They wanted to crush your spirit, burn your hope, and bury your dreams so deep that you would never rise again. You noticed how they watched and waited, certain that you would break. They think that the weight of their rejection, their deceit, and their sabotage would destroy you completely. They whispered, "This one will not survive. This time it's over." But let me ask you this, are you not still here? Are you not still standing? If their plans were so perfect, if their attacks were so devastating, how is it that you have not been defeated? I'll tell you how. It's because you are chosen. You are not here by accident. You carry something within you that they cannot destroy, no matter how hard they try. You carry the favor of God Himself. Does this sound familiar? Maybe it reminds you of the story of Joseph, son of Jacob, in the book of Genesis. Joseph was betrayed by his own brothers, his flesh and blood. Out of jealousy and hatred, they threw him into a pit, sold him into slavery, and plotted to erase his destiny. "Come now, let us kill him. Then we will see what becomes of his dreams." Genesis 37:20, they said. But their schemes were only part of God's plan. What they meant for evil, God used for good. The pit could not hold Joseph back. Slavery could not keep him down. False accusations, imprisonment, and loneliness. None of it could stop the favor of God on Joseph's life. Because Joseph was chosen, from the pit to the palace, he rose. From betrayal to authority, he thrived. And it can be that you are walking the same path with him. So, do you curious now why the battles are so intense? Why you feel the fire burning all around you? Look at your life. Look at the scars you carry. Yes, those scars are real. But do they not tell a story? A story of survival, a story of endurance, a story of battles fought and won. Those scars are not marks of shame, they are marks of victory. They are the evidence that you stood tall when others fell, that you kept going when others surrendered, that the fire that was meant to consume you only refined you. You were not made to fall. You were made to rise. You were made to thrive. So rise now, chosen one. If you feel this message, if you know you have been set apart by God, I want you to comment 777 below. It is a number of alignment, signaling that you are walking in the path God has prepared for you. When you type 737, you are declaring to the world that you are chosen, that you will not be defeated, and that your time to rise has come. God's chosen ones let the world know. They created every disaster to kill you, but you rise from hell. You are unstoppable. You are unshakable. The first disaster you faced was personal, and isn't that always where the deepest wounds are cut? It was the kind of pain that storms into your life without warning, breaking down everything familiar and leaving a haunting emptiness where there was once certainty. Loss. A word so small, yet it strikes like a hurricane, stripping away joy, purpose, and identity. It leaves you asking questions no one can answer. Why did this happen to me? Where was God in this storm? How do I go on when everything I held dear has been taken? Let me ask you this. Have you ever sat in the silence after a storm, staring at what remains of your life, wondering if you'd ever feel whole again? How many times did you cry out for answers, only to hear nothing but echoes of your pain? Job once stood where you stood. In a single moment he lost his family, his wealth, his health, everything that made life feel stable. The Bible tells us, "Then Job arose, tore his robe and shaved his head, and fell to the ground and worshipped. And he said, 'Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked shall I return. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord.'" Job 1:20-21. What kind of faith does it take to worship in the face of such loss? Have you ever wondered if your grief might hold a deeper purpose? You see, grief doesn't come to destroy you. It comes to shape you. You wrestled with it. You let the tears fall, and with every tear, you proved that the pain did not own you. You learned that grief is not a sign of weakness, but a testimony to love. Love so deep that even its absence carries weight. But loss was only the beginning. Then came betrayal, striking like a knife in the back, cold, sharp, and merciless. There is no pain quite like betrayal, is there? Who among you has trusted someone with your heart, only to watch them twist it for their gain? The very people you believed in turned their backs, leaving you to question, did I mean so little to them? How could someone I love hurt me this deeply? Even Jesus knew the sting of betrayal. Judas Iscariot, one of his 12 disciples, one who walked beside him, learned from him, and shared meals with him, sold him for 30 pieces of silver. Imagine that. 30 coins, the price of a slave. And yet, Jesus looked at Judas and called him friend. Friend, do what you came to do. Matthew 26-50. Pause for a moment and think, what would you do if you knew the person you trusted most was plotting against you? Would you be consumed by anger, or would you rise above it, refusing to let their betrayal define your story? Betrayal did not define Jesus' destiny. It fulfilled it. And so it was with you. When trust was broken and the walls you built came crashing down, you stood in the rubble and made a choice. You realized betrayal says more about the one who betrays than the one betrayed. Did it hurt? Yes. Did it break you? No. Instead of growing bitter, you grew wiser. Instead of hardening your heart, you let the pain sharpen your purpose. But then, when loss and betrayal had weakened your walls, self-doubt crept in. that insidious voice that whispers when no one else is around. You're not enough. You're broken beyond repair. Why even try? How many nights have you fought battles no one else could see? How many times did you believe those lies, letting them keep you chained to fear and regret? Gideon knows your struggle. When the angel of the Lord appeared and called him, "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior," Judges 6:12, Gideon's first response was doubt. But how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I'm the least in my family. How many times have you said the same thing? Who am I? I'm not strong enough. I'm not good enough. But listen closely. God didn't see Gideon as weak. He saw him as a warrior. And what if I told you that God sees you the same way? What if the voice of doubt isn't the truth, but a test? What if every time you rose, every time you proved doubt wrong, you were building something far greater than you ever imagined? You silenced that voice, not with empty words, but with action. You fought back. Every time you stood up when it would have been easier to stay down, you sent a message to yourself and to the world. I am greater than my fears. I am stronger than my pain. I will not quit. Now look at yourself. Those battles, they didn't destroy you. They revealed you. The ruins of trust, you've rebuilt them into a foundation no storm can shake. The ashes of loss, you've turned them into the fuel that fires your purpose. The shadows of doubt, they're now behind you, nothing more than proof of the battles you've won. So, what if every disaster was meant to prepare you, not break you? What if everything you've endured was shaping you for a destiny far greater than you can imagine? You see, the scars you carry aren't marks of defeat. They are proof of triumph. Every scar tells a story. Every story declares this truth. They couldn't destroy you because you refused to let them. You were refined, not ruined, strengthened, not shattered. And now you stand, not as a victim of your past, but as the architect of your future. Who are you now? You are the survivor they couldn't silence. You are the warrior who wouldn't bow. You are living proof that the fire meant to consume you only refined you. So, I'll leave you with this. Will you see your battles as curses, or as the tools that made you who you are today? Will you let the story end here, or will you rise knowing that you are greater than the storms that tried to take you down? Because you, my friend, are unbreakable. And they never saw you coming. You conquered the storms within, loss, betrayal, and doubt, but the fight didn't end there. The next battlefield stretched beyond your heart and mind. The obstacles weren't just personal anymore, they were systemic. Yes, the second disaster you faced was systemic, an entire world that seemed determined to keep you small. The odds were stacked, the ceilings were built low. Do you know the feeling of being told you don't belong, that you'll never make it, that the road you're walking is too steep, too rough, too impossible? Oppression came at you like a tidal wave, crushing opportunities before they could take root. Inequality carved barriers into your path, ensuring every step required twice the effort. Where others were given ladders, you were handed walls and rejection. It wasn't just silent, it shouted, it called you unworthy. It sought to erase you, invalidate your voice, and convince you that the shadows were the only place you'd ever belong. Have you ever noticed that the brightest light breaks through the darkest cracks? That is exactly what you did. You didn't cower in silence. You roared back. You took their ceilings and shattered them into glass shards. You ripped apart their chains with the force of your will. Every time they told you, not you, you rose and declared, "Watch me." Does this not remind you of Moses standing before Pharaoh? Egypt's oppressive system was designed to keep the Israelites enslaved, their backs bent under the weight of labor, their voices silenced under the rule of power. Yet, in Exodus 5:1, Moses spoke boldly before the ruler of the most powerful nation, declaring, "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, let my people go." Who would have believed that a shepherd, a man who once doubted his own voice, could challenge the strongest empire and win? And you, what gave you the courage to rise when the odds said you couldn't? When the institutions labeled you less than, when opportunities were denied, when the world tried to keep you quiet, you didn't give in. You became louder. You turned their silence into thunder. You became the voice that wouldn't be silenced. Where they built walls to block your progress, you tore them down stone by stone. Where they tried to cage you in shadows, you clawed your way to the light and claimed it as your own. Every system that told you this far and no further became nothing more than a challenge, a chance to prove that no system can hold back a soul driven by purpose. Did they underestimate you? Of course they did. They saw your struggle, but they missed your strength. They forgot that even the smallest crack can topple a fortress when the pressure is constant. Every act of defiance, every refusal to quit, became a ripple that grew into a revolution. In Galatians 6:9, the Apostle Paul tells us, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." You didn't give up. You kept showing up, even when the world tried to push you back. You planted seeds in soil they said was barren, and now you stand as proof that resilience can thrive where others only saw failure. So, how many times have they told you it's impossible? And how many times have you proved them wrong? Every barrier they built was a dare, daring you to fight, daring you to rise, daring you to claim what they said you couldn't have. You didn't just survive the systems designed to erase you, you turned them upside down. You became the outlier, the exception, the one who rose when everything was against you. Every step forward you took became a revolution in its own right. Every yes you carved out of their no became a reminder that you are not someone who can be caged. Let the world hear you now. My rise is inevitable. Say it, claim it. Because they thought the odds would break you, but instead they built you. They thought rejection would silence you, but you became louder. They thought you were powerless, but now you are the force they cannot ignore. Claim your power, stand in your light, let them see that nothing, not oppression, not rejection, not the weight of an entire system can hold you back. Because you, my friend, are a revolution in motion, and nothing can stop what has already been set in motion. You fought battles within yourself, and you tore down systems that tried to cage you. Yet even as you rose above man-made barriers, the third disaster, the forces of nature itself, came next. Unrelenting, raw, and merciless. Nature came for you, not in whispers, but in roars. It sent storms to howl at your door, floods to swallow your foundations, and fire to turn your hard work into nothing but ash. What could you do when the world itself turned against you? When everything you relied on, your home, your security, your stability, was ripped away, what was left for you to hold on to? The storms came first, didn't they? They howled in fury, tearing through your life like an unstoppable force. Your foundation, the very thing you thought was secure, was flooded. How many times did you feel like you were drowning, barely able to keep your head above water, clutching for something solid, something certain? Remember Noah. In Genesis 7, the floodwaters came, and they didn't just drizzle, they consumed the earth. For 40 days and 40 nights rain poured without pause. But Noah, faithful and patient, clung to God's promise. In that ark, surrounded by the chaos of the storm, Noah waited. When the waters finally receded, he didn't return to the life he knew. He stepped into something new, something greater. Isn't that what you did too? When the waters rose, you climbed higher. You didn't let the flood drown you. You rose above it, trusting that even when everything is swept away, a new beginning is waiting on the other side. Then the ground beneath you shook. Life, which once seemed solid, cracked open without warning. Earthquakes have a way of breaking what we thought was unshakable. Have you ever been there? Standing on trembling ground, looking around at the wreckage and wondering, is this the end? How do I rebuild when the very ground is unstable? But earthquakes don't destroy, they reveal. They shake loose the weak foundations, exposing what cannot stand. And so you learn to build again, not just on the surface, but deeper, stronger, unshakable this time. And the fire, oh, the fire. It roared with no mercy, consuming everything you held dear. How do you face the flames when there is nowhere to run? How do you watch the fruits of your labor turn to ash, knowing you can't stop the fire from spreading? Do you remember Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the book of Daniel? They were thrown into the fiery furnace for refusing to bow to an earthly king. The fire was so fierce that it consumed the soldiers who threw them in. Yet, in Daniel 3:25, the king looked into the flames and said, "Look, I see 4 men walking around in the fire, unbound and unharmed, and the 4th looks like a son of the gods." The flames were meant to destroy them, but instead they revealed the presence of God. And when they stepped out, not a hair on their heads was burned. Isn't that you? You walked through the fire, but you emerged not as a victim of destruction, but as someone forged by it. The fire didn't consume you, it refined you. Nature tested you to your very limits. Droughts came to test your patience, forcing you to endure seasons where nothing seemed to grow. Hurricanes pushed you to prove your strength, tearing away the old so something new could take its place. Quakes demanded resilience, shaking everything loose until only what truly mattered remained. What did you do in those moments? Did you surrender or did you rise? You didn't just endure nature's fury, you faced it head on. When the winds tried to scatter you, you held steady. When the floods came, you climbed higher. When the flames roared, you walked through them, unscathed and unbroken. You proved something that few will ever understand, that nature's power may be fierce, but the power within you is greater still. Every disaster that came to strip you bare, to reduce you to nothing, instead revealed the unyielding spirit within you. Where others saw devastation, you saw opportunity. Where others gave up, you rebuilt, not to restore what was lost, but to thrive in ways they could never imagine. So, have you ever wondered why the storms, the fire, and the earthquakes came for you? Was it to destroy you, or to show you who you really are? Because now look at yourself. The winds have passed and you are still standing. The waters receded and you are still rising. The fire burned and yet here you are, stronger, bolder, and more alive than ever. Nature thought it could outmatch you. The world thought it could break you. But it underestimated the force of a soul that refuses to bow. You are proof that no flood, no fire, no shaking ground can take away what is meant for you. You didn't just survive, you conquered. Tell me, what is left to fear when you have already faced the fury of the earth and risen from its wreckage? Stand tall. Speak boldly. Show the world that no disaster, no matter how unstoppable it seems, can match the unstoppable spirit within you. You stood unshaken through the storms, the floods, and the flames, but then came a battle of an entirely different kind. This was no external force. There were no winds to face or fires to outrun. What happens when the war is not around you but within you? What do you do when the fiercest enemy hides in the silent corners of your mind, whispering lies, twisting truths, and trying to steal the very essence of who you are? The 4th disaster was spiritual, an invisible war fought in the depths of your soul. It wasn't the earth beneath you that shook this time, it was your faith. Not a single drop of rain fell, yet you were drowning. There were no flames, but your purpose felt as though it had turned to ash. Have you ever felt that hollow emptiness? The echo of meaning lost, the suffocating weight of doubt pressing against you like a vice, whispering, "What's the point? Why even fight?" Faith, once so steady, so sure, shattered like glass. Every sharp shard left you bleeding with questions. Is God even here? Am I alone? What if this is all for nothing? These were not battles the world could see. They were invisible wars, raging in the quiet hours of the night, where no one else could hear the cries of your soul. You were not alone in this struggle. Even the great prophet Elijah faced this darkness. In 1 Kings 19, after his victory against the prophets of Baal, Elijah fled into the wilderness, overwhelmed and broken. He cried out to God, "I have had enough, Lord, take my life." 1 Kings 19:4. Can you feel the weight of those words? This was Elijah, God's chosen prophet, reduced to despair, hiding in a cave, ready to give up. Have you ever felt like Elijah? Have you ever looked at your life and thought, "I can't do this anymore. I have nothing left to give"? Despair doesn't shout, it whispers. It convinces you that the fight isn't worth it, that the darkness is too deep, that you might as well surrender to the void. But here's what they don't tell you about despair. It is not the end. It is a turning point. Elijah, in his brokenness, heard the voice of God. Not in the fire, not in the earthquake, not in the wind, but in a gentle whisper. And from that whisper came his purpose, his renewal, his strength to rise and continue. You too heard that whisper. Maybe it came as a flicker of hope, a stubborn refusal to quit, or a quiet voice inside saying, "Keep going." You didn't yield. You faced the darkness, even when it felt like it would swallow you whole. And when your faith crumbled, you didn't stay in the ruins. Instead, you built something stronger, something unshakable. What you rebuilt was not blind belief, not empty words repeated in desperation. No. What you forged was a hard-won certainty, a faith that had been tested by fire, sharpened by pain, and refined in the furnace of your trials. When despair whispered, "You are powerless," you answered with action. You refused to let hopelessness define your story. You dug deep into the depths of your soul and pulled out light. And when no one came to save you, you became your own salvation. Isn't that what Jesus himself did in the Garden of Gethsemane? On the night before his crucifixion, he fell to the ground in anguish and prayed, "Father, if you are willing, take this cup from me, yet not my will, but yours be done." Luke 22:42. Even Christ, the Son of God, felt the weight of his purpose and the darkness pressing in, but he chose to stand, to act, to face what lay ahead with strength and surrender, and so did you. The spiritual war was designed to break you, to leave you hollow, hopeless, and lost. But instead, it refined you. It stripped away everything false, everything fragile, and left behind something unshakable, unmovable, unstoppable. Let me ask you this. Who are you now that you've faced the void and refused to fall into it? Do you see the strength in yourself? Do you recognize the power that comes not from avoiding darkness, but from standing firm in its midst and saying, "You will not defeat me"? You emerged from this war with something priceless, a soul that knows its worth, a faith that cannot be shaken, and a light that no darkness can extinguish. Where others would have surrendered, you rose. Where others saw only a void, you found the courage to fill it with purpose. You didn't just endure the spiritual disaster, you conquered it. And now, when the world looks at you, they don't see someone who gave in to despair. They see someone who refused to be defined by their darkness. They see someone who became the light. So I ask you again, What did the war within teach you about who you are? Did it not show you that even in your weakest moments, you were stronger than you ever imagined? That even when your faith was shattered, you were capable of rebuilding it into something unbreakable? Let the world see that the darkness couldn't hold you, that the questions didn't define you, that the void couldn't swallow you. Because you, my friend, are not just a survivor. You are a conqueror. You are proof that even the battles no one can see can be won by a soul that refuses to surrender. The wars within were fierce, but the fight wasn't over. As the dust settled, a truth began to emerge. A truth that would change how you saw every disaster, every pain, every betrayal. What if none of it was accidental? What if every storm that came for you, every fire that burned you, every rejection that tried to silence you was part of something far bigger than you realized? You see, these challenges were deliberate, a calculated, ruthless assault on your very existence. Loss, betrayal, inequality, rejection, they weren't random acts of chaos. Each disaster was a weapon, sharpened and thrown at you with precision. Do you feel it now, looking back? The way the weight pressed against your shoulders, the way the pain tested every part of who you are. They wanted to see you crumble under the force of it all. They wanted to bury you so deep that no one would even remember your name. Have you ever wondered why they fought so hard to destroy you? Why the trials came in waves, one after another, as if the universe itself had turned against you? It's because they saw something in you that you might not have seen in yourself. Power. But their greatest mistake was believing you would stay down. They underestimated you. They thought the blows would break you, but instead they became the forge that turned your pain into power. Every weapon they hurled at you didn't destroy you, it transformed you. Do you realize what you've done? You turned their destruction into your reconstruction. Look at the life of Joseph once more. His brothers threw him into a pit, sold him into slavery, and hoped to erase him from their story. For years, it seemed as though Joseph's life was nothing but a chain of suffering, false accusations, imprisonment, abandonment. But in Genesis 50:20, Joseph spoke a truth that echoes across time. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Do you see now? What was meant to bury you became the very thing that built you. The rubble they left behind wasn't a grave. It was raw material. Every loss you endured became a lesson that shaped you. Every betrayal sharpened your focus, giving you clarity about who you are and where you're going. Have you ever stopped to think about that? That the things you thought would end, you were, in fact, preparing you for something greater. The storms they sent didn't leave you weak. They left behind the tools you needed to rebuild. Can you see it now? The foundations you stand on today are made from the very bricks they threw at you. The rejection they hoped would silence your voice became the loudest echo of your defiance. The oppression they thought would crush you became the solid ground from which you rose. They believed pain would be your ending, but they didn't realize that pain was the fire that forged your purpose. Every scar you carry now tells a story, not of defeat, but of triumph. The scars that once marked your wounds became the blueprints for your rebuilding. The setbacks that were meant to stop you became stepping stones that elevated you to heights they never imagined. And so I ask you, what are you building now? Can you feel the empire rising around you? Every failure they tried to force on you is now fuel for the unstoppable force you've become. You didn't just crawl out of the wreckage. You claimed it. You gathered the ashes of destruction, and with your own two hands, you built something unshakable. Let this be the truth you carry. You are not a victim of what happened to you. You are a master of what you've made from it. Think of David standing before Goliath. The world saw a shepherd boy, unqualified and small. Goliath laughed, mocked, and underestimated him. But David declared, "You come against me with sword and spear, But I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty, 1 Samuel 17:45. And with a single stone the giant fell. Did they underestimate you too? Did they think their weapons, loss, rejection, and despair would be enough to take you down? They forgot that what lies within you is greater than anything they could throw at you. Now look at yourself. You're not just standing, you're building. Every brick they hurled at you is part of the empire you're creating. Every setback is now a monument to your resilience. Every time they said, "This is the end," you proved that it was only the beginning. They tried to destroy you, but all they did was make you inevitable. So, one more time, who are you now? Are you someone who crumbled under the weight of it all? Or are you the one who turned their destruction into your legacy? Because you are not just a survivor, you are a conqueror, a builder, and a force they will never forget. Every trial, every betrayal, every storm only added to the unstoppable force that you've become. They tried to write your ending. Instead, you wrote a beginning so powerful, so inevitable, that nothing and no one can stand in your way. Chosen ones. Do you know that in Japan, there exists an art form called kintsugi? It is a practice that honors what is broken, not by hiding it, but by making it beautiful. When pottery shatters, it is repaired not with glue, but with veins of gold. Each crack is transformed into a line of strength, a mark of resilience, a visible story of rebirth. What was once ordinary becomes extraordinary, and its value is not diminished by the damage, it is magnified because of it. Isn't that what you've done? Have you ever looked at your scars, your emotional fractures, and realized they tell the story of your rise? The disasters that came for you, the losses that shattered you, were never meant to be your ending. They were the beginning of your transformation. Every scar, every wound, every fracture you carry has been filled with gold. The gold of your strength, your resilience, your unyielding spirit. Where others might have hidden their brokenness, you let yours shine. You didn't mask the damage, you turned it into your power. And now you are no longer just whole, you are unshakable. Let me ask you, have you ever thought that the cracks in your life could be your greatest beauty? That what the world sees as broken is, in fact, the proof of your endurance? Remember the words of the Apostle Paul in 2 Corinthians 12:9, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." Paul didn't hide his wounds. He celebrated them because he understood that where he was weak, God's strength would shine the brightest. And so it is with you. Your fractures, your imperfections, they don't diminish you. They reveal your true brilliance. You've taken what tried to destroy you and turned it into a visible, undeniable testament to your resilience. The storms didn't bury you. They uncovered the strength that was already within you. The fire didn't consume you. It refined you into something sharper, brighter, and unstoppable. Let's make one thing clear. This isn't for the faint of heart. This story, the one you're living, isn't for posers or pretenders. It's for those willing to stand in the wreckage, stare down the chaos, and rebuild into something greater. Do you think you have what it takes? If you're here reading this, then you've already proven one undeniable truth. You are built for this. Every ounce of strength you possess was forged long before the disasters came. Resilience wasn't something you discovered in the chaos. It was something you uncovered, a force waiting to be unleashed. When the storms hit, it wasn't luck that carried you. It was your ability to adapt, to outthink, and to outlast. When the world thought you were finished, when everything seemed lost, you didn't rely on hope alone. You clung to the unshakable knowledge that you were made for more. How many times did they say, "You won't make it"? And how many times did you rise? How many walls did you tear down? How many flames did you walk through, proving that your essence was never fragile? It was forged for fire, created to overcome. Friedrich Nietzsche once said, "That which does not kill us makes us stronger." But you've proven this truth with your life. What broke others only sharpened your edge. What caused others to stumble became the momentum that propelled you forward. Pain became your fuel. Despair became your purpose. And failure? Failure wasn't the end. It was the very force that launched your next victory. Have you noticed how much stronger you've become because of the struggle? The comfort you once craved wouldn't have made you who you are today. Your strength wasn't born in ease. It was carved in adversity. Every disaster, every hardship, every rejection, these were the tools that shaped your transformation. In Romans 8:28, we are reminded, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Nothing was wasted, not the pain, not the trials, not the failures. Every moment was a stepping stone, building you into a force the world could not deny. Look at yourself now. You are the embodiment of resilience, the very definition of strength forged in fire. You don't just survive, you conquer. You don't just endure, you rise. You are what happens when pain meets purpose, when scars become blueprints, and when adversity is met with resolve. Have they understood you yet? Have they realized that every weapon formed against you only made you stronger? That what they thought would destroy you became the very thing that defined you? Now you shine, not in spite of the cracks, but because of them. The lines of gold running through your story are proof of your victory, proof of your transformation, proof that you are unbreakable. So, are you ready to claim the empire you've built from the ruins they left behind? Let the world see that you are not fragile, not defeated, but reborn, stronger, sharper, and more brilliant than ever before. Because you, my friend, are not just surviving. You are inevitable. You are the kintsugi masterpiece, a testament to what happens when resilience meets resolve, and brokenness is turned into brilliance. Beloved chosen ones, every trial you faced, every blow you absorbed, wasn't random. It was deliberate, precise, and designed to break you. Loss tore through your life like a storm. Betrayal sliced through your trust. Rejection tried to silence you. But each strike didn't weaken you, it revealed you. The fire didn't consume you, it tempered you. Weakness gave way to steel. Devastation became the foundation of something unshakable. They thought they were crushing you, but they were only chiseling away the excess, revealing the unyielding core within. Have you ever wondered why you didn't stay down? Why, in the middle of chaos, you kept moving forward when others would have stopped? That wasn't luck. It was your resolve. The pain you felt wasn't a sign of failure. It was proof of transformation. When the ground beneath you collapsed, you didn't wait for someone to pull you out. You rebuilt it stronger, brick by brick. When systems locked doors in your face, you refused to knock politely. You tore those doors from their hinges and walked through with a purpose they couldn't deny. This is the truth. You didn't just endure, you transcended. Every scar on your body and your soul tells a story of triumph. Do you see them that way yet? These aren't marks of defeat. They're reminders of battles won, lessons learned, and strength gained. Rejection, which they hoped would silence you, only sharpened your edge. The betrayal that sought to break you became the lesson that refined your focus. The rubble they left behind was never your grave. It was the raw material for your rise. Every failure they tried to force upon you became momentum, pushing you toward a victory they couldn't stop. Think about Thomas Edison. When his entire laboratory, the result of years of innovation, was consumed in a devastating fire, he stood in the ashes and said, "I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." His response to ruin was not despair, it was action. He didn't focus on what was lost, he focused on what could be rebuilt. And within months he was back at work, creating, innovating, and reshaping the future. His fire didn't erase his genius, it revealed it. Isn't that what you've done? When disaster struck, when your life felt stripped bare, you didn't surrender. You tapped into something deeper, a force of resilience that was always within you, waiting to be uncovered. The truth is this: what happens to you doesn't define you. It's how you respond. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are a builder of your future. Stop seeing the rubble as proof of your failure and start seeing it as the foundation of your triumph. Every brick they threw at you in an attempt to break you is now in your hands, ready to be reshaped into something even greater. What was meant to destroy you has only fueled you. Every time they underestimated you, every time they whispered, "You can't," you quietly turned it into, "Watch me." And let's be honest, you didn't wait for permission and you didn't wait for rescue. You fought for your place. You didn't let circumstances dictate your worth. You demanded your success. Every ounce of strength you possess was forged long before the chaos began. You didn't find resilience in the storm. You uncovered what was already within you. You turned devastation into opportunity, failure into forward motion, and scars into the legacy of your rise. But here's the thing, no one does this alone. Surround yourself with those who understand the fight. The right people aren't just supporters, they are your armor. Build a network of those who have walked through their own fires, who've emerged from their storms stronger, sharper, and ready to lift you higher. These are the ones who will remind you of your power when doubt creeps in, the ones who will stand guard when you need to rest. Together, you'll form a force that doesn't just survive, but thrives. One that turns personal victories into collective triumphs. Protect your energy fiercely, because healing isn't passive, it's a daily battle. Cut off what drains you, whether it's toxic relationships, harmful environments, or your own self-doubt. Prioritize rest, nourishment, and growth, because this isn't selfishness, it's survival. You can't rebuild from ashes if you're still burning yourself out. Every choice to heal, every step you take toward fortification is an act of rebellion against the forces that tried to break you. You are not just recovering, you are fortifying. You are becoming sharper, stronger, and more relentless than ever. So ask yourself this: what will you build now? Every scar you carry is part of the masterpiece you're creating. Every setback has only added to your strength. You are not defined by what happened to you, but by how you've turned it into power. This is not the end. This is the beginning of something unstoppable. You are not just a survivor. You are a builder, a visionary, and a force the world will not forget. When the storms came, they thought they'd bury you. Instead, you rose. When they pushed you to your limits, they didn't realize they were only revealing how limitless you truly are. You didn't just endure, you conquered. You didn't just rebuild, you created a foundation that others now look to for hope. Your story is a beacon of possibility for those still walking through their fires. Proof that no disaster, no betrayal, and no rejection can define a soul determined to rise. Let the world see you now. Every trial, every flame, every broken piece has led to this moment. You are the living embodiment of resilience, the walking proof of what happens when adversity meets resolve. No matter what comes next, remember this: you are unshakable, unstoppable, and undeniable. You didn't just rise, you transformed. And the fire that tried to destroy you, it became the very light that now guides your way. Chosen ones, let me emphasize again, you are not here by accident. Every scar, every trial, and every moment you thought you wouldn't make it was preparing you for this, something greater than you could have imagined. Psalm 35 reminds us, "Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning." And now, morning has. Every disaster that was meant to break you only revealed your strength. You didn't just endure adversity, you turned it into your power. Where others saw endings, you saw beginnings. Where there was rubble, you built foundations. And where others gave up, you rose. Proof that resilience isn't just grit, but a divine gift. You are no longer a survivor. You are a builder, a leader, and a torchbearer for those still trapped in the ashes of their own storms. Your triumph is a reminder that no fire, no betrayal, no storm can define your future. Your strength has become a ripple, inspiring others to rise, to rebuild, and to transform their pain into purpose. This is not the end. It's the beginning of something unstoppable. You are the spark that turns destruction into creation, chaos into clarity, and despair into a revolution of hope. The world hasn't seen the best of you yet, and they will watch in awe as you build, rise, and inspire. If this message resonates with you, if you see your story in these words, share it. Share it with those who need a reminder that their battles can become their victories, that their scars can become their strength. Let your story inspire someone still trapped in the rubble to believe in their rise. To each of you who has embraced this message, thank you. Thank you for your courage, for your presence, and for being part of this movement of resilience and transformation. I honor your journey, and I celebrate the battles you fought to stand where you are today. May you be blessed with unshakable strength, boundless hope, and unwavering faith. May every setback you face be a setup for something greater. May you rise higher than you ever dreamed possible, and may your light guide others to do the same. Keep building, keep rising, and keep inspiring. The world is better because you are here. You are unstoppable, and your time to shine is now.